Hello, my name is Khaldoun Zreik and I am a PhD candidate at the Department of Multimedia and Graphic Arts of the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts of the Cyprus University. Concerns an ongoing art-based research on the ways to apply principles of modular and multi-cursal narrative design, such as open-world game designs, quest systems, branching narrative structures, and multiple endings, on animated storytelling. The research aims at proposing a model of animated storytelling which makes full use of available digital tools and corresponding narrative theory and practice, instead of digitally mimicking analog processes of film. In cinematic language, editing of meaning is orchestrated. Shots in cinema acquire meaning according to syntagmatic and paradigmatic relations which are created by editing. This has been extensively studied in film studies and experimented upon by practitioners. Here you have the most famous example of the Kuleshov effect, as demonstrated by Hitchcock in a 1964 interview. Now, editing did not become the primary tool of cinematic expression only as a result of stylistic choice, but, as Noel Birch demonstrates, also because of the technological advancements which made possible the transition from early cinema to cinema as we know it today. Once we move to a more refined and standardized mode of representation, the basic properties of the primitive stage of cinema were discarded. This is not necessarily a bad thing, as the institutional mode of representation is a significant advance in cinematic history. But it comes with restrictions. One of these restrictions is that, contrary to what Hitchcock states when explaining the Kuleshov effect with the previous example, editing is not primarily an act of assembly. It is an act of choice. The distinction is subtle but important because assembly may occur without choice. The second restriction is that what defines editing more than assembly is linearity, or, to be more precise, unicursivity. This means that the narrative parts assembled by editing are presented in one fixed and predetermined order, even if that order is narratively not chronological. With the rise in prominence of indexical processes such as photography and cinema in the 20th century, the catalogue becomes the central cultural process before the turn of the millennium. A film can be seen as the result of the selection of a group of shots among a catalogue of takes. Subsequently, editing can be seen as the process of selection and ordering. With the rise of digital tools in the end of the 20th century, the notion of the catalogue is extended to that of the database. A database is the digital form of the catalogue, or rather an augmented version of the catalogue. This augmentation relies on the fact that a database is dynamic. It is reconfigurable, ever-changing, and more aptly interfaced and hyperlinked. It invites and allows endless permutations and combinations of its items without any lag time and seemingly effortlessly. Lev Manovich presents the database not only as a technical system of arrangement of data, but as a notion that has permeated all aspects of contemporary life, becoming the organizing logic of our perception of the world. If we examine how video games work under this proposition, we can see that a player of a video game is actively iterating the database of the video game, a database that contains all the narrative and interactive modules of the game. This means that the given database of the narrative modules of the game requires a specific behavior in order to be iterated appropriately. Since, according to Manovich, the world is reduced in data structures on one hand and algorithms on the other, the video game is a data structure and the player's behavior provides the algorithm that allows to sift through the database. Interactive narratives, in which the viewer or reader has the active choice of the story's evolution, have been designed before. We can see this in examples such as the Choose Your Own Adventure book series, where the narrative modules are organized according to a branching system and the reader may choose how to experience the story. And interactivity in theater is very common as well, since the performative nature of theater allows a more direct interaction between the public and the characters. Antonin Artaud has been mentioning the abolishment of the separating barrier between the audience and the play since the beginning of the century. And plays that have been especially designed to include the audience have been around for a while. Ayn Rand's The Night of January 16th is one of the earliest examples where the audience is asked to participate as the jury of the trial of which the play is telling the story. A more mainstream case of interactive theatre can be seen in the German interactive sitcom Schillerstrasse and its French counterpart Total Impro. These are live performances during which the actors are equipped with an earpiece. At specific moments as the play is progressing, the audience gets to vote on how the script will evolve. The result of the vote is communicated through the earpiece to the actors on stage, and they have to improvise on the spot according to the choice of the audience. A similar principle is applied in cinematic cases such as the 1967 film Keynote. The film would pause in specific key moments, and two choices would be proposed to the audience who could vote by pressing a key on pads that were especially installed in the theater for the purposes of the event. It is the logic of the stories of Choose Your Own Adventure. Black Mirror's Bandersnatch, the 2018 Christmas special by Netflix, is an homage to the book series. Thanks to the digital tool of the streaming platform, the experience was even more easy to implement and follow. All these cases, however, are exceptions to a rule that is inherent to the medium in which they are conceived. Iterability and interactivity are not inherent properties of the book or the film as media. Both media can be adapted to accommodate such narratives, but they are not conceived to do so. Furthermore, and more importantly, the level of complexity of iterability and interactivity that can be achieved through digital media is unparalleled and unprecedented. The completely open-ended arrangement of narrative parts within an iterable database, such as the case of open-world games, is a new system of narration which is highly complex and entirely new in the history of storytelling. The important differentiation from the cinematic narrative is the fact that the narrative modules are not edited. The editing is happening live by the user and while the user is navigating this database of events and interactions. My research concentrates on how we may apply these new narrative designs in film in a similarly complex way, thus reimagining the structure of cinematic storytelling based on digital principles. Up until now, digital tools have been used as a means of recording footage, generating images, producing and editing films, storing and distributing them, but the nature of filmic narratives has remained largely unchanged. So practically, the digitization of cinema took place on the level of the format. Beyond that, these are all digital processes that mimic an art form that was defined by an analog medium, the literal film. On the other hand, we do have case studies that explore how film can be altered through the application of digital tools. Early examples can be seen in Chris Marquez' In Memory or Lev Manovich's soft cinema media installations. But in all these cases, we are no longer culturally in the domain of cinema. We move into the larger and far less defined domain of interactive or new media. My research focuses on how to explore the technical and narrative complexities introduced by digital means without altering the cultural experience of film viewing. There are two parameters that frame this field of practice. On one hand, to insert modularity and multicursivity, the filmmaker must give up a degree of choice concerning order and length, so editing is practically excluded from the process. On the other hand, multicursivity presupposes a dynamic rearrangement of the narrative modules of the film. In-game, this is achieved by the active intervention of the user. But to maintain the inherent lean-back property of the filmic experience, here we must introduce another solution. This is done by the application of a controlling algorithm, which, depending on the narrative at hand, may be aleatoric or combinatoric. In order to explore the possibilities within these parameters, special software were designed that allow the presentation of the films in a multicursal and modular way. Three kinds of modules were explored corresponding to the three narrative subdivisions of a film: the individual frame, the continuous shot, and the larger narrative unit, which is the scene. I will now proceed by providing an overview of the three main practical principles developed in the course of the experiments conducted for the purposes of this research. The principles correspond to these three modules. The first one is the principle of the branching frames. Here, a branching system is applied on the structure of the frames of a group of animated sequences. These animated sequences intersect with each other in specific frames and form shots or entire scenes of a film. There are two forms of branching frames, regular ones and rhizomatic ones. The regular ones depend on an initial sequence, often a loop, from which all secondary sequences branch out. This is the case of the example you can see here, where we always revert to the main cycle, shown at the bottom row of the diagram, before moving out to one of the secondary cycles, shown as columns in the diagram. In the case of rhizomatic branching, the sequences are interconnected without a hierarchy, like the diagram you can see here. In branching frames, we use frames as connecting points, entry or exit points, to and from other sequences. The intersecting frames are shared by the two or more sequences they connect. These connections form paths. To view these films means to iterate these paths, and these paths are iterated thanks to an algorithm, either aleatoric or combinatoric, as mentioned already. The example in the previous slide uses an aleatoric algorithm. The connection between the sequences may be seamless, as in the previous example, where we do not perceive the switch between the cycles, or it can be more abrupt, resulting in something that looks like a cinematic cut. The second principle is that of the tarot shots, as I call them. This refers to groups, which I call tarot groups, of multiple sequences whose order of appearance is controlled by an algorithm, which can be aleatoric or combinatoric as well. The example above uses an aleatoric algorithm to iterate the group of shots you can see in the small windows at the left of the preview panel. Here, in contrast to the branching frames principle, we deal directly with prepared shots, not with individual frames. Tarot groups are arrays either of tarot shots or of branching frames, which are iterated by an algorithm. So what you see here is actually a tarot group containing tarot shots. The third principle is that of nested and loose groupings, and it concerns the structure of the entirety of a film and refers to the principles according to which the modules of the film are grouped in order to be handled more effectively. This is necessary for more extended and complex narratives. In simple ones, such as the ones presented before, groupings are not necessary. In complex cases, however, such as the one I will present now, the material needs to be organized in groups in order to avoid complete nonsensicality. The groupings are based on specific properties depending on the narrative itself, such as tempo, color palette, mood, speed of movement, and so on. These groupings can be subsequently nested within each other to create larger and smaller groups and handle more or less complex configurations. The film under development to be presented here bears the title Bore and is mainly based on Franz Kafka's unfinished short story, The Barrow. Kafka's story is narrated in the first person by an undefined creature obsessing over the need to secure a labyrinthine underground system of tunnels it has excavated to live in. The creature expresses its fear of its enemies, from whom it is trying to remain hidden, trapped in an endless attempt to secure the Barrow perfectly. The story contains lengthy passages where every detail of this structure is described. The story does not lead anywhere, mainly since we do not have a finished version of it. The film explores both the structure and the themes of Kafka's short story and attempts to interlock the two of them. The story's detailed descriptions of the Barrow are translated into a narrative system for the film. The aim is to make the content coincide with the structure. The film explores the philosophical, political, and theological aspects of the notion of the underground. The term bore is a Hebrew concept referring to an in-between liminal space between heaven and hell. Based on the vast iconography of the underworld, the film draws upon ideas from concepts such as the purgatory, the metaphysical underworld, and the biological subterranean life forms. The social allegory of the underground, as well as the Dostoevskian approach of a psychological/existential dimension of the idea, are explored as well. These ideas are also blended and juxtaposed with documentary and archival elements from coal mines and mining accidents from the past century. Here, the creature is replaced by a keeper of the Barrow, which I call the archivist. In this version, the Barrow is an archive containing elements about itself. We follow the archivist in an underground tunnel, sifting through the archives that document the tunnel itself. Here, the project combines creative strategies found in the novella Total, as described by Ernesto Sabato and applied in his novel Abaddon the Exterminator, where he combines autobiographical elements, autofiction, fictional narratives, documentary and archival passages, resulting in what he calls a total novel, containing all forms of written word. At the same time, the film is referring to the work of the German writer W.G. Sebald and the similarities it shares with the practice of Walter Benjamin's One-Way Street or the Arcades project. Finally, it draws significantly from Aby Warburg's Atlas Mnemosyne. You can see here the procedure followed to adapt the story. The first part was the selection of relevant passages, which you can see in the boxes of this diagram. These were separated into two groups based on their content. The first one contains passages describing the architecture of the space, and the second one is a selection of events to be adapted for the script. The architecture described by Kafka will be translated into the architecture of the structure of the film, and the events will be placed in this spatial arrangement of the narrative. In both groups, we find elements that help define the logic of the iteration among them. The film works by nesting the principles mentioned above: branching frames, tarot shots, and loose groupings. The grouping will be based on a conjunction of tempo and mood, since the story describes radical mood swings in the character. Algorithm can be defined as a set of principles that describe a behavior, and here, the behavior described in the novel will be translated into the algorithm controlling the film. Here you can see a very simple early example of how the principle of branching frames is used in the film. This is a rhizomatic branching system. This is one shot composed of three sequences. They are indicated with red, green, and yellow outlines respectively. Among them, the green one is not a cycle. It cannot be looped. It functions as an alternative ending for the yellow cycle. Here you can see three different iterations of the program controlled by randomness. This is one shot that is part of a tarot group, so it is randomly followed by another similar shot and or randomly follows another similar shot of the same group. Another example of a rhizomatic shot in the same tarot group can be seen here. This is a walkthrough of the underground maze of the archive. The images shown here are not the final film, they are just rough tests to determine the shots to be created. The project is planned to enter into production during this summer and to be completed by March 2025. The idea of going against editing is about not making the choices that predetermine the noematic details of the film. It may seem counterintuitive, but the experiments show that multiple or contradictory meanings do not come out of this process, not because a single unified meaning is inherent, but because when you take away the linear/universal narrative, that kind of meaning goes away. What remains is a film that explores themes rather than following arcs. We enter a domain of narrative in a larger sense than storytelling. It does not propose specific details and already given answers, but creates an open field of themes. These films are structured to evoke and suggest rather than present. Thank you very much for your attention.
Creating in Disruptive Liberty. Embodied spatio-temporal and uncanny stimuli in game mentions as a pedagogical context of architectural design. Good afternoon to all. We are very glad to share with you our disruptive pedagogical approach in architectural design. This presentation explores the educational practices followed in the Department of Architecture of the University of Thessaly, focusing on the contribution of game engines and their use to architectural design, spatial synthesis, and the production of expanded uncanny ambiances. Our team is composed by 3 researchers. Magdaleni Grigoriadou is a PhD architect on the concept of the imaginary through the notion of space-time embodied in architecture. She is a postdoctoral researcher working on embodied experiences in digital environment and exploring the notion of disembodiment and immersion. Giorgos Loukakis is a UX researcher at NIATIC ED and a lecturer at the Department of Culture, Digital Media and Industries in University of Thessaly II. His interests focus on the architecture and video game development and on digital landscapes in VR worlds. Themistoklis Lekas is an architect with a master's degree in advanced design, innovation and transdisciplinarity in design. He is a researcher at LECAD since 2019 and Escape Lab since 2018. His interests focus on the design of digital experiences and the exploration of surrealistic elements in architecture with the assistance of AI technologies. Video games have been used increasingly in recent years in context of educational practices, mainly due to their interaction and active participation features. The cultural and visual digital landscapes have evolved in ubiquitous ways, reflecting contemporary aspects of the new digitality, introducing not only digital identities, but also a brand new language with expressive and dynamic abilities, while the game space is transformed into a multi-operational and multimodal terrain. The presented artworks are results of 4 design studios in the consecutive years of 2020 to 2023. In video games, the players become nomads of the space through their ability to control and diversify the game process due to the interaction, improvisation, and engagement characteristics of the medium. As the quality of graphics is improving and technologies are evolving, video games can introduce the users to the design and include them in an augmented environment, providing so the condition of the immersion. In this context of abundant dynamics of tactics, strategy options, and multilinear narrations, the digital spaces are reorganized dependently of the limits of the physical space-time, creating a mixed and digitally mediated projective reality. Video games operate in a hybrid conscious state that includes individual embodied experiences and spatiotemporal data. The simulation of these environments appears as unique and invisible experiences occurring simultaneously and sedately. In architectural design, using game engines introduces the factor of malleable surroundings. The perception of space-time does not simply depend on the aesthetics or the form, but rather it operates above all that is already perceived. Game engines constitute a new moldable medium of design through experiential triptych: active participation, free-wheeling movement, and disruptive interaction. In turn, these experiences are translated during the educational process in 3 different directions: understanding of the condition of digital environment, the spatiotemporal narration, and the possibility of constructing new places of design and creation. Thus, the use of game engines enhances a new perceptual and aesthetic experience. Students, through this process, are landscapers within the digital space. They have the potential to reduce the distance between themselves and the project, enriching their capacity for architectural perception and reoccupying the physical space with the use of augmented reality. Through exploration and virtual movement, they discover, reveal, and interpret spatial-temporal correlation in ingenious negotiation as fantasies that can be about association disassociations, stereotypes or antitypes, and more generally connection of places, either familiar or uncanny. Architectural design under these premises could be described as an embodied experiential practice. In this sense, the instrumentalization of game engines constitutes a germ of commercialization of the space, detaching it from the conventional world and inducing the students to the perfection of their world. Digital landscape design is not limited to the simple representation of space, but involves at the same time a process of narrative construction that has as a central element the conquest of territory and ultimately the habitation of space. The game engines used in all the paradigms that we are using in this presentation are from Unreal version 4 and Twinmotion at the year 2023. The exercise premise was to use only one item perfectly from a body part and constitute an imaginable world. This embodied, unnatural, malleable dimension of the digital moving landscape is the new component of digital space-time, which acts and reacts as part of its continuous flow, producing an innovative nature that bounces everyday objects as landscape elements. The narrative is ultimately subjective, as conscious and described practice of representation and signification, with the purpose of planning and projecting the image of a place. In other words, the creation of an impression of themselves. In this sense, the role of representation is particularly important in the formation of a digital or virtual cultural identity of a place. Even the exploration of the identity through unconventional media is a powerful experience of remodeling the world we habitate. According to Hall, identities can be formalized or transformed within and concerning their representation, as we are seeing in the examples selected for this presentation. Through the game's cultural symbols and narrative, players and students shape their identity, and by engaging with and controlling the digital environment, they transform it into a meaningful space. Thereby, they are reconstructing their cultural identity. Consequently, and as demonstrated in the examples, students can transition from passive viewer to a static vision of dynamic participants within the digital landscape, equipped to recognize emerging conditions and hidden dynamics. They create spaces imbued with diverse spatio-temporal characteristics. Through the integration of game engines, coding and gamification into architectural education, students gain knowledge via immersive embodied experiential learning process. This approach allows them to navigate and investigate the novel digital genesis, topogenesis, mirroring the cultural essence of our era's uncanny atmospheres. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello to everyone, my name is Embodied and I am a PhD researcher at the University of Vincennes on the island of Syros, Greece. In this video I will present you a short research which is called Morphological Gender Issues in Digital Characters in Animation, Analysis and Development of Digital Character of Presented Genders, Male, Female and Neutral, case study. This work, based on the monologue project by Giorgos Nikopoulos, postdoctoral researcher at the Ionian University, where we deal with the research and development of centered characters. This work is under the guidance of the assistant professor Panagiotis. This paper focuses on the morphological development of non-human characters in animated films through the analysis of human personality and the external morphological characteristics of human characters focuses on genders and how they are defined in animation films. The characters analyzed here are non-human characters based on the transmedia project called Monologue, applying a case study of morphological issues of non-human characters to define the characters' gender visual differences. Our goal is to investigate the issues that determine how a viewer perceives the gender of a digital character in an animation through its morphological characteristics as is used to. Furthermore, to define how the morphological characteristics of a human digital character are connected to a non-human character, in our case the Centaur. And finally, what are personality elements and by extension the morphological elements that allow us to define the gender of the characters. In this research work, I will focus on the morphological external characteristics of the center and not on the kinesiology, which is studied in the wide research that I would do as a team. We applied the research to the final with fields of animation, 3D modeling and the theoretical issues of the character genders. The main issue in the analysis of the morphological characteristics of animated characters based on the reducing relations to genders and to adaptations of the theory to the modeling of animated characters of our case study set. Initially, an attempt was made to record the personality characteristics of animated characters through relevant bibliography. There was a mapping of these characteristics with genders, male, female, and neuter, mainly from Disney characters, but not only. As we see in the corresponding characteristic columns, there are some personality traits that prevail for its gender. For example, in the male gender, we will mainly see personality characteristics such as dominant, aggressive, clever, bossy, or others, such as the Disney heroes, mainly the princes, but also other strong male characters such as Tarzan and Hercules. Of course, with very few exceptions, such as Quasimodo, who is a loving and shy character. Now, regarding the personality characteristics of the female characters, and here we will see that patterns are followed, as for example the Disney princesses, but also others are given characteristics such as shy, helpless, weak, passive, and other, like Ariel. Also, here there are a few exceptions, like Moana and Miss Incredible, but we also notice a big contrast in the bad female characters, like Ursula and Maleficent, where they are stubborn and complex. So, the female animated characters are characterized as either good and weak, or bad and complex. Unfortunately, the bibliography and filmography about the neutral gender is very small and appears more strongly in the last 5 years or so. Personality traits noted for this case are not defined in good or bad, in dynamic or not, but we can say that maybe they adapt mainly to the personality and not to the gender, which is a very positive point. We can squeeze characteristics such as shyness and weaknesses, like Thomas from City of Ghosts, but also others characteristics like self-awareness and self-confidence, like Nathan from Tiger and Bunny. The analysis and recording of personality traits for the 3 genders helped us a lot to take the next step and analyze the external morphological characteristics of the character. And here in the male gender, the same pattern is observed. More specific characteristics are attributed such as strong muscular with big arms and strong jawline and intense angle of the face and body. On the other hand, the female characters have round characteristics compared to the angles of the males, as we see Woody and Jessie from Toy Story, and usually have whiter skin than male, as we see the Beautiful Sleeping and the Prince Philip. An interesting example in the weekly sketch of male bird and the female bird at the bottom of the screen. The female bird shows curves in the body with strongly designed female elements like seductive gaze and tossing tail, while the male bird looks heavy and grounded like a real man. In female morphological characteristics, we find the same logic as in the personality, as there is a matching and we see the characteristics such as beautiful, pure, attractive, neat, with delicate hands and feet, or on the other hand, characteristics like ugly, overweight and awkward kinesiology. Continue with the neutral gender, where you can see that the external features and morphology of the characters were easier to record. Examples such as Rain Whispers of Disney, Rebecca Sugar by Steven Universe, and Nathan Seymour by Tiger and Bunny present no stereotypical characteristics, various body types, feminine and masculine characteristics, and their style presents. So, in this work, the main characters are centaurs, and I will tell you a few words about them and about the morphology. In Greek mythology, centaurs were creatures that had head, neck, chest, and arms of a human, and the body and legs of a horse. Most centaurs were brutal, violent creatures known for their drug diseases and lasty behavior. The Greek centaur was also depicted in other forms, for example as a complete human whose back was connecting to the hindquarter of a horse. The centaur had one pair of limbs than his parents, whatever species that was. Centaurs are fantastical hybrids that exist only in the ancient world. The inspiration for the morphology and visual approach of the models comes from a series of early Kissinger paintings called the Cycle of Centaurs. The case study based on Transmedia Project Monologue by Yorgos Nikopoulos, the concept is that there is a pair of centaurs in the night sleeping in their cave. Their restless sleep causes them to sweat and breathe heavily, while their hands and hair become entangled. Just they sleep in each other's arms. The common, violent, and at the same time romantic nightmare they share during the night transposes them to the three landscapes of their real lives, but where the two find themselves in foreign bodies other than the real ones. We focus now on three genders of centaurs. The method we follow in the analysis first of the morphological characteristics of human characters and then of non-human characters. First, we record the parts that make up the two characters. The human has one head, two arms, one body and two legs, and the centaur has one head, two arms, two bodies, four legs and one tail. The challenges are how to model a centaur, what body parts do we have to add, remove or change at all, what external characteristics will each gender has, and how realistic or no realistic the model we want to be. The method is to model the centaur step by step from a typical human 3D model. The upper part remained with female morphological characteristics, while the horse part we try to adapt it into the same morphological logic. As you can see, the column of personality characteristics of male character was matched with the column of external characteristics of males in order to create a morphological version of the female centaur. For example, we want her to be beautiful, so she expresses feelings. We want her to be attractive, so we gave her delicate hands and feet. The male gender was also determined in a same way. First, definitely the members of this body. And then the same method was followed to the model the male centaur, step by step from a typical human model. In this part, we acted with the same way. The column of personality characteristics of male character was matched with the column of external characteristics of males in order to create a morphological version of the male centaur. For example, we want him to be constructive, so he has a big arms, or to be aggressive, he is husky, also to be protective, he is muscular. The non-gender centaur has a lot of potential to involve and divert from stereotypical morphological personality traits, could incorporate characteristics from the previous two genders as well as none of them, but focus precisely on the personality traits as we want to create. So it can be muscular with curves or have the breadth and sense without necessarily making it weak or overconfident. That is the morphological characteristics of a non-human centaur may not follow any pattern, and the personality characteristics may follow the desire of the character's self-definition. Closing, I will mention some conclusions that emerge more like notes from the analysis process. First one is that prevails stereotypical traits in both female and male characters in animation. There are minor exceptions to stereotypical features, mostly in the newer animated characters. Non-gender, non-binary, and queer animated characters seems to appear about the last 5 years in animations. There is a need to redefine personality traits and morphological traits in male and female characters. Also, there is a need to identify personality traits and morphological traits in the neuter gender, creating more such as those characters. It is difficult to avoid stereotypical features when modeling characters in male and female genders. The precise determinations of personality characteristics of the characters help us to determine the external characteristics and model them. We need to model traits according to the personality and not with unique knowledge of the gender. And it is noticed that males may have more opportunities to observe and identify with heroic models than female. Thank you for watching our presentation.
Χαίρετε! Είμαστε οι Lux και επιστρέφουμε έστω και ψηφιακά εδώ στην Κέρκυρα για να κάνουμε την πρώτη δημόσια παρουσίαση του εγχειρήματός μας. Παρότι σχεδιάστηκε και ολοκληρώθηκε στην Κρήτη, οι σπόροι του μπήκαν εδώ, στο περιβάλλον όπου ξεκινήσαμε ως φοιτητές στο τμήμα Τεχνολογίας και Εικόνας. Είμαστε ο Χρήστος Καλαϊτζόγλου και ο Λουκάς Γιάρας και μαζί με τους συνεργάτες μας από τον ευρύτερο χώρο των media συνεργαζόμαστε με άλλους φορείς, ιδιωτικούς ή δημόσιους, εταιρείες και πανεπιστήμια για την ανάπτυξη ενός δυναμικού οικοσυστήματος έρευνας, καινοτομίας και πολιτισμού. Καταρχάς, να εκφράσουμε τη βαθιά μας εκτίμηση προς όλους τους καθηγητές μας που συνέβαλαν έμεσα ή άμεσα στη διαμόρφωση της καλλιτεχνικής μας ταυτότητας και να ξεχωρίσουμε την καθηγήτριά μας Μαριάννα Στραπατσάκη, η οποία με αδιάκοπη αφοσίωση συνεχίζει και υποστηρίζει κάθε μας προσπάθεια, όπως και αυτή που σας παρουσιάζουμε σήμερα. Η ίδια φανερώνει στην πράξη την αξία της μετάδοσης των γνώσεων στις επόμενες γενιές και την ευχαριστούμε που απλόχερα μοιράζεται με εμάς παντοτινές αξίες δημιουργικότητας και πολιτισμού. Σχεδιάσαμε ένα art residency στα αστερούσια όρη της Κρήτης, όπου φοιτητές, καθηγητές και ερευνητές συναντήθηκαν με τοπικούς κατοίκους και τεχνίτες για την βιωματική μελέτη της αρχαίγονης ανάγκης του ανθρώπου να δημιουργεί εικόνες για να επικοινωνεί σε θεατές ή αθέατες πτυχές της καθημερινότητας και της λατρευτικής ζωής, από την αρχαία μινωική εποχή, τους ελληνιστικούς χρόνους, τους αιώνες του Βυζαντίου έως τον σύγχρονο πολιτισμό και τα επιτεύγματα της ψηφιακής κουλτούρας. Βάλαμε μια αρχή μελετώντας στον τρόπο με τον οποίο οι προγονείς μας επεξεργάζονταν τα χώματα για να παράξουν χρώματα για τις εικόνες τους και φτάσαμε ως τις δυνατότητες των τεχνολογιών εικονικής και παυξημένης πραγματικότητας για τη διερεύνηση των μεθόδων ψηφιακής αναπαράστασης και αποκατάστασης αυτών των εικόνων.
Σκεφτείτε δηλαδή μια μελέτη που αποτελείται από σταθμούς που όρισαν και ορίζουν τον τρόπο με τον οποίο ο άνθρωπος βλέπει, φαντάζεται, ερμηνεύει, επικοινωνεί και εν τέλει δημιουργεί σχέσεις. Πώς δηλαδή ο άνθρωπος μέσα από τις εικόνες σχετίζεται με τον συνάνθρωπο, το περιβάλλον και τον ίδιο τον Θεό. Ας σταματήσουμε όμως εδώ και ας αφήσουμε το βίντεο που έχουμε ετοιμάσει να φανερώσει τα βασικά στοιχεία της έρευνάς μας.
Βρισκόμαστε στο νοτιότερο κομμάτι της Ευρώπης, της Ελλάδας. Τα αστερούσια, τα βουνά αυτά που βλέπετε είναι η νοτιότερη οροσειρά της Ευρώπης.
Μια πρωτότυπη εμπειρία βιωματικής μάθησης, ακαδημαϊκής έρευνας, καλλιτεχνικής δημιουργίας και αναψυχής ολοκληρώθηκε το καλοκαίρι 2023 στην κορυφή των αστερουσίων και στα νότια παράλια του Ηρακλείου Κρήτης, στο πλαίσιο ενεργειών αναβίωσης του λησμονημένου πανεπιστημιακού κέντρου που λειτουργήσε τον 14ο αιώνα στα αστερούσια όρη από τον αριστοτελικό φιλόσοφο και μοναχό Ιωσήφ Φιλάγρη.
Σας καλωσορίζουμε στο σπουδαίο και λησμονημένο αυτό κέντρο γραμμάτων, παιδείας και πολιτισμού των Βυζαντινών χρόνων. Στα ερείπια της πρώτης σχολής πανεπιστημιακού επίπεδου που λειτουργήσε στον ελλαδικό χώρο με τη χάρη του Θεού από τον Ιωσήφ το Φιλάγριο.
ολόγιος ιερωμένος, Ιωσήφ Φυλάγρης, σπουδασμένος στο Πανδιδακτήριο της Κωνσταντινούπολης, εγκαταλείποντας την τρυφή και τύρβη του Χάνδακα, όπου εργαζόταν ως καταξιωμένος αντιγραφέας χειρογράφων, τον ταραγμένο 14ο αιώνα ανοίγειρε το μοναστήρι του, την Μονή των Τριών Ιεραρχών, ο Φυλάγρης φιλόσοφος, οι πατέρες της Εκκλησίας, οι τρεις ιεράρχες σοφοί, γι' αυτό ακριβώς έδωσε αυτή την ονομασία, η οποία εξελίχθηκε σε ανώτατο πνευματικό κέντρο, όπου για 30 και πλέον χρόνια, μέχρι το θάνατό του το 1400, δίδασκε στην πληθώρα των μαθητών του γραμματική, φιλοσοφία, μαθηματικά, αστρονομία, πατερικά και αρχαιοελληνικά κείμενα, ιατρική, ενώ στο σκριπτόριό του αντέγραφαν τα αριστοτελικά κείμενα, τα οποία ο ίδιος σχολίαζε, ενώ ειδικός εικαστικός καλλιτέχνης κάλυνε τις όες τους.
Αν αυτό αποδειχτεί ότι ήταν ένα ενεργός σκριπτόριου, μπαίνει σε αυτή την αλυσίδα των μεγάλων σκριπτόριου της Ανατολής, αλλά κυρίως για τα αστερούσια θα είναι και το δεύτερο μετά τη Μονή Σινά, που θα είναι σε έναν τόπο καθαρά ερημικό.
Τα πρώτα βήματα λοιπόν για το δυτικό πολιτισμό, όσο και αν ακούγεται υπερβολικό, όσο και αν φαίνεται λίγο περίεργο, έγιναν εδώ. Τα πρώτα βήματα για το δυτικό πολιτισμό. Τα πρώτα βήματα που μας έβγαλαν από το Μεσαίωνα. Σκεφτείτε ότι στον Ιωσήφ Φυλάγριο σώζεται ένα το νοταριακό έγγραφο που του παραγγέλνουν από τη Δύση να αντιγράψει 50 φορές τη λογική του Αριστοτέλη. 70 φορές. Του ζητούν από ένα πανεπιστήμιο της Δύσης 70 φορές. Και ξέρουμε ότι ο Φυλάγριος είχε μαζί του από τα σχόλια που κάνει κείμενα του Αριστοτέλη που έχουν σήμερα χαθεί. Αυτό είναι τόσο σημαντικό, αυτή η ανακάλυψη, διότι κατάφεραν και βγάλανε όλο το δυτικό κόσμο από το Μεσαίωνα και έχουμε την αναγέννηση.
Η έναρξη των εργασιών πραγματοποιήθηκε με την ένθερμη υποδοχή των συμμετεχόντων από τον ηγούμενο της Ιεράς Μονής Κουδουμά, Αρχιμανδρίτη Μακάριο Σπυριδάκη, στις 17 Αυγούστου 2023, στο μετόχι των τριών ιεραρχών στο Λουσούδι, στην κορυφή των Αστερουσίων, παρουσία πλήθους παραγόντων τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης και κατοίκων.
Υποδεχτείτε σήμερα τους πρώτους φοιτητές και καθηγητές μας, τους πρώτους ερευνητές του Πανεπιστημίου αυτού της Αγιότητος, θα έλεγα, που έρχονται για μια μοναδική εκπαιδευτική και θεολογική εμπειρία μάθησης.
Τέτοιες προσπάθειες είναι αξιέπαινες και ο Δήμος Βόρτινας και όλοι εμείς που ασχολούμαστε με τα κοινά του τόπου μας πρέπει να τις επιδοτούμε και να είμαστε δίπλα τους.
Ευχηθείτε η μέρα αυτή να αποτελέσει τη γενέθλια ημέρα αναγέννησης αυτού του πρωτοποριακού πνευματικού διδασκαλίου, του πνευματικού αυτού φάρου κέντρου μελέτης και ερευνών των προκλήσεων της Ορθοδοξίας στο σύγχρονο πολιτισμό, στον πολιτισμό του τώρα και στην ύπαρξη Ορθοδοξίας, κοινωνίας και ανθρώπου.
AI, ας πούμε, και τα λοιπά. Δηλαδή όλα μέσα και από όλα μέσα Χριστός Θεός, ναι, από όλα αυτά.
Ακαδημαϊκοί εικαστικών, καθηγητές θεολογίας, ζωγράφοι, καλλιτέχνες ψηφιακών τεχνών, επαγγελματίες φωτογράφοι και σκηνοθέτες, μαζί με 16 φοιτητές και ερευνητές, συναντήθηκαν με ιερομόναχους, αγιογράφους, τοπικούς κατοίκους και τεχνίτες για να μελετήσουν βιωματικά την αρχαίγονη ανάγκη του ανθρώπου να επεξεργάζεται υλικά στοιχεία της φύσης, χώματα, χρώματα και μορφές, για να εικονοποιήσει θεατές και αθέατες πτυχές της καθημερινότητας και της λατρευτικής ζωής. Πρόκειται για ένα ερευνητικό εγχείρημα εναλλακτικής μάθησης και ψυχαγωγίας, το οποίο σχεδιάστηκε από τον Οργανισμό Έρευνας, Καινοτομίας και Πολιτισμού LUX, υπό την επιστημονική και καλλιτεχνική επιμέλεια των εικαστικών νέων μέσων Λουκάς Γιάρα και Χρήστου Καλαϊτζόγλου, σε συνεργασία με την Ιερά Μονή Κουδουμά, και αγκαλιάστηκε από φοιτητές από φοιτούς και καθηγητές της Ανωτάτης Σχολής Καλών Τεχνών Αθήνας, της Θεολογικής Σχολής Αθηνών και του Τμήματος Τεχνών Ήχου και Εικόνας του Ιωνίου Πανεπιστημίου, ενώ χρηματοδοτήθηκε από οικονομικούς πόρους του οργανισμού και της Ιεράς Μονής Κουδουμά ως μια κοινή προσπάθεια ενδυνάμωσης της διασύνδεσης της καλλιτεχνικής δημιουργίας, των ψηφιακών μέσων και της επιστημονικής έρευνας με την πνευματικότητα, τη χριστιανική παράδοση και τον ορθόδοξο πολιτισμό. Υποστηρίχθηκε από την Περιφέρεια Κρήτης, τον Δήμο Γόρτινας, ντόπιους κατοίκους και συλλόγους, ενώ η πρόταση αξιολογήθηκε θετικά από το Υπουργείο Πολιτισμού και υλοποιήθηκε υπό την αιγίδα και οικονομική επιχορήγησή του με αφορμή την επέτειο συμπλήρωσης 20 χρόνων από την υιοθέτηση της Σύμβασης για τη διαφύλαξη της άειλης πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς UNESCO 2003. Στο εκπαιδευτικό πρόγραμμα που ακολούθησε, οι 33 συμμετέχοντες καθηγητές, φοιτητές και ερευνητές είχαν την ευκαιρία να γνωρίσουν την τοπική ιστορία από τον συγγραφέα Ζαχαρία Καλοχριστιανάκη,
Αξιότιμοι κύριοι πανεπιστημιακοί δάσκαλοι,
να ξεναγηθούν στους θρύλους και την τοπική παράδοση από τον λαογράφο Γεώργιο Σταματάκη και τον θεολόγο Νίκο Σταματάκη και να έρθουν σε επαφή με την τοπική καλλιτεχνική δραστηριότητα.
Το μυστηριώτικο τάμα τι είναι? Είναι μια ομάδα από σύλλους λέει δαίμονες, οι οποίοι ζουν στον πάτο της θάλασσας.
Κλασική μορφή της μηνωικής τοιχογραφίας με τους μηνωικούς κύονες.
Ενώ μέσα από τις εισηγήσεις των συντηρητών έργων τέχνης Νίκου Σισαμάκη, Έφης Τσίτσα και του αγιογράφου πατρός Ιλαρίωνα προσέγγισαν τις αρχαιότερες εικονογραφικές αναφορές που εντοπίζονται στα αστερούσια.
Όταν ανοίξαμε λοιπόν, βρήκαμε αυτό. Δείτε τα αστέρια, καμιά κεραία δεν είναι ίδια με την άλλη, κανένα δεν είναι ίδιο με το άλλο. Υπάρχει αυτή η χαλαρότητα της γρηγοράδας, ας πούμε, που έλεγε πολύ σωστά προηγουμένως για την οπογραφία. Είναι η προσωποποίηση της χαλαρής συμμετρίας των Βυζαντινών.
Παράλληλα, εμπνεύστηκαν από τις εικονογραφικές αναφορές που εντοπίζονται στα ορθόδοξα πολιτιστικά μνημεία των κεντρικών αστερουσίων και με την κατάλληλη καλλιτεχνική καθοδήγηση των καθηγητών αγιογραφίας της Ανωτάτης Σχολής Καλών Τεχνών Αθήνας, Δημοσθένη Αβραμίδη και Ολυμπιάδος και Λαϊδή, πειραματίστηκαν στην τέχνη της νοπογραφίας, δοκιμάζοντας αρχαίες τεχνικές ζωγραφικής σε νοπό κονίαμα, πρακτικές επεξεργασίας και παραγωγής χρωμάτων από γέες και πετρώματα, σε μια προσπάθεια αναζήτησης υλικών και άειλων στοιχείων πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς ως πηγή έμπνευσης για τη σύγχρονη καλλιτεχνική δημιουργία.
Άρα αυτό που μένει μπορεί να το χρησιμοποιήσεις, αλλά έχει τα πιο βαριά βόρεια. Αυτό που θα μείνει από εδώ τώρα θα είναι πιο ψηλό. Καταλάβατε? Οπότε σε αυτό το αφήνεις να κάτσει πιο πολύ.
Στο πανεπιστήμιο αυτό, κύριοι καθηγητές και αγαπητοί φοιτητές, λυπάμαι που ίσως σας απογοητεύσω, αλλά δεν θα βρείτε τις υπερσύγχρονες εγκαταστάσεις των πανεπιστημίων που γνωρίζετε. Τα κτίρια, τις βιβλιοθήκες, τα τεράστια αμφιθέατρα, τους φιλόδοξους φοιτητές και τους κορυφαίους επιστήμονες. Θα βρείτε μόνο ερείπια και σιωπή. Δείτε τα ερείπια, τα ποτισμένα από τα δάκρυα της προσευχής και το αίμα των μαρτυρισάντων, και ακούστε τη σιωπή που φανερώνει τη λησμονιά και την εκοφαντική ησυχία της πνευματικότητας αυτού του τόπου.
Ταυτόχρονα, οι καθηγητές της Θεολογικής Σχολής Αθηνών Σωτήριος Δεσπότης και Αθανάσιος Αντωνόπουλος ενίσχυσαν θεολογικά το εγχείρημα, δίνοντας βάση στις προοπτικές διαλόγου μεταξύ σύγχρονης εικαστικής δημιουργίας και ορθόδοξης παράδοσης, τέχνης και θεολογίας, χριστιανικού πολιτισμού και ψηφιακών εργαλείων επικοινωνίας και έρευνας.
Αγγελιγούμενε, το είχες, το ενστερνιστήκαμε όλοι ότι να λειτουργήσει, να ξαναλειτουργήσει η Μονή εδώ. Νομίζω ότι απόψε έχουμε βάλει τα θεμέλια.
Στον διάλογο αυτόν, ερευνητές και εικαστικοί από τον ευρύτερο χώρο του σύγχρονου οπτικού πολιτισμού συνέλεξαν τα κατάλληλα ψηφιακά υλικά τεκμηρίωσης και με την υποστήριξη της καθηγήτριας και εικαστικού βιντεοτέχνης Μαριάννας Τραπατσάκη ανέπτυξαν εφαρμογές για την εξερεύνηση και κατανόηση της υλικής και άειλης πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς, ενισχύοντας τη διαφύλαξη και την αναβίωση παραδόσεων και πρακτικών που προάγουν τη μετάδοση γνώσεων και δεξιοτήτων στις νέες γενιές, θέτοντας τις βάσεις για μια δυναμική συνέχεια του πολιτισμού μας.
Η επιχειρούμενη ψηφιακή καταγραφή ευελπιστούμε να αναδείξει ένα μεγάλο μέρος της μέχρι σήμερα ανήρωτης ή και διάσπαρτης εκκλησιαστικής και εθνικής μικροϊστορίας του αγιοβάδιστου όρους. Και ακόμη να φωτιστεί και να ιστοριογραφηθεί ο λαϊκός εικονογραφικός πολιτισμός του που λαμπρύνει, κλεΐζει και πρεπίζει τον τόπο και να παραδοθεί στους επιγενόμενους ως τίματε εσαΐ ή να μη το χρόνο εξήτηλα γέννητε.
Μέσω του διεπιστημονικού διαλόγου που αναπτύχθηκε και με τα τεχνολογικά εργαλεία στο επίκεντρο, οι συμμετέχοντες προσδοκούν να αναδείξουν την άειλη πολιτιστική κληρονομιά που καταγράφεται στην τοπική εικονογραφική τέχνη και να συμβάλλουν στην ψηφιακή τεκμηρίωση, διαφύλαξη και ανάδειξη της τεχνικής της νοπογραφίας ως μία μορφή τέχνης με ελληνική ονομασία προέλευσης.
Εδώ, στο ιδιόμορφο τοπίο, ο περιπατητής θα νιώσει το βηματισμό Αγίων, αλλά και την παρουσία του διαβόλου.
Το κάτι μας έφερε όμως κοντά. Ο τόπος είναι εξηγιασμένος. Πώς το κάνουμε? Ο Ιωσήφ Φιλάγρης είναι ζωντανός. Εδώ, γύρω μας είναι οι συνεχιστές του.
Αυτά τα οποία ακούστηκαν εδώ απόψε νομίζω ότι είναι αρκετά για να καταλάβουμε την ιερότητα του χώρου.
Ξέρετε ότι μετά την εποχή του κορονοϊού ψάχνουμε όλοι ένα αστέρι. Κάποιον δηλαδή ή κάποιο στοιχείο τέλος πάντων στη ζωή μας, το οποίο θα μας δώσει, θα μας μεταγγίσει αυτό το φως, ώστε μιμούμενοι τους μάγους κάπου να ανακαλύψουμε την αλήθεια. Και είμαστε εδώ και τώρα συνειδητοποιώ, γιατί λέγεται το βουνό Αστερούσια, πέρα από τις ετυμολογίες των όρων, υπάρχουν εδώ πολλά αστέρια γέροντα και πρέπει να είστε πάρα πολύ χαρούμενος που σε αυτόν τον τόπο, παρότι το σκοτάδι και την πέτρα, πραγματικά γεννιέται ο Χριστός, γεννιέται το φως, γεννιέται κάτι καινούριο αυτές τις μέρες. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για τη φιλοξενία και ελπίζουμε να μάθουμε πάρα πολλά από εσάς. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Κάνω έτσι, το κράταρα και είναι αυτό, δηλαδή ότι αυτό το όλοι μαζί με τα μάτια στον ουρανό. Να αναζητούμε, να καλούμε, αιτήματα, όλα αυτά. Λοιπόν, και θέλω να γυρίσω να πω για αυτούς τους πατέρες εδώ που συναντούμε, για μένα με συγκινείται, διότι κρατάτε αυτή την καθαρή εικόνα της Ορθοδοξίας που είναι μια ελευθερία, μια πλατιά καρδιά, ανυπόκριτη, που δέχεται τα πάντα, γιατί ξέρει ότι παντού και όλα είναι Χριστός, είναι Θεός, είναι δίπλο. Συνέχεια είναι αυτό που αισθάνεσαι, ότι μην φοβάσαι, μην απελπίζεσαι, διότι έχει τη σιγουριά ότι είναι δίπλα σου ο προσωπικός σου Θεός που σε πιάνει από το χέρι κάθε φορά. Ό,τι και να συμβεί.
Ελπίζουμε αυτή η παρουσίαση να φανέρωσε την αξία της διατήρησης των πολιτιστικών αξιών μέσω σύγχρονων εργαλείων και να ενθαρρύνει περαιτέρω τον διάλογο και τη συνεργασία για την προστασία της πολιτιστικής μας κληρονομιάς. Η δικτύωση και η συνύπαρξη ανθρώπων με διαφορετικές ιδιότητες είναι απαραίτητη, καθώς διαμορφώνουν τον τρόπο με τον οποίο αντιλαμβανόμαστε τη δημιουργικότητα, την καινοτομία και τον σύγχρονο πολιτισμό. Αν κάτι από όλα τα παραπάνω ενθάρρυνε την περιέργεια ή την έμπνευσή σας, μην διστάσετε να επικοινωνήσετε μαζί μας. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Hello, my name is Khaldoun Zreik and I am a PhD
Hello, welcome to our morning session, and where we have session 7, where we have some interesting topics regarding the intersection of art and technology. So we have 5 talks, and the first is titled Recording, Analysis and Exploration of the Naxos Soundscape. It's related to soundscape recording and analysis, by Emmanuel Lianis, Konstantinos Bakoyannis, Yorgos Dedousis, and Areti Andreopoulou. So I invite the first speaker, Emmanuel Lianis, to talk, and you are free to begin.
Good morning to everyone. Welcome to the presentation of our work on the recording, analysis, and exploration of the Naxos soundscape. Our research focuses on 2 main areas: the systematic analysis and preliminary evaluation of the auditory content recorded on various locations across the island of Naxos, Greece, and the development of an interactive application within the MaxMSP environment, enabling their auditory exploration through binaural listening. The main question driving our research is how and to what extent does the touristic activity affect Naxos soundscapes. To give a brief overview of the topic, soundscape research began in the early 70s within the framework of World Soundscape Project, and it founded the field of acoustic ecology, focusing on noise pollution issues. Over the years, the focus has shifted from noise reduction to a new approach, studying the relationship between humans and their acoustic environment. In 2014, the International Organization for Standardization defined soundscape as the acoustic environment as perceived or experienced and or understood by a person or people in context. Today, soundscapes are increasingly associated with well-being, quality of life, and mental health. For the recordings on Naxos soundscapes, we used first-order ambisonic technique, complemented by sound pressure level measurements. We identified 84 locations for recording, categorized into 6 regions by the level of touristic activity. The recordings took place between July 7th and August 21st, 2023, during peak tourist season, from 12 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., with durations ranging from 5 to 20 minutes. Analyzing the sound sources, we applied the classification into 4 categories proposed by Salomon et al. The 4 categories are human, nature, mechanical, and music. The findings show that the most common source found on the island is human voices, clustered under human category, accounting for 20% of the soundscape. Nature sounds are the most prevalent, accounting for 53% of the soundscape. Mechanical sounds, despite having the largest number of unique sources, are constituting only 23% of the soundscape. And music is the most rare category, accounting for 2%. Concluding on sound sources analysis, we can say that in the total distribution, nature sounds are limited to 47% of the captured content, a fact which reveals that the sound sources from the 3 other groups, all deriving from human activity, are prevailing upon the soundscape of Naxos with 53%. Let's move to the regional analysis. In the high touristic activity regions, Chora, marked in red color, and southwest Naxos, marked in orange color, mechanical sounds are dominating, accounting for 46% and 30% respectively. In the low touristic activity regions, southeast marked in green color and northwest marked in blue, nature sounds are prevailing with 63% and 74% correspondingly. In the medium touristic activity regions, the findings are more aligned to the low touristic activity regions. Nature sounds are prevailing again with 59% for central Naxos, marked in yellow, and 60% for northeast Naxos, marked in purple. Concluding on regional analysis, we can say that although tourists may have an impact on the soundscape of Naxos, nature sounds still dominate the soundscape of the island, occupying a percentage ranging from 38% to 74% throughout Naxos, with the exception of Chora, where nature sounds occupy less than a fifth of the soundscape. Loudness analysis show that the loudest locations are found in the southwest and central parts of the island. The northwest part of the island, a region characterized by lower tourist activity, has noticeable noisy areas. Chora includes areas of louder sounds, however, except from Mikri Vigla, which you can see in the lower left of the map, in red color. The rest of the southwest part of the island has a lower noise profile, despite having similar sound category ratio to Chora. Concluding on loudness analysis, sound levels solely doesn't fully capture a location's noise profile. A more detailed analysis, considering qualitative aspects in the recorded data, is necessary in order to gain a better insight on this matter. Concluding on our research, we found that in the capital town of Naxos, Chora, the human, mechanical, and music categories combined make up 82% of the soundscape. However, these sounds cannot be directly attributed to tourists, but can be viewed as evidence of general human activity. In the more sparsely populated southwest region, nature sounds represent 38% of the soundscape, while the noise profile is not as loud. However, music, human, and mechanical sounds account for 61% of the soundscape. This suggests that while tourist activities influence the soundscape, they do not entirely overshadow the nature sounds. For our future work, we intend to delineate the impact of tourism on the soundscape more clearly, conducting additional recordings during off-peak seasons and compare the findings to the data of the study. We aim to expand our recording procedures throughout the year, incorporating a greater variety of locations, considering environmental conditions and factors like season, time, wind, and temperature. This will help understand the dynamic influences on soundscapes and refine our analysis of tourism's impact. Further enhancement of the application includes additional audio features, such as dynamic binaural rendering that adjusts to head movements and incorporates personalized HRTFs, and visual enhancements, including panoramic photographs and immersive 360-degree video recordings, aiming to provide a more engaging and personalized multisensory user experience. Now let's move to the video presentation of the application we developed. This application gives us the opportunity to compare soundscapes more directly, enabling their auditory exploration and offering a more engaging user experience by choosing locations on the map instead of scrolling through audio files.
Welcome to the introduction of the Naxos Soundscapes application developed in the Max MSP programming environment version 8.5. Let's start with the patching mode. The first section displays numbered buttons, each corresponding to one of the 84 recorded locations. These buttons are color-coded by region. The second section presents the algorithm responsible for selecting the audio, video, and other information associated with each location. The third section contains the playback algorithm. This includes all player functions, as well as the VST plugin DRVR Ambi Micro, which converts the sound from ambisonic to binaural format in real time. Let's move to the presentation mode. On the right, a map of Naxos allows the user to select the desired location. When a button is pressed, the audio file begins to play. The player, located on the left side of the map, provides options to pause, resume, stop, and restart the playback. On the left side of the presentation mode, you'll find a representative photo of the location, real-time spectral analysis of the sound, an information tab with the name of the location, the date and time of the recording, sound pressure level measurements, and finally, a link to open the location in Google Maps. For the final part of this introduction, we have reproduced some indicative soundscapes from Naxos for your reference. Location 27, Λαφιά Πέτρα. Location 68, Αδουρόμαντρες Beach. Location 39, Άγιος Προκόπιος Beach. Location 1, Port of Naxos. Location 12, Απίρανθος. Location 76, Mount Zas. End of presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I thank you for this very interesting presentation regarding the Soundscape project. And actually, as a co-founder of the Acoustic Ecology Society, I feel proud that 20 years ago we founded this society, and now it's gone very scientific. And it has very interesting approaches. So I'd like to ask the audience if there are any questions. We have a short time, so if you have a short question, a query about this research, you can ask now. Or I already have a question, but I'm waiting for... So, any questions? Okay, let's express my question. So, this data is very interesting. It's very accurate, as I see. So, what is the use afterwards? How are going to be used? Because you are talking with certain numbers and certain data, and I guess this is all year round, isn't it?
No, it's only in the tourist, peak tourist season, July and August. We plan to conduct new recordings, capturing all
in order to have a reference for,
yes.
I guess this is it has an ecological
yes.
meaning or approach to combine. I mean to study on the change of soundscape over the years, the anthropogenic sound and how it, or the natural sound and how they balance within the tourist period.
We have this collection of recordings. We plan to extend throughout the year, and the uses are, there are many.
Of course, yeah.
Of them.
Yeah.
Ecological is sure, you can find a way to explore these sounds through ambisonic listening and HRTF rendering. And we hope that we can do it and enhance this application further, so we can offer a 360 experience of the soundscape.
So actually these recordings are in 360 in ambisonic mode?
Yes. We rendered as binaural for this presentation for now. In the future.
Yes, binaural here we couldn't, of course, we need the headphones. But yes, that's very interesting. That was my second question, if this is 3D. So it's very interesting because we're looking forward as a university to collaborate with you, because we are developing 3D projection software and applications, of course, in the artistic domain. But of course, we can collaborate in the future. And it's very interesting to see how the Ionian with the Aegean, sound guys collaborate in such research. So thank you very much. Looking forward to the continuation of your research. And if there are any questions, if there are not any questions more, we can go on to the second presentation. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the second presentation is about electroacoustic music notation. Nico? It's about electroacoustic music notation, and it has to do with scoring, the graphical scoring. It's called Graphic Representation and Contemporary Musical Interpretation with reference to the works Machine Gun and 59 Winds for Flute and Electronic Sounds. This is by Myrto Korkokiou, flutist, and myself, Apostolos Loufopoulos. And actually it refers to electronic works of electroacoustic music, and the Machine Gun work you have the chance to hear tonight in a concert in Polytechno. So here at the research level, we are explaining the way we made the scoring. Okay, so I'd like to invite Myrto Korkokiou to start this presentation.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Our presentation is about graphic representation and contemporary musical interpretation with reference of two of our works, Machine Gun for alto flute and electroacoustic music, and 59 Winds for bass flute, and electronic sounds. More specifically, this presentation refers to the graphic representations created for electroacoustic music in order to describe the electronic sounds and the sounds played by the musical performer. In this case, a special notation system is needed to guide the performer, and for this reason, we chose to demonstrate such a system from examples extracted from our electroacoustic works. This one is okay. We have a short video extract from our work. Okay. as you listened, in such a work can show that there are musical elements which need to be described graphically in order to be appreciated properly, as a traditional notation is not enough to represent this kind of music. The reason is that this music, on one hand, contains electronic sounds, and on the other hand, it contains extra musical elements in the flute part, such as vocal sounds, paralinguistic elements, special flute techniques, etc., which need special notation in order to be understood and performed. This notation includes not only traditional notes, but also symbols, drawings, text, and any other element useful to the performer or a music reader. Okay. A bit of background. The development of a precise notation system in order to play music as accurately as possible began during the Gothic period and, over the centuries, has evolved depending on the musical needs of each era. This system today is not sufficient to capture the expressiveness and content of music, especially within the progress of musical writing since the late 19th century, which led to a gradual modernization of musical scoring beyond sound recording. In contemporary music, where musical composition focuses on sound shapes and spectral behaviors, Smalley, Spectromorphology, 1996, we are called upon to visualize the musical content in a different way. This involves a graphical representation with shapes, symbols, and images that best capture not only the recorded sound material, but also the live part of the musical instrument. In modern music, that began during the interwar period, composers have tried to devise ways to make the music and its meaning as comprehensible as possible, both to the performer and to the reader listening, by schematic visualizations. This depiction has at times been distinguished in different genres, starting with simple drawings on paper, paintings with shape and color, and later with the development of technology, reaching digital depictions of the sound with a still of moving image. As you can see, graphical scoring is a form of art which not only involves a depiction of the sound, but also involves the visual elements expressively. Such a contemporary representation can be divided into two categories. The one is objective imaging, refers to spectrogram analysis with FFT, where the sound is analyzed according to its occupancy at the spectrum of audible frequencies. This representation is not musical, but reflects the exact scientific visualization of a sound. The second category is subjective depiction, refers to human-based impression of the sound and the music and of the shapes and symbols of the sounds. It is a free form of expression, and it is a musical analysis in that it reflects the form of the music, the symbolic content, and the structural development at a micro and macro level. So, the first depiction is actually a spectrogram, and the second is a human drawing, and they are totally different visually, although they might reflect the same sound. However, both depictions are needed in order to appreciate the sound. There is also a third category, a hybrid, a combination of A and B, where objective and subjective elements coexist. Spatial notation software, such as e-analysis and acousmograph, can help us create such representations, where we can draw digital shapes and graphics over a digital waveform or a sonogram depiction. So, in our two compositions, 59 Winds and Machine Gun, published by Photon Music, we actually highlight a subjective depiction of the music, which constitutes the score of these works, or else the musical code. As we can see, the score combines traditional notation with graphs, together with some text directions to the performer, and occasionally with some drawings of narrative symbols. The aim here was a musical representation of the flute part for an accurate musical performance, and to explore a simple digital imprint as a subjective musical notation. In these works, the sounding content is approached spectrally and cannot be rendered by notes alone, both in the live part and the electronic part of the context. So, the key issues for creating the score involve the understanding of the electronic part and performance with it, the coexistence of chords with graphic shapes, the new notation symbols that had to be invented, the depiction of spatial fingering symbols, and the representation of both narrative and abstractive elements in the music. For this reason, we employed our musical knowledge to annotate the traditional musical phrases and our imagination to create visual shapes that correspond to sounds and non-traditional musical language. We use the Finale software to create the shapes and symbols, generate and adopting our own library of notation. So, if we take a look at a typical page of the score, this actually is from 59 Winds, we can see that in the flute part we have some traditional notation, spatial fingering, text instructions. In the electronic part we have narrative symbols, we have time signs, we have morphological shapes, describes sound behaviors and characteristics based on the ideas of sound, event, and texture, all together in the same system of steps. In order for a performer to understand these symbols and familiarize, we have an explanation in the first pages of each score. We give some notation instructions. Here we can see a brief map of symbols used on the tape to describe basic characteristics of the sound. The idea was to create basic shapes or symbols that can be learned and recognized, and then use these symbols to build more complex visual structure with these. Also, these symbols in the tape can be used as cues and helps the performer to have a better synchronization with the electronic part. Accordingly, such symbols had to be created for the flute part in order to describe the technique and the desired sound that needs to be produced by the flute. The instrumental part also includes traditional notation, while several extended flute techniques are based on Robert Dick's existing notation. He's an American contemporary composer and flutist. The traditional notation here is augmented with special note shapes and descriptive drawing elements. In many cases, text directions are included within the score to help the performer imagine the sound and produce it. And this is how they might be found in the score, combined with pentagram positioning and text directions. The conclusions drawn from the above practical research concern an original style of music representation, which, however, is based on the tradition of contemporary music scoring and offers the performer more possibilities to render the work as accurately as possible. Moreover, by appreciating the sound via shapes, musical score decoding becomes related to the idea of shape rather than decoding abstract notes, and helps in the overall understanding of contemporary musical language. Furthermore, the visualization of music through shapes creates a bonding with visual arts and helps in the understanding of a common creative language. Technology is evolving rapidly and offers many possibilities for recording music. Nevertheless, the composer's subjective impression of the music must be preserved in every case in order to convey the symbolism and anthropogenic elements of the composition. So the digital imprinting of music remains a creative process, a kind of visual art where the medium, the digital image, functions as the canvas on which we paint the music. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping the economy of time. This gives us more time for any questions, if there are any, regarding this research, this presentation. So, okay, you have a question, or I didn't see a hand? Yes? No. Okay, so, if there are no more questions, then more answers are going to be given in a practical way tonight in our concert through listening. So, thank you very much, Myrto, and we...
Listeners. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and we can go on to the next presentation. Which is actually an online presentation, as seen in the schedule, and it is titled Expressing Collective Memory Through Embodied Dialogues and Audiovisual Design, a site-specific performance at a historical quarantine space. It is by Sofia Albani, Eleni Tsantali, and Katina Bitsikas. So, I guess you are listening.
Yes, can I share my screen?
That's the marvel of technology. So now you can start. Everybody is seeing and listening to you very well here. So be free to start your presentation. Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So hello from me. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to attend the meeting, so I will give my presentation online. This presentation is about expressing collective memory through embodied dialogues and audiovisual design. It was based on a site-specific performance at Lazaretto, which is a quarantine space in Syros, in Greece. And as mentioned, it's a work, except from me, from Eleni Tsantali and Katina Bitsikas. The contents of the presentation includes the introduction, the research objective and questions, the methodology, the performance elements, the embodied arguments, the impact and the conclusions. So to start with the introduction, in this presentation, we will delve into a site-specific performance featuring audiovisual installations held at the Lazaretta public space in Syros, Greece. It was part of the Icewalk Digital Festival centered around the theme of heroes. Lazaretta was an abandoned stone complex originally utilized as a quarantine hospital to combat cholera outbreaks, and later served as a prison and mental asylum. So usually those that entered the Lazaretta didn't come out again, and it was connected with the notion of prison.
Sorry, can I interrupt you for a technical reason? Are you listening?
Yes.
Because I think you shared the wrong screen. It's not moving.
Okay. Let me stop sharing and start sharing again.
If you can share again.
Yes, okay. And now it's moving?
Yes, now we have the correct screen. Okay, you can go on. Sorry about that.
Because I don't have what is visible to the rest. Okay, I will go through the contents. And we were here. So, okay, nothing important missing, just some slides. Let me move on. Okay. It was created a working performance from the port to the Lazaretto building, incorporating choreographic sequences and audiovisual elements inspired by the architecture and the history of the public space to express the trauma. We use the term trauma to encapsulate the shared experiences interweaved with the local history. So the psychological tool of being isolated in Lazaretto combined with the fear of diseases meant the experience akin to being imprisoned. So our empirical research endeavors to explore the psychological, social, physical, and emotional dimensions of confinement and isolation within this historical site, preserving its traumatic past as a collective memory. Through the lens of technology and the digital culture, we view this exploration as integral to understanding contemporary historical and cultural contexts. So our study aimed to address questions concerning the emotional and physical impacts on collective memory associated with the site's identity as a prison, and how interdisciplinary collaboration from different creators, from the music area, from the performance area, from the different area, from poetry, can articulate the combined works in a site-specific performance. We examine personal and societal dialogues convened through gestures, kinesthetic expressions, and cognitive movements during the performance, and explore how the physical environment, augmented by audiovisual elements, contribute to this cultural narrative. So the three main components was the audio and visual elements, the embodiment expression combined with the physical environment to create personal and societal dialogues to express the collective memory of the local history. There was we explored the creation of a design experience and artistic reenactments centered on a cultural heritage site, and 5 dancers and games with themes of eros and death, drawing inspiration from the history of the sanatorium, the process of the health examination, and the journey of the travelers from the port to the patient's confinement in the Lazaretto. There was a walking performance for the airport to the Lazaretto building, incorporating choreographic sequences and improvised movements inspired by the architecture of the public space. So, a small video. Just let me know if you cannot hear the sound of the video. Can you hear it?
Yes, it's fine. Thank you.
So the main components of this site-specific performance combine the music. Original electronic music was composed by Ionian, who was also a performer in this site-specific performance. The original musical composition featured elements like clock ticking, bells, footsteps, and breathing, intensifying the feeling of desperation and confidence. And a whispered excerpt from Petros Stefanias' poem titled Therapeutic Breathing echoed through the performance with phrases like when the body undergoes therapy, unexpected pleasure resides in its breath, adding depth to the experience. Through this study, we aim to emphasize the importance of embodied arguments in co-creating meaning, connected participants, emotions, and interaction with the audiovisual installations and historical context within the performance space. Embodied argumentation, as we define it, encompasses physical forms of embodiment that express an individual's ideas or emotions in a specific moment, influencing the spatiotemporal interaction with the world around them. Embodied condition posits that cognition is not only confined to the brain alone, it extends to the body and its interactions to the environment. Our bodily experiences, sensations, and movements shape the way we think and we perceive the world. So embodied arguments are based on the idea of documentation proof event calculus, which is a formal mathematical calculus for argumentation that represents how the interactions and the exchange of different ideas can lead to the creation of a new knowledge and a new artifact. And its underlying philosophy was meant to be able to model any emerging creative endeavor. And the third main component was the video art installation that was projected onto Lazareta building. The video art peripheral by Katina Pitsikas represents the thoughts that come and go from our subconscious minds. The red lines comes in and out of focus, symbolizing fleeting thoughts. The lines are organized like neurons and flash as if a synapse is firing. So the thread can also be seen as a noose, reflecting on how thoughts of death may also enter and leave our minds where we are in a state of a reflective thought. So the interaction between human bodies, modern technologies, and the abandoned stone building add the layers of depth to the performance, fostering a dynamic dialogue between performers, historical context, and immersive audiovisual environment, interaction with residents of Syros and global participants that were in the area, further enrich the sensory experience, capturing collective historical consciousness and extending the embodied dialogue. So our research aimed to raise the question about how embodied dialogue, augmented with the audiovisual stimuli, can use to express and contribute to the expression of collective memory with shared experience, and it suggests that that collective memory, when approached through body and digital culture, strengthens social consciousness and self-awareness. So this site-specific synthesis was described to demonstrate how collective memories can be expressed through movements, embodied arguments, and augmented comment, like audiovisual installations, enriching the realms of multimodal argumentation and interdisciplinary creative arts. In this case, movements, whether choreographed or spontaneous translate cultural narratives and emotions into physical forms, making abstract memories tangible, and embodied arguments utilize the human body to express and to convey complex ideas, emphasize the physicality of interpretation. Augmented content then, such as the audiovisual installations, creates immersive experiences by combining the visual art, soundscapes, and interactive elements. And this integration enriches multimodal argumentation by engaging multiple senses and enhancing comprehension, while fostering also interdisciplinary collaboration in the creative arts, resulting in an innovative and holistic artistic expression that resonates deeply with diverse audiences. So this was the presentation from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for being also accurate in time. And so at this point, I'd like to ask the audience if there is any query about this presentation. Yes? Manos Rovithis? You raised the hand? Yes. Yeah, sorry. You need the microphone to go through the... We can hear you, but... Okay, we have a question from our colleague Manos Rovithis.
Hello, and many thanks for your wonderful presentation. I would like to ask you to which extent, if whatsoever, did you include the audience into all this? For example,
yes.
For example, it may be, it's possible, I mean, that someone is there to watch this performance, but is not aware of this whole history and the historical load that is attached to the place itself. So did you, how did you deal with this?
Yes, there are two ideas of also including the audience. Of course, there was some discussion after the performance with answering questions to say more details about the history of the place. This is about the conversation part, but also generally the choreography was starting and finishing between the audience. So somehow they also part of in some sense, part of the performance, in order to feel like the more connected to the performance, the feeling that we wanted to share. So there was two ways that we trying to connect with the audience. The first one is that we try in the beginning and the end of the choreography. They might seem some spots in the trailer, but we didn't want to include much because of the people that were between the people, and we do the movement and the choreography. And then, of course, after the performance, they have the free to ask us questions about the meaning of our choreography and the meaning of the place and the history of it. And generally, the idea actually of why we were doing this performance in this specific place is to draw the attention, because even locals might didn't know the whole history of the Abaddon building. So one reason we choose with the festival to do the performance in this place, it was to bring the focus there and more people learn about its history.
Okay, so I guess it works, to follow up, it works like as an informative artistic expression that combines the collective memory and the kinesthetic approach that you mentioned. That's very interesting. If no one else has more questions, I have a query about that. And they have questions for me, I guess. But yes, following up to Manos' query then, although it's not my area, I'm a musician, but I'm very interested in performance. So there is, I actually enjoyed your video, and there is this artistic, especially the sound, there is this kinesthetic approach, visually and also orally, sound-wise. And because you mentioned the collective memory, I wonder if there is a connection of the artistic content to this memory. The first.
Generally, the video and the music was made for the specific topic. It was an original music. It was the composer, Yana Yozu, who was also a performance, create this part of music as he felt it was the best way to express the confinement, the isolation, how they will feel these people when they will enter the Lazareta. So it was a music made, and the video also made. Of course, each artist have a different way to express, but generally we tried somehow this to be combined and create a holistic creation. But everything was created with the idea that we have this specific building with this history and how we want to express this artistically.
Yes, it's very interesting how modern art celebrates historical events. And may I ask also about the deeper symbolism of this? Because there is a path, people follow a path. Okay, so sorry, I don't know the history of the place, I'm not from there, but I see in the video and through art I can understand that there is a path, and I guess this is because you mentioned a prison. This is the liberation from the prison situation, and art is used in a kinesthetic way to evoke the interest and the memories maybe of local. So this is the symbolism, I guess. But is there an actual reference to a historical fact connected with this? You know, this. People walking,
Yes, generally the idea is that whoever was a traveler and came to the port, if there was some symbol that he has a disease, or even for precautionary law reasons, they walked from the port, which was nearby, it's where we started our choreography. They walked and they directly went to the quarantine asylum, the sanatorium. So this was the walking path that they did in that time, from the port to where they will go for the sanatorium. And the truth is that in many cases they never came out of this place because, like in Spinaloga, maybe if you're more familiar with Spinaloga, it was a similar concept. The people that were ill and entered, they will probably never came out again. And the truth is that in this specific building, even after its use as a sanatorium, the next uses also have a negative meaning, because then it was a prison and then a mental asylum. So again, it was connected with a place that whoever entered, there was a huge possibility that he never came out of this building again. And we also study, like the exam that they do when they came from the port in order to see who will go to the Lazareta, and the history. Of course, there's not much details, to be honest, historically, but we did some research to have a better idea of the true historical procedures and facts that took place in this building.
Okay, thank you for this very detailed explanation, and I wish you the best with your research. I guess we have to re-establish the artistic expression in our everyday life, not only as special events. Like in our culture, there are many artistic expressions, and modern art should also follow this path to be a tradition for the future generations. So thank you very much, and if there are no more questions, we can go on. Thank you very much. Looking forward to see you in person in our island in the future. So,
I would love to.
Thank you. And we move on to the next presentation, which is called Historically Informed Soundscapes, Investigating the Impact of Spatial Sound on User Immersion. That's by Giorgos Dedousis, Areti Andreopoulou, and Anastasia Georgaki. Okay, welcome. We're ready to start. Thank you.
Good morning. So for this presentation, we're going to discuss the design of what we call historically informed soundscapes. This whole idea began with a nationally funded project called TRACE, Travelogue with Augmented Cultural and Contemporary Experience, is what it stands for, that ended back in 2022. And the aim of that project was to design an application that would augment the experience of hikers following the routes, certain routes of cultural interest around Greece. The uniqueness of this idea was that those routes followed the paths of travelers from a couple of centuries ago, who wrote about those trips in their diaries, in their travelogues. So the idea behind this application would be that using your phone, you'd be able to travel and follow the narrative pattern of a journey of a traveler from the 18th or the 19th century. So you'll follow their trip, you'll follow their stories, while maintaining access to a variety of modern information around this route. So you'll be able to pull up your phone and using your camera, know your surroundings, pull up historic information, or even interact with avatars telling you stories about that era and that place. Our team's effort towards that application was the design of some of the auditory content that would augment that experience, what we call the historically informed soundscapes. So we had to design what the world sounded like on the 19th or the 18th century on those specific locations, as you as a traveler would follow the path of that old traveler. You will be the traveler. And that involved a lot of reading those travelogues, those diaries, following their story, looking at paintings of that era, of those specific places, in trying to redesign the environment, comparing that to the modern landscape, because you would like to follow the path, but you have to follow the modern route to that path, so you want to have a correspondence to that, and of course, cartography, and all that was necessary in order to create from zero information a soundscape. The topology of the soundscapes that we derived consisted of 4 layers. The first layer, what we call the background layer, consisted of information and sounds that attempted to reconstruct the auditory environment of the landscape, and it was a combination of field recordings of the modern era, where that we felt was appropriate and comparable to what that landscape sounded like a couple of centuries ago, complemented, of course, with extensive sound design. There is then the storytelling layer, which consists of all the sounds that would be caused by the interaction of the traveler with the surrounding environment, offering a first-person view, since now you are the traveler. There was a narration layer. There was somebody actually narrating excerpts from the original text, the travelogue, in case you wanted to follow the story more closely. And of course, there was an abstract stochastic music layer, because why not? And the users had the option to control the level of each of those layers independently, creating their own personalized mix. They would follow as much of the content as they wanted or they felt they needed to at any given point. And in creating those historic environments, certain questions emerge, as for example, the fact that there is a paradox. You're reliving what a certain place sounds like a couple of centuries ago while being present nowadays on that same environment. And that contradiction, that auditory contradiction, it's possible that affects you somehow. And we needed to study that. We needed to see how those two eras merged together in order to see if that was even possible, if that was a good idea, to what extent did we need to augment that experience and what not. And to do that, we had to derive some sort of an experiment. We basically wanted to see what it would feel like if you were to listen. There'll be a short example of a soundscape here.
On entering the Gulf of Hanya, I was struck with the grandeur and beauty of the White Mountains. As the boats of the Hind poured into the harbor to land me with my companions, we were asked in a language the sounds of which I had not heard for several months, whether we had come from a Turkish port. At sunset, a salute was fired from the guns of the fortress. During my stay at Hanya, I became acquainted with its inhabitants.
So one would be hearing that using their phone while being at the Hanya port nowadays. That's how you interact with this application. Listening to something like this, probably, if it plays back. Yep. And that was a quiet morning at the port of Hanya, so there's not much. It's just kind of soft, so I don't think you can hear anything, can you? That was a disaster. Let's move on. It's kind of, it should be louder than that. But, yeah. So we wanted to study that paradox even in more busy areas. So we created a protocol, a controlled protocol, where we would have people come into our lab and sit among a periphonic array of speakers playing ambisonic renderings of nowadays certain recordings in Crete while listening through their headphones content from the app. So you don't have any visual feedback of what's going on around you. You're in a controlled environment. You're listening to the nowadays life, and you're trying to experience 2 centuries back of Crete. And what we were interested in seeing was the correspondence between the two. So we had interfaces, we had people come in, listen to that content while being distracted by listening to the content through the headphones, while being distracted by the content over the speakers, and listening to and answering a handful of questions. We focused in Crete, because why not? It's very beautiful. We chose 4 specific points of interest with unique acoustics: the Hanya port, the Samaria Gorge, a monastery at Kolimvari, and the Melidoni cave. All of unique acoustic experiences and very popular touristic attractions. And the interest is how much can you actually separate between the two soundscapes if you are to listen to them at the same time. So we came up with this setting where you'll ask people, write down the content, the sound sources that you can identify that you hear through your headphones. So the sound sources that belong to the soundscape of 2 centuries ago, and try to ignore any other distractions. And what you want are sound sources only present in the historically informed soundscape, and we mark those in those Venn diagrams in red, so yes. We mark in purple sound sources that were present both in the old soundscape as well as in the distraction in the modern soundscape, and there were a lot of those because the use never changed most of the time. And we mark in blue sounds that were only present in the modern soundscape, so in the distraction, and they shouldn't be there. They shouldn't be identified as historic sounds. And in black, sounds that were never present anywhere, and somehow people thought they've heard them. So what we wanted to see was a lot of red, a lot of purple, not a lot of blue, and certainly not black. And that's what we found out, but if we break it through in groups, what we see is that the greatest number of misidentifications, so blue and black sound sources, you find in complex and busy soundscapes which sound very different from one another. So the old Hanya port versus the new Hanya port, you'll find a lot of modern sounds breaking through the old historic soundscape listening experience. You'll find also misidentifications outside the monastery in Kolimvari, just because there is now a busy road right next to the monastery, which of course was not there 2 or 3 centuries ago. Another interesting fact is that sparser soundscapes with not so many different sound sources, so for example the Samaria Gorge or the Melidonic Cave one, tend to be mentally filled with reasonable content. So people would hear rain, for example, in the Samaria Gorge, and that's something that you could have heard, except that it was never there. But it's not wrong. There can be rain there, but it was not present anywhere, which was interesting. What's interesting also is to see what's the correspondence between the two. How do people feel, whether they feel those two soundscapes contradict each other or they go well, they go along with one another. And what we found out by looking at this correlation is that you get the highest correlation between the then and the now in 2 cases. First case, when the use is the same or similar. For example, the Hanya port, it's still a port, so the use is similar, the 2 soundscapes will be correlated. When you are in a cave, the cave is the same, it remains the same. One would expect that the Samaria Gorge soundscape will also be very similar and very highly correlated, but it's still the same path. If the cave is the same, why not the gorge? And there was an unfortunate situation there because the story of the travelogue takes place in the winter during a snowstorm, and there is no way you can actually be at the gorge in the winter. It's closed. We visited and ran recordings the latest possible in the year, which was late September, a few days before it permanently closed, but it's still summer in Crete there. So there's a strong contradiction, so of course that's a seasonal issue. And of course you get low correlations when there is a significant landscape change. So for example, you put a highway next to a monastery that was not there 2 centuries ago, of course the correlation will be low. What we were also interesting, because our lab works a lot with spatial sound, is all this is levels of sound that are delivered in a binaural format. In the sense that we want this to eventually be augmented to follow also your head and be dynamic. For this application, it was static, but still it was binaural. And there was always this discussion of whether that was necessary or not, and what extent of personalization would one need. Would stereo be enough or not? And it turns out that people do appreciate the augmentation from conventional stereo to binaural, because there's a lot of information, there's a lot of sounds moving, of course. So 96% of the people we asked said, yes, we do hear the difference. It sounds clearer. It's not all squeezed together. But only 12% of the people actually noticed the difference and so merit when they heard this binaural version using their personalized, customized HRTFs. For the majority of the people, it was enough that you got this huge augmentation, which is very interesting to us and also means less work for us, so it's nice. So in conclusion, what we found out for this project is that people are able to recognize, understand, and frequently separate between the historic soundscape and the real-world soundscape. There can be leaks between the two, of course, and the correlation or the disassociation between the two most of the times is something that you expect and you can predict. And also, as I mentioned, there is a pro in actually taking the extra step to making that spatially informed, but no need for a lot of individualization. And I think, yes, that's that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate. It looks like, sounds like very serious research you're doing there, and so I'd like to address the audience if there are any questions. Okay, I have a technical question.
Technical.
Technical.
We like
yes, because I'm very interested in the. Of course, this. I guess this is very useful in the domain of the area of immersion. Okay, so apart from the cultural thing, it might have other applications as well. I mean, have you imagined that this the technology is there, but the way you're using it, it enters the immersion. So I'm not going to ask about the other maybe applications, but my technical question here is that you're using binaural listening, as you mentioned in your essay here, within an 8-speaker array.
That's just for the evaluation experience, because eventually you will be experiencing this application in the outer world, right? So you'll be hearing historic soundscapes over your headphones. That's the thing that I'm providing you with yes. An uncontrolled number of distractions. So we had to recreate somehow that.
You have a room of 8 speakers
No,
playing...
you're in the outer world. The application works outside. You're walking physically in the street. Yes. What I described here was a controlled experiment because we didn't want people...
So
we had to recreate the distraction somehow. And we recreated with a periphonic array of speakers playing back real modern world audio, causing a distraction that was equivalent to what you would experience if you were using the application outside in the real world as you're supposed to.
That was a surround array, I guess.
Correct.
8.1.
Yes.
Yeah. And the headphones are open, closed type?
The headphones, actually there was a list in one of the slides, but I skipped that information because of the time constraint. The headphones have to actually be whatever the user wants to use, because once this application is launched, you've no control over what type of headphones the user will be using to actually experience that. It can be from very expensive sound isolating headphones to really cheap €2 headphones that you bought from a store just to hear something. So we tested for everything, and there's a huge variety of headphones. I had a list somewhere, yes.
Yes, because I guess this is a technical issue here, because one might have closed type, so there's no distraction, and the other might have this
maximal
little...
distractions, or there's no control, because you can be delivering spatial information, and you can have a person walking in real life not feeling safe to be wearing 2 headphones. When I walk outside, I only wear 1 headphone most of the time. So you can even miss the full binaural experience at some point.
That's
you
great.
have no control over that.
And my artistic follow-up question here is about the historical content, the historical soundscape.
Historically informed soundscape. It's not a historical soundscape. You cannot verify it.
Yes.
You can be as informed as you'd like.
Is it like an artistic impression of a soundscape
Correct.
of the past?
Correct, yes.
So like it was created to be heard in binaural, and
it's created as an object based mixed. So it can be played by a periphonic.
Can you describe such as, is there a way to describe, for example, just to give an example in words, if it's easy, how, for example, what we mean by a historical soundscape, just for people that maybe not very much into the research, you know.
So the idea is you try to recreate the auditory experience of a person living 2 or 3 centuries ago. So what we did was, first of all, we had to follow a certain story, a certain diary. So there were parts in that soundscapes that were actually trying to recreate the story. We were given a script, let's say. But in terms of the actual soundscape, the only thing you can do is actually go and look at photographs and cartography and map and try to locate where the path was relative to a mountain or to a river, or so that you can actually put things like spatially, in a spatial appropriate manner, and then look at maps and try to figure out how much reverb they would be in a certain place, etc. So you're trying to recreate things in an artistic way, but not freely, using as much information as possible from what you're given.
And of course the main difference, because I guess the geophysical sounds would be similar, but the anthropogenic elements would be very different. For example, if we stand out here in Spianada, now we hear the cars. 2 centuries ago, there would be no cars, but there would be horses. And so the impulse response could be the same, but the living culture will be different. So it's very interesting for one to be outside and to listen to how it would be 200 years ago. That's a very interesting, and I guess it has many, many, many applications in the future, I mean, in the culture domain. So thank you very much. If there are any more questions, but I guess we're running out of time, and we'd like to invite the last presenter to finish this.
It will still be me, because they don't want to present.
So, okay, you are again,
I'm again
the last presenter. I guess you are part of the same group, and many congratulations for the very nice and things you do. And so the last talk today is called On the Digital Preservation of the Acoustic Qualities of the Kapnikaria Church in Greece. Pinelopi Pierutsakou, Aspasia Kokali, Yorgos Youvanakis, and Arti Andreopoulou. And so you can go on presenting.
I can give more presentations afterward if you want, if it's faster. I can give all of them.
Yes, we're outside. In the lunch break, we can have a lot of presentations.
Sure.
So let's go on.
So, completely different topic. The idea of actually studying the acoustic qualities of certain spaces of interest that have unique acoustic characteristics is not new. We know of studies of the ancient theater of Epidaurus, for example, or the Odeon of Herod's Atticus, or even, I don't know, the Church of Hagia Sophia. And this all comes out of curiosity and our need to understand how people with less access to scientific information and technology managed through, I don't know, intuition and experience to create something that is sonically valid and we admire, and we're still trying to figure out how. So our need to understand is one reason we do this, but there is more to that. A few years ago, maybe you remember, there was a huge fire at the Notre Dame de Paris church. The whole roof collapsed, And they are reconstructing the church now, and a huge debate started saying that if you reconstruct the roof, you will be changing the acoustic qualities of a church that had some unique qualities. And we were lucky enough that acoustic measurements had taken place in that church before the fire. So scientists stepped up and said, we can actually recreate this. We know what it sounded like. We can predict the impact of the reconstruction on the church. We can help you build it as close to what it sounded before. So the sense of the digital preservation of the acoustic imprint of a space of interest has several applications. So our team, which is sitting right over there, it actually studied a small but very known church in Athens, the Church of Panagia Kapnikarea, which was built approximately at 1050 at the remains of an older Catholic church/monastery, which was also built on top of the remains of an ancient temple. So it has always been a place of worship. In terms of its architecture, it's a complex 4-column inscribed cruciform church, which sounds awesome and hard to pronounce, but it's actually a very typical style of the Byzantine churches of that era. What's unique about this church is that it consists of 3 distinct sections, 3 parts, which actually blend well together in a harmonious way. So if we look at the architectural design, we have the Kapnikarea Church, and next to it we have the Santa Barbara Chapel, and those 2 churches are connected to one another. You never know that you cross from one another. And right in front, you have the Western exonarthex, which is the entrance to the 2 churches. Each of the 2 churches has its own altar. You can access independently or one through the other. And each of those churches has its own dome, with the biggest dome belonging to the Kapnikarea Church. So it becomes a very unique and complex construction here. If you look from the top, this is the Kapnikarea Church with a big dome. In the back, you see the Santa Barbara Church, and that's the entrance to the exonarthex. When looking at it from the inside, we see the entrance all the way in the back, and that's where we're looking at the exonarthex. That's the small Santa Barbara Chapel, and that is the main church, the Kapnikarea Church. As you can imagine, having to combine 3 constructions into one, that results to a very complex architectural geometry. The place, the ceiling, is full of Barrow vaults and groin vaults. You have 2 domes, one in the Kapnikarea Church and one in the Santa Barbara Church, and you have a lot of half domes, pretty much everywhere. The ceiling looks something like this. What is very, very interesting and unique in this church is that being built on top of the remains of an ancient temple, it has some elements of that temple integrated into its construction. So for example, you see here ancient columns actually supporting the main dome in the church or the arches in the entrance of the church. You also have a lot of artifacts integrated in the facade and the outer structure of the church. It's half modern, whatever modern means for 1050, and half ancient. This church, around 1930-something, 34, it became part of the University of Athens, and that made it very easy for us to access and study for different types of courses. In trying to design and study the acoustic imprint of a church, you have to have some sort of a model, or you have to run measurements. We went for the first choice, so we created a model in an acoustic software, which simplified a bit the geometry, but still resulted in a very complex model The volume of the church is a little over 800 cubic meters. And once you have this model, you have to fit it with the as accurate as possible acoustic properties, such that your simulations run and become as accurate and realistic as possible. And you try to study that in different occupancy versions. The normal studies for papers is empty, 0, 100%, and 50%. We're mostly focusing on the two extremes right now, 0 and 100% occupancy. To be able to actually fit the model with accurate acoustic parameters, you have to go and run acoustic measurements. We had to be physically present in the church and run those measurements both as a comparison between what we will create as a virtual model and the real church, and as a way of calibrating that model, of course. So we went full blast with equipment, with an Omni source and Omni microphones. We used sine sweeps of set direction, duration, and frequency range. And we recorded impulse responses from 2 source positions, one right outside the altar of the Kapnikaria Church, and one right inside the altar. So the 2 main positions that you would expect a priest to be standing when addressing the congregation. You're either right outside the altar or you're inside doing something. And we ran a lot of measurements in many, many positions scattered around the church to have a reference, to have an idea of what it actually sounds like to be standing or seated in one of those places. And given those 2 source positions, out of the 17 receiver positions, we're now focusing on a few for comparison. 2 of them, number 1 and number 2, have direct eye contact to the priest, to the sound source, when the priest is standing right outside the altar, whereas the 2 remaining positions, 3 and 4, they don't have direct contact. And that is what it looks like in our model with the sources and the receivers. And once you have the model, you have the measurements, you feed it with the correct parameters, and you get a calibrated model, you can start studying the experience. And I won't bother you much with acoustic studies, because that's not the scope of this conference. But the idea is you can see things that you would expect. So you have certain places within the church where direct sound never reaches the audience, as expected, because there are a lot of columns and walls supporting the barrels. So you'll always have sources and people standing in places with a lot of direct sound. We like direct sound because it has energy, it carries a lot of information. And you'll have people studying in what we call an acoustic shadow in terms of direct sound. But what is actually worth mentioning is that the church, being rather small and full of barrel ceilings, it does a pretty good job spreading the sound throughout the space, even though locations in the back are always, and they will always be, less favored in terms of sound energy. So on the top left corner, you'll see somebody standing in what appears to be blue. We never like blue in terms of energy, but still there is enough energy there. The model allows us to actually study the spread, the radiation of the sound throughout the church, and provides us with videos, so we see how sound radiates. We do see that it takes approximately 40 milliseconds for the sound to go all the way back to the left, to the unfortunate listener. And it's the first place that loses sound energy, approximately 40 milliseconds later than that. But that is something that is really common in most spaces and in most churches. We are also able to model and see what happens when the priest is inside the altar. And we are actually now able to model what most of us have experienced, that you don't get to listen much from what it's been said when it's been said from inside the altar, because a lot of the sound gets trapped behind closed doors and velvet curtains, and which is the reason why, for most of the cases, most churches resolve to an electroacoustic solution for that. You'll have a microphone and a speaker if something is to be said that needs to be heard by the congregation. Of course, we can derive most of the properties and the characteristics of the church which go beyond this. But what I would like actually to do is for us to hear a couple of examples. What we'll hear will be oralizations from the model. So there won't be a direct recording. It'll be what the calibrated model says the church sounds like, which is really close to what actually is happening based on our comparisons. So the first idea is you have the priest, the sound source, at position 0, standing right outside the altar, and you have one person a few meters in the front with direct contact and a lot of direct sound, and then you have the unfortunate listener in position 4, all the way back, no direct contact, no direct sound path. If you try to listen to the impulse response, so the equivalent of actually popping a balloon from that position, what would those people hear? And it turns out that the position 1 would hear a very dry, clear pop, whereas position 4, all the way in the back, will hear something muffled with a lot of reverb and no direct sound. And if you move that to the back, so the priest now moves inside the altar, they pop a balloon. Still, the person in the front with the direct path, play, no, don't play. No. I'll go to the other slide. Let's do that again. No, doesn't want to play. Let's see. The first one played. It played back in the check, in the sound check, but not here. This one played. This one's the first one. It played before. This one doesn't play. Doesn't want to play. But let's see if the actual examples play. That's more interesting. So let's see if that plays. So that's a very short example of a dry recording of a chant in an isolated space, simulated within the model. And what we hear is what person 1 would hear if the priest was standing right outside the altar, versus what person 4 would hear if that plays. Which is closer to the experience that most people have in a church, where you get to stand in the back. So the idea behind this model is that once you have a calibrated model, you can do pretty much anything. You can study the acoustic, you can learn, you can try to understand how the architecture affects what you hear, of course. You do have a calibrated imprint of the sound qualities, so you can use that as reference. You can travel back in time and try to recreate it, what the sound sounded like, given the changes that you know that have now happened to the church. Or you can use it as a reference for future renovations in trying to preserve as much of the acoustic quality as possible, if that is something that is of desire. But that's not the only thing. Then there are unlimited applications. So for example, you can start recreating virtual tours that are now acoustically accurate, that do not have to rely to recordings, but they can be dynamic to render any content that feels appropriate at a given time. Or even you can use spaces like that for remote distributed performances, etc. So that's what the intention is behind this project, to embark into a journey that would allow for a dynamic model that will let you run pretty much any application that you want. Thank you.
Okay. That's great. And that's another very interesting research, very useful, like in, as you said, in many, many applications. So are there any questions? Okay, if you may allow, I have another one, because it's my area, so I have. Sure. We have to talk a lot later, of course, about this. But this CAD of the sound in buildings, it's very, of course, it's very useful, and also for another area like video games, for example. Sure. Yeah. You can take these impulses and recreate buildings, etc. So the question is, why a church? Why a certain church? Is there any, apart from belonging to the University of Athens?
The answer is, why not? It's a church that, okay, first of all, access is important. The minute you try to study anything that is of any historic interest, access becomes an issue and it takes time. So yes, access was important. But at the same time, it's a unique church, having integrated all these elements of an ancient temple inside it, and having those elements actually control the layout of the church. That creates a very interesting, or I thought that's what we thought, a very interesting thing to study.
Yes, there's been also said, that's an information, like the ancient Greeks, they used actually to observe this phenomena, and actually sometimes, maybe that's a myth, I don't know for sure, you might know better, that maybe sometimes the architectural design of a building, through the architectural design of a building, the sound was actually in mind, how it's going to sound, like the necromantia of Acheron, for example. Do you find that in post-antiquity churches, this was the issue? Or, like, for example, in comparison to the Western medieval churches, because that's an Orthodox church. If it's combined to a Catholic or a Protestant church of England, for example, the whispering effects that produced there sometimes are built to be like that, the circular structures, which we don't have in our churches. It's not, you can hear better, actually. So do you think that sound back then was an issue, was in the development of the structure, or it came up in the end, you know?
I do believe that sound back then, in the medieval ages, or even before, in ancient times, had to be something that needed to be planned, because there was no alternative. The minute you build something that sound wouldn't propagate right, people wouldn't be able to hear anything inside that place. So if you're trying to design a place where you're trying to convey a message, it had to be a place that would be able to convey a message. So it had to be a priority, as a priority was also, you know, the effect of, you know, a place of prayer. So you had to feel humble, maybe, for example. Yes. But sound had to be a priority. And you see that when you go back in time and you start studying churches or theaters or whatever, things that were built back before electroacoustic solutions came in, you would find places that have better or worse acoustics, but you can see that there was a plan for those. You'll see barrels on the walls for certain frequencies, etc. Which is something that you don't find anymore, because there's no such thing as a problem anymore. You can have a space full of speakers and you can deliver a message. So that's not an issue anymore. It's not an equal priority anymore. And the other point is that sound had to be a priority, and it had to be tied to the type of message you had to convey. So you have an Orthodox church and you have a Catholic church, for example, and there is not the same type of, allow me to say, music. Different needs for an Orthodox church, vocal music, and sometimes barely any polyphony, different needs for a Catholic church with music, with polyphony, with even double choruses. So different constructions to support that need. That's my understanding and my approach
Yes.
every time I
Well,
study.
it was just a cultural comment. It's not a question, actually, because in Orthodox tradition, maybe the sound it's like closer to the public. It's not that reverberant. And maybe that symbolizes something. It's more, humble and more. Where in Western Western culture, this big reverberation actually follows up with a big space that puts human in a different position against God or whatever. So maybe there's an interesting thing there. It's 12 o'clock exactly. I think, Mihaly, we managed to be on time and go for our coffee for half an hour, and then we go back in with a keynote speaker. So thank you very much. If you have any queries, you can discuss with the team, with the wonderful things they do in the coffee. And see you in half an hour. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's keynote speech. We are very glad to have here Professor Khaldoun Zreik. Let me tell you a few things about Professor Khaldoun Zreik. He's a full professor in the Digital Humanities Department at the Paris 8 University, where he also serves as the Dean of the Faculty of Sciences and Digital Technology, and he also heads the Paragraph Research Unit. He has been editor of many international journals, and also he has chaired and co-chaired numerous international conferences in areas such as artificial intelligence, computer art, design sciences and technology, human system learning, smart document, smart heritage, hyper-heritage, post-digital art, and smart cities. I am sure he has prepared a very interesting presentation for us today. So let's all welcome Professor Khaldoun Zreik.
How much time I have? The time? Okay. It won't be easy. Good day, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, President of the session. Thank you for Union University to organize this conference and to invite me to talk with you about art, creativity, and AI. So first of all, I will present my university. I'm coming from the University of Paris 8, which is in the north of Paris. It considers as a small university, about 24,000 students. We have the equivalence of 15 faculties. We have 4 doctoral schools, 36 research labs, and the main disciplines of Paris 8 is art, economy, humanities, and letter and languages. And our faculty is a faculty of digital sciences and technology, is the only scientific faculty of the university. So our faculty is about 1,000 students. We have much more than 14 full professors now and 44 associate professors. We have 5 departments since very recently. We have 2 departments of computer science and Department of Mathematics and Department of Digital Humanities, where I'm coming from, and 1 department of data sciences. So to our faculty, we have 3 big labs. 1 laboratory is what we call in France, belongs to the CNRS, National Center of Scientific Research. It's in mathematics and laboratory of LAGA. And we have another lab in artificial intelligence and semantic data. It's in computer science. And we have our laboratory, some colleagues are here from Paragraph Laboratory, which is very special also. We have multidisciplinary laboratory. We have people from psychology, people from arts, people from informatics, and people from information and communication sciences. Our lab belongs to 2 universities for the while, the University of Paris 8 and the CY Cergy Paris University, which is in Cergy-Pontoise in the west of Paris. Our lab is about 120 people, around 70 PhD students, and we have 6 teams, 3 teams in psychology, 1 of them about learning, 1 about ergonomy, and 1 about emotion and sensations. And we have 3 teams in information and communication sciences and in computer sciences. So if you have any question about the university, the lab, I will be happy to tell you a little bit about. Before I start my presentation, I have some forward ideas. I defended my PhD students in 1986. It was on AI, on artificial intelligence. So I think many people in the room were not born in 86. But the development of artificial intelligence was very slow because our machines were not enough powerful. So the data processing and data storage was very limited, so we couldn't show the importance of AI with our computers this time. Things had changed since 1980 to 2022-21. Another point was ideas with, we should talk about it. Computer scientists are people, so they can be creative, and they can do smart things. Writing a smart code or intelligent code is like writing a novel or something like that. So they can innovate, and they can be artists. They are not all artists, but they can be. So writing smart code is a creative and artistic task for me also. So I will talk about intelligence, creativity, and art. Later I'll talk a little bit about art. What is intelligence? I try to show a definition of intelligence. There's too much definition of intelligence, but I loved this one. The unique propensity of human beings to change or modify the structure of their cognitive functioning to adapt to the changing demands of a life situation. It's Feuerstein who gives this definition long ago, before ChatGPT. And the idea that intelligence is related of the capacity to modify the structure of our cognitive functioning is fit very well in the period we are living today, the impact of technology of our everyday life. So this definition was very nice for me, and all my presentation will be in this sense of the presentation. So what about creativity? Creativity is also the ability to imagine and implement a new concept. So some philosophers in France say we are now in the era of innovation. We have to every day to suggest some new concepts or a new object, or to discover an original solution to a problem. So these two definitions are very suitable of the period we are living today. Something about AI, I don't know enough about the audience, maybe everybody is not aware about AI. There are two main schools in AI. The school I learned in the 80s and 90s about symbolic artificial intelligence, in which we were interested in how people think, how people reason, and how we can acquire the knowledge of people and recode it in computer language. Then after what we are living today, the success of AI is the modern approach of AI, which is generative AI, which is mainly based on big data analysis and probabilistic approach. In between, we knew about neural networks. It was very heavy for the computers in the 90s. It needs huge data processing and huge learning process. But it was part of what we use today, so deep learning in the generative AI. And we also, in the 90s, we discovered the data mining approach. They are being considered in the modern AI approach. So the first school was based on human reasoning, human communication, and human knowledge. And the second school is mainly based on the huge data we have on the internet. It's much more probabilistic, so it's quite different. The interaction is less interesting than before. So how we can explain the huge success of AI today? It's a very subjective opinion, it's my opinion. But I think a lot of people can share this fact. The success of AI comes from the idea that access to intelligence, because intelligence is shifting, I will talk about it, is open to everybody. And it's free. You have lot of versions of ChatGPT, but you have a free one, and you can test a kind of intelligence which is much more intelligence, but we can test it. That the open access and free access to certain kinds of intelligence was behind the success of AI, generative AI today. The idea that everyone now can write a text, write a novel, in the help of some post, so it's we can call it a kind of democratization of the intelligence. It's not really a democratization, but the way in which we can express our intelligence has changed. Before we had to write a book alone. It's not easy to write a book. I have some intelligent idea. I'm not able to express it in a book. Now with the help of ChatGPT, I can express certain kind of intelligence and write it. For sure, the intelligence in writing is not available in my book, but it's one of main success area of AI. But what's the impact of this AI mania? First of all, the intelligence started to be perceived in different way. As everybody has access to generate content that somebody considered as intelligent, so intelligence is perceived differently. And that's mean in two words. The concept of intelligence is shifting also. If we consider the new technology without reconsidering our social and intellectual context, we are wrong. Technology invites us to change our social context and intellectual context. So the notion of intelligence is shifting, is evolving. We don't have to consider intelligence how it was 10 years ago when we work with smart tools. And this is the core of my presentation. Intelligence is shifting, and we have to define intelligence in different way. So in the title of my presentation, there is the word art. And when we saw Midjourney, we saw DALI and something like that, many people are afraid and talk about art. By the way, tomorrow we'll have a conference about art in the age of AI, two-day conference, and you are welcome to it. If you ask question, what makes art today with the use of new technology? We can make video, images, we can make motions, animations. Everybody can make them. So also, we can consider that art, like intelligence, has been democratized with these tools. So we have free online automated tools that allow us to create art every day for free. Also, the art market, because before we have the art market that is managed with experts and people that decide this art is good, this art is not good. The art market has completely shifted also with internet and now with OpenAI. So the art market is open 24-hour days, 7 days a week, all the time, and everybody can submit art to people. It is either for art criticism, before an artist needed what we say in France, critique d'art, people who write about his art to say he's a good artist. Now it doesn't work anymore. When you have a piece of art and you have 2 million likes, your art is good. If you have an excellent artwork and you have only 2 likes, your art is not good. It's the rule. I'm not for it. I'm not against it. It is the rule today. So criticism is participative today. It's also for art curation. And we witnessed 3 years ago about also the enthusiasms of NFT. NFT is kind of curation. Everybody can submit art and make auction and something like that. So NFT now is coming down because there was a lot of speculation, but I'm sure it will come again. So art curation is banalized also. So we have to think things in different way. But AI also is driving new approaches in creation. You have what you can call the combinatorial creativity. I can bring a lot of piece of data, multimedia data, and create with them a new artwork. And you have the collaborative creation. I can put a piece of art and ask people to come to work together on it. So all these things makes the idea of right authors who makes art to be redefined and to be rethinked. Also, avec these smart tools, we can delegate a lot of routine tasks to automates. And we can use most of our time for innovation and creation. For the people of animation, like my friend Takis, he will be bothered by AI supports now, and the part of narration will be more developed than the part of technology. So for creation, AI has impacted our world, but AI is also impacting or shifting our management or strategy management for creation. So the management is much more data-driven. So most of decisions are made about data analysis. So we look about what is on the net, reaction of people, reaction of the market, and we make decision. So most of questionnaire interview are made by data analysis and sending people on asking question or phoning people. And that's mean the company that help to make decision, their organization is shifting. And the skill of people working in it, they are shifting also. By using AI, we can optimize the resource allocated for creation. As you know, by the recommendation systems on internet, it's the case with AI today. We can personalize the content delivery, and you have it all the time on your phone, on your internet. You receive some push for ideas. You don't think about an exhibition, an object, a travel, or something like that. So the personalization can help enhancing engagement and satisfaction. It started with Web 2.0 about the recommendation system. Also, for creation management, not creation act, the automation of repetitive tasks allow people or creator to run many projects in the same time. So the social context of creation, the market context of the creation, the communication context of creation are all shifting for better situation. So in the first conclusion of this part is what to say. All these novelties and changes suggested by AI transform the way in which creation can be approached and managed, and allows the exploration of new innovative practices in various creative industries. So we don't have to consider our creative or innovation practice in the old context. So the environment of our innovative practice is evolving also. And AI invite us to think innovation in different way, not only with AI. AI open a door that we can innovate in different way, and a lot of things has become routine task. We can delegate them to the computers. So what about art? I'm afraid to talk about art. I'm not an artist. So please be gentle with me about art. I can summarize art in this context with some fundamental laws. My background is computer scientist. And I started my thesis working with artists and architects. So I was a little bit, have some culture about art. I'm not artist at all. So for me, art is something that can surprise. It can stimulate curiosity and inspiring fresh thinking. I'm attracted by art if I feel myself intelligent or happy. I have some emotion to share with art. So if art can surprise me, it's good for me. Art can seduce me. It can captivate the sense, forcing a connection between the art and the observer. So it's a seductive part of the art. At the same time, if you think about creative object, it's the same. And if you use ChatGPT, you are do the same. You are surprised by ChatGPT. You are seduced by ChatGPT. And when you use an intelligent tools, you are sublimated also. So to be sublimated because I give some words and I get some new ideas. So the sublime part of art, is it in AI tools today and is it in creative? For this reason, I say that computer scientists could be artists somewhere. Art is used to distract. And when you are born a little bit and you have some trouble with a subject, you use ChatGPT to say, because he's exploring all the internet, maybe he can give some ideas. So it's arts like AI, like creation, provide a temporary refuge and a way to relax. It disturbs also. It helps to make dream. It's the case with ChatGPT. I have never been able to write a book. I ChatGPT, I can't dare to. Maybe I can make it. I can write a scenario. I can write the narration of a game. So AI, creation, and art help people to make dream. And especially, I'm in a completely different context, different environment. Out of these walls, I'm immersed in my computer. Out of people, I discover new way of imagining. So it liberates the imaginary. Art like programming, like creation, it is produced by a minority. We call them marginal. Artists are marginal. And for most of you, if you are not computer scientists, you consider computer scientists and people coming from outside, they are marginal also. And hopefully we have more and more marginal people in our society. So art, creativity, and AI are produced by a minority and consumed by a majority. 5 minutes ago, Takis told me when the Olympic Games was in Athens, they have an installation. 300,000 people visited this installation. So art as AI is consumed by a huge majorities. I'm going fast, excuse me. It's So art, as well as creativity, as well as artificial intelligence, are dynamic. They evolve with time, with environment. They are dynamic forces that can offer a richer, more nuanced human experience. So they invite us to discover new experience and get out of the box. And the box is not the end of the world. We have been living in a box. They told us, you are in the box. And those things come to tell us, you can get out of the box. Art was not accessible for everybody. Access to art was very difficult. But with AI tools now, everybody can use them, and it becomes much easier to come out of the box. It's become routine. And this affects our society seriously, but in the positive way. So what can art and AI do for us, or for everyday people? First of all, they disconnect us of a certain context. They disconnect us from the everyday life constraint. They disconnect us from the closed world in which we are living, and we don't dare to recognize it. We have the feeling that we are living in an open world. No, we are not living in an open world. We have culture, constraint, social context, industrial context, law. So we are living in the closed world. Could be very good. I'm not against. But AI as art, they open our world. So we are disconnected. And intentionally or non-intentionally, we are disconnected. Consciously or unconsciously, we are disconnected. When you are in your phone, you are disconnected, and you are thinking differently. They allow us to explore new universe. As I'm free, so I can discover new universe in which I can live. If people spend between 6 to 18 hours a day in their machine, they are in the different worlds. They are living in this world and live it only to eat and sleep. So it's a fact. It's not good, it's not bad, I'm not able to say, but it's a fact. And which is very important, the culture of sharing. Before, we don't like to share everything, even a researcher. If I have a good article, very often I will not tell my friends about it, because I will use it to write a paper or to make innovative things. Now everybody, if he has any information, share the information to get the recompense and to get some likes. Now sharing is a very important fact that changes our way of living, professional and social. In the age of artificial intelligence, art and creativity are enriched with the ability to explore new emotions and sensations. And what is important is we are very often in a process of self-exploration. I try to discover myself. Because when I'm in the box, I'm respecting the law of the collectivity. When I'm in the box of AI, I'm respecting the law of the box of AI, and I have the feeling I'm exploring myself outside of the collective. And this is something to be debated. But people have the feeling they explore themselves, because in the digital world, we can have several identities, not only one or two. So I discover new identity I can hold. And with computer, XR, with AI, we can perceive the imperceptible, we can call it augmented reality. So in some, artificial intelligence is challenging and reshaping our relationship to the concept of information. Information is democratized Now, for this reason, I'm sharing it. Relation to data, before we didn't believe in data. Today, everybody believes in data. I'm not saying this is good, not bad, but it should be debated. And we have the feeling that big data, analyzing big data, can fostering transparency and innovation. We can feel it, but I'm not sure is it the case. If you have different relation to information, to data, so we have different relation to culture. Because art is produced differently, creativity is produced differently, so we have AI influences cultural production and consumption. People consume much more culture on internet than in the real life. And we are witnessing what we can call creating new form of art and media. As teacher and researcher, most of you, we are in the university, and we have been working for 2 years now with the Ionian University on the university of the future. What is university in the future? Because with internet, AI, our relation to knowledge is shifting also. AI today offers new ways to understand and disseminate knowledge. So it's transforming the fields of education and research. This is a fact. We don't like it. We have some trouble to recognize it, but we have to face it. Conclusion, I'm in time or not? Okay. What I was wondering to tell you today is that we don't have to be afraid from AI. AI proposes to broaden the scope of artistic expression and the way in which individuals engage in art and creativity. Some advices. Being marginal is very good. Maybe even in the very serious company today, we are seeking marginal people that can see the world in different way, that can make innovation easier. So we need marginal people. So staying marginal can mean preserving authenticity and offering fresh, unconventional viewpoints that mainstream culture might overlook. But it is also what company or digital company are looking for today. We should avoid conflict with technology. Technology is here to help us, and we are not in conflict in it. Once we are in conflict with technology, we lose. And we don't have to. We never are in conflict with cars. We are never in conflict with concrete. We are not in conflict with electricity. So smart tools is part of our everyday life. Rather than viewing technology as an adversary, seek ways to harmonize with it. Use AI as a tool to enhance creative process rather than thinking it as a threat. But use it to see the world differently. And once we see the world differently, maybe we can see AI differently. AI is not finished. AI is a step. Something else is coming. If we open the world, open our view, maybe we can change also the technology. So we don't have to ignore technology. Technophobia is a huge mistake. Keeping informed on technology advancements and their capabilities can inspire new forms of creativity and innovation. We don't have to use them, but the idea, I consider them, so I see that people see the world and feel the world and perceive the world in different way, so I can do it. The fact that I'm liberate myself, so I will see the world differently, and maybe I can suggest new tools not only in digital technology, maybe something else. So we have to take ownership of this technology and to use it in our creative work. So we have new forms of art and creativity that emerge in new space and with new temporality. This is my, oh, it's there. So art and AI invite human beings to re-examine their intelligence, creativity, temporality, and spatiality. They told us that we can imagine those things differently, better for us. In sum, we are seeking and experiencing new ways of existence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Zreik. That was a very interesting speech. I would like to ask the audience if there are any questions. Yes, we have one. Our dear colleague, Vilalmini Sosoni, would like to ask something. Do you have any volunteer?
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation, which leaves us on a very positive note about artificial intelligence and its use in art and creativity. But I'm very interested in your views about copyright issues and ownership issues, especially in this field of art. There's a lot of talk about it. Who owns what is produced through AI? And how we should handle copyright issues. Do you have any views on this topic?
It's a very important point. I think my colleague is Mathieu. He's doctor in law, he's lawyer. I can tell you a little bit more, but my point of view is quite different. The notion of privacy has completely shifted. What is private for me is not private for my son. It's not private at all for my grandson. The notion of privacy was defined by society, and in the whole world we have the same notion of privacy. Internet shows that everyone can have his own privacy. For the copyright and ownership, I think the concept of copyright and ownership are shifting also. When you put something on the internet and you would like to have 2,000 likes, somewhere indirectly you share it and you accept. By reading books in the past, we are reading books, we are asking people to read books. I read 200 books, then I wrote a paper. I never put that in a novel. I have been inspired by this one. The copyright has not been respected by the past because technology is very transparent and we can track. The question of copyright now is very important, but it has always existed. When you go to exhibition, you see all this painting. You have a culture. You captured a lot of information, and when you paint, you don't realize that you are copywriting. So it's a huge question, and for innovation, technology, for science, research, it remains a huge problem to be dealt with. I'm not on it, but you are right, but at the same time, we should have a holistic and historic question. On internet, everything is, we can track it, transparency. Before, we don't know. People read books, read poetry, see painting. they regenerate them, and they are very honest. So we are living in an amazing world. Something is shifting, and this allows us to question everything of our everyday life, and we can make it better. So this experience can tell us what kind of authorships we can have, what kind of author rights we should have. The question is open, so you have a dynamic reflection and roundtable conference in this domain.
Our colleague, Manos Rovithis, would like to ask you something.
Thank you very much for your wonderful talk. It's a kind of funny question. It depends on how we say that. Quite recently, I think last week, there was this meeting in, if I'm not mistaken, in Taiwan. And there was a paper signed by 17 scholars and philosophers of AI, including very, very strong names, as to speak, who are very, very concerned about, whether this could pose a very serious threat for humanity. Is there an analog? Is there something that you're worried about in terms of art?
If I am worried about, I avoid to be worried. If I'm worried, I'm still in the very closed box. My experience in IT, let me be positive and not worry. The problem is transformation is too speed that a very important issue is the ethics. Once we can reintroduce ethics in this transition, everything will be good. But I'm worried about Europe, about the whole world, that we are mostly users of those technology. And when you use technology, you are behind. For research and education, I'm a bit worried. We have to change our strategy of research and education to be next to the technology or on our own way, not in conflict with them. But today we are completely users, followers of this technology, and we are not producers of this technology, and this is worrying me seriously. Technology not worrying me, but our strategy of developing technology, of using technology, has been, we have to change it. So I'm wrong as teacher, as responsible of faculty of lab. I try to do things differently, but we should change unless we are occupied.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Is there any other question? Yes, we have.
Be nice with me. Be nice with me.
Mentioned. How can we change that in the education?
So I will invite you with Takis or Modestos to participate to our workshops. First of all, we have to think university in different way. And we have to redesign our relationship to students. We are two different generations. Our generation had the advantage we have multicultural. The young generation is less multicultural than us, but they are a global culture. We are not global culture. So our interaction with young students and young researchers, we can build together something with them. What I'm afraid that the global culture erases the specific culture. And you are a global culture, you have some trouble with your society. So I'm afraid that the new generation has, if he spends 6 to 10 hours a day in his machine, he is learning a global culture. And he's losing the culture in which he is living. So we have to create something, we have to have brainstorming to work and to, when Europe or the government support research, they have to open it and they allow us to be innovative and not to do research in AI or research in data mining or research in generative AI. They have give us the means to think this shows the things differently. You can't find all call for projects are identify AI, XR, augmented reality techniques. So, and people from human science, especially from philosophy, should be responsible and engaged in this reflection. They have a different point of view also. Unfortunately, in Europe, most of them are very technophobe. They are against technology. So you spend your time to convince them that they are good and technology is not so bad. You have to free them. It's a huge question. It's much more politics than scientific. We have to follow. It's a very political question, issue. So in our project that Mark will present tomorrow, we call it Metaverse City. We ran the first one in Syros. And we wanted to see how students see things today. So we asked them to design a metaverse city. How can they see education in it, social life in it, art in it, and politics. How we can practice politics in the metaverse. Because IT also make the traditional politics a little bit has been. They don't have any hand on the economy today. The economy is a digital space. So politics also, they don't have a free decision making. So in France last week, they told us, the government, they are happy because Amazon, I think, will invest €1 billion in research in France. It's nothing to say, no comment. So it's, if Amazon will direct research project in France, part of it, and thanks to Amazon to invest $1 billion. I'm not against them, they are wrong, they are generous, but the politics are wrong. Yeah, it's a very political question.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other question? I think there is.
I'm catching up on what you just referred, because I'm interested in the role of censorship for this sense of globalization, but also tribalization. What is the perspective of the world, based on what can be seen in different areas of the world? Because in China, in Europe, in the United States, in other areas of the world, what is your opinion about censorship?
About?
Censorship.
Censorship? What do you mean by censorship?
And specific platforms in different areas of the world. And if you would like to comment on China, for example. Thank you.
China is not the example, it's the exception. To be honest, I admire the position of China. Subject, but they were visionary. When they stopped, the internet will be ours, Amazon will be ours. Take their culture and their economy. So China is the exception. And your question is remarkable. I agree with you. In fact, we have to think about it. We are late, maybe too late. But it's never too late. Technology is very fast. And I'm not for technology, but technology told us with COVID, both technology and COVID, told us that we have a very narrow vision of our life. We can design our life in a different way. We have to redesign our institution. We have to do much more social innovation, but local social innovation, not international local innovation. We have a lot of beautiful and amazing and exciting work to do, especially in the university. I can't tell you more. Maybe you are hungry now?
Thank you very much. I have noted many points of your presentation, but unfortunately, we have to go for lunch break, so we'll discuss outside later.
With pleasure. It's
Thank
hard
you.
to be start here.
Thank you very much for your interesting talk. Thank you. According to our schedule, there is a lunch break, so you can grab something to eat and discuss around the buffet. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Modestos Stavrakis, and I will be chairing the 8th session of DCAC conference, entitled Motion Picture, Creative Processes and Analysis. The first presenter is Apostolos Kordas. I guess they are not connected. If they are connected, we can start with them. If they are not, we will go to the next presenter. Okay, we go to the next presenter then, which is Maria Papadopoulou. She will present Time in Greek and Hollywood films.
Hello, my name is Maria Papadopoulou, and today I'm going to talk about time in Greek and Hollywood films. This is a research, this is a part of an extensive research study related to the cinema and time. And this research studies 20 or more American Hollywood films, and it starts with 5 Greek films from the old Greek cinema. And now, the big question, what is time? Okay, time is something that we can all understand. It's a movement of events in past, in present, and in future. And it cannot be reversed, it can be measured, and it cannot be changed. And Einstein, it was the only one that he proved that if there is a moving object that it moves with extremely high speed, it can freeze the time. In ancient Greek, time, chronos, it was a god, and with no body. And after, in Greek and Roman period, and we found some mosaics, and Kronos was the man who's turning the zodiac wheel. Also, a very important thing is, a very important myth person, it was Clotho. She was the youngest of the 3 fates of Greek mythology, and she is considered as the greatest one because she was the one, she was spin the thread of every human's life. So she was the one who said who is going to live and how, the time. Also, in ancient Egypt, the time was very important. First of all, it was the first civilization that he divided the time in days. Also, it was the first who used time-keeping devices, such as sundials. And also, they are mummified their people, their person. And they did that because they thought that the life here is better than any other kind of life. So they had to preserve the body for the soul. Now, time in cinema is something totally different. And in cinema, we can reverse time, we can change time, we can stop time, or we can ignore time. First of all, time in film. We are going to talk about the length of the film. Maybe it's 40 minutes, 50 minutes, 60 minutes, or 8 more. Sometimes there are films that 3.5 hours or 24 hours. So we have the length of the film. Short films have length less than 40 minutes. Also in some festivals and some competitions, there are short films, very, very short films, 1 or 2 minutes duration. We have time in montage. Also, we can say in direction. We know Griffith. He's very important about his way of thinking in montage, and he put the base montage and how things, different things, they give the impression that happened an instant time. Also, we have the shots. At first, when the cinema started, they had long shots. Later, when they had the montage and they invented montage, the shots, they start to be shorter. Also have monoplan. They're very important. The most well-known Greek director with monoplans and with time and his own time and how he used the time, it's Aggelopoulos. This research, it's not about Aggelopoulos, but I have to mention him because of his work. Also, I have to mention one film, Irreversible, 2001, about the way that they use the montage and about the way they use the story. Now, about time and storytelling. This is the most complicated part of a film because a writer, a storytelling has his own time of the film, how big it is or how it runs, the time in the story. It's about a story 1 hour, it's about a part of a life of a person, or it's about an instant moment. When the story takes place, now, before, it's time. If someone decides to use flashbacks or sometimes dreams that they're changing the time, sometimes to define the time in films, we use voiceover or titles. Sometimes in films, we use nested stories and they change the route, the timeline. Also, sometimes there are many stories all together, placing the same time, or it was before and after. This is anthology films. Well, a very famous film, it's Pulp Fiction, and its storyline, it's non-chronologically. You have a storyline that it goes back and forwards all time. Now about the theme, about the story. Very important and well-known films. It was Back to the Future, it was a trilogy. Someone had a machine traveling, and it's something that all people we have in our minds, to have the machine to travel before and change our past. Also, Terminator came from the future to change the past, so it's going to change the future again. The film Remote Control, 12 Monkeys, The Time Machine, Looper, all these films have the same theme. We're living the same day again and again and again. Groundhog was the first movie that it started, first known movie that he had this idea. Also have Deja Vu, Source Code, Age of Tomorrow. Growing Old. One of the most important films about that is the serious case of Benjamin Button. He got birthed old, and then while he was growing up, he was younger and younger and younger. In Lord of the Rings, all the heroes, they were from different species, they had different way of aging. And also the film Old, it's a new one, it's about beats that people who are in these beats are getting older and older. Some comedies that the ladies decide not to grow up, and if you find a poison like this, please, I want it. It's the death becomes her, so they decide to stop the time. Also, in Riders of the Lost Ark and Indiana Jones, they are looking for the elixir of rule the world and be undead. Also in the Indiana Jones in 1989, they were trying to find the holy cup so they would live an eternal life. Peter Pan, he was the one who said, I don't want to grow up, and he decided not to grow up.
Also we have vampires and we have wolves and all these creatures that they don't grow up. We are erasing past. Oh, many people, they want to erase their past. How? They just do what people do in Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind. Also, there's another movie, First Dates, that a lady, she has got amnesia, and so have many of movies in that kind with amnesia that we're losing our past, we don't know what we'll do, and we're changing our future. Seeing the future, very important. Minority Report, next. And we also have movies with fortune tellers, and this is also in our Greek culture to have someone, or we need someone to tell us the future. Also, there are some movies like Click that they are trying to play forward the life. Oh, I don't like this this day, I don't like this work, and I will do forward as I can do that with a film. And in Harry Potter, in The Prisoner of Azkaban, in all the films of Harry Potter, they're playing with time, and in their myth, and with their plot. But in this, in The Prisoner of Azkaban, a young student has a necklace, and she can be the same time in 2 or 3 different places. Now, what about Greeks? This is a part that it's about the old Greek movies. We have Historia, Kalpi Kilira, it's most well known with that title. It's an anthology film. There are 4 different stories, and they're being connected with a lira, a coin. And through the montage, we can see the different stories in a line. Αλίμονος στους νέους, it's another film that someone wants to be young because he is in love with a lady. So he believes that if he will be young and he's beautiful, handsome young man, the lady is going to like him, but no, she wants the money, so it was just a dream. We have the film Ουρανοκατέβατος. He wants to go back to help his family. So he's dead and comes back from the dead to be with his family and to help them to change their paths. So we have someone who ends his life, but he lives again. And we have the film, it's very nice this, it's Μερικοί το προτιμούν κρύο. In a small part that they sing, Dinos Iliopoulos and Rena Vlachopoulou, they are young children and they remember themselves as young children. And they're wearing clothes that young children wear, but they're old. So they're now in time, in their bodies, but they're pretending they're old, and we can see the storytelling and the music and how it goes on. And last but not least, Αγάπη μου Παλιόγρια. It's a film that there's a couple, and they're reminding their youth. And there's a story that goes back and comes forward all the time. The most important thing in this kind of research is that we're trying to fill a gap, a research gap, about Greek film studies. Also, the most of the films, people's age, it's not representing as it is. The people representing younger or not in the same, or not as they should be. And the problem is that if someone actually, if in a film we can actually see the age of someone, the representation of that is linked with health and disability. So if someone's old, in most of the films, means that it's disabled or unhealthy. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maria. We can have maybe 1 or 2 questions, if.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Oh, it's too loud. Thank you, Maria. It's always wonderful to have you speaking here for one more year. Wonderful talk. So, and it's a very, very interesting topic, and I really, really like the way you have all those categories. And personally, I love categorizing. So I have two suggestions. The one is a bit funny, the other one, I don't know, maybe there's juice in it. The funny one is films where the characters ignore time. Like Weekend at Bernie's, they have a dead man. Time has stopped for this one, and they pull him around like as if he's alive. Or maybe the Psycho, Hitchcock's, that the killer has his mother, and his mother is dead, and it's a human skeleton.
Yeah.
Now another category. Now to the more serious thing. There's a. Please close your ears in case you don't want any spoilers. There's a part in Funny Games, Michael Haneke's Funny Games, where there's those two gangsters that have a family which is hostage, and at some point the father manages to untie himself and get the gun and kill them, and at this point the screen stops, it freezes, and it rewinds. And the gangster breaks the fourth wall and looks at the audience as if it's telling you, you really wish this would happen, but it didn't. So it's a rewind of time that the director uses as a dramaturgical element in this case. So it's not just time passing by, it's a way that the director tries to imply their own meaning. It's a yes.
Yeah.
Maybe you should.
Next year, I will put also this. This is a small part of the research, and as I said, and thank you very much for the information, because I will put them next year in my next research. And yes, I agree with you totally. And I didn't have the time also to put all this stuff, but yeah, and also. We can find more things in thrillers. I just say that, we have wolves, we have vampires, we have all that stuff. I just mention it. We have also thrillers, we have also fiction movies with wise and all this. I didn't say anything about that, but thank you very much. You're very into the point.
You did mention the irreversible. Which is, I have the sense that using time as an element for the director, this should be, I think, a category of its own. I think it needs some research.
Yes, you're right. That's why I just said that in the start. Also, one category of himself is Angelopoulos. It's not a part of old Greek film, but we have to say about him, because all his work is about time, the internal time of the film, and also his shots. So yes, it's true, all of that. It's a big theme, and thank you. Thank you so much.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, is there another question maybe? No? Can I ask you something?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's very interesting, and I also would like to think. It came to my mind actually. If you considered a non-linear experimental kind of film, which is another category, like David Lynch's, for instance, which he manipulates time in a very special way in order to build and create these fictional scenarios that are too much of a pastiche, really, of ideas and scenes and stuff. And this is another category, maybe you're already working on it.
Yes, this is another category, and that's why I tried to put it in limits to say, this is the part of Greek films, and this is the part of American films, and I was trying to touch the most popular films that they are now in this presentation, that they were well known and everybody knows. And after, that's why I said it's a part. Because in film, time, it's endless. Also in history of art. That's why I start first with Greeks and the mythology. because if they are the base.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, yes, it's a nice comment. Thank you for your
maybe
comment.
it's a way to expand and create new taxonomies and categorization about time and...
yes.
Thank you so much.
I thank you.
Thank you so much. So the next presentation, I guess he's online. It's Apostolos Kordas. And if he's online, I don't know if we can have it on the screen. I guess he's connected now. Yes?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Apostole. Just a minute, because...
okay.
He will speak about identifying atmospheres in the colorful cinematic world of Almodovar. And he's going to give us a postmodern approach of kids. The floor is yours, Apostolos. Thank you.
Okay. The aim of this essay was to investigate the rapport between cinematic landscapes, performing narratives, graphic design innovations of Almodovar's colorful cinema space. However, cinema is a field particularly wide, which is not only described through the film it produces, but extends both to the spaces and time in which the film are performed, as well as to the system that creates interprets them. Additionally, the concept of cinema cannot be seen independently of the concepts of space and time, as it is an art of discovering space and time, which is easily observed in the structure of film. Almodovar's films appeared with the fall of the dictator Franco, which brought the loosening of censorship and the outbreak of an explosive sexual liberation. From Barrow to experience and new ideas La Mancha, where he was born and raised, Almodovar found himself when he moved to Madrid. It was expressed through the formal underground movement Movida, with characteristics of the hedonist atmosphere, bright colors, flashy clothes, contempt for conventions, and a total disbelief in everything boring described the mood of the current, which broke with the past and defied the ephemeral present. His heroes move on the fringes of loneliness, homosexuality, drugs, love triangles, and uncontrollable outbursts of violence, find an unexpectedly humorous way of coexistence in the Almodovarian universe, which is enriched by maintaining its coherence. His characters portray sexuality and gender as fluid. Characters are open to changes in their preferences and are swayed by the sudden attraction they may feel towards a person. When a film has minimal mistakes, it is considered incomplete. When it's full of flaws, we say it has style. With this quote, Almodovar seems up to the cab aesthetic of his films, creating his own distinct school. Absurdity, blasphemy, ironic humor, that first with kids found their place in scenarios full of passion with usually marginal characters at the center. He chose to mix the light-hearted mood with pop culture references and postmodern storytelling, touching on subjects that no one dare touch. Main features of his work include the refusal to recognize the authority of any single style of what art is, and the collapsing of the distinction between high culture and mass or popular culture, and between art and everyday life. The melodrama is for some superficial and for others the equivalent of a soap opera. Melodrama is perhaps the most misunderstood genre in the history of cinema, but not for Almodovar. Unlike most directors who avoid serving specific genres, the Spaniard was fascinated with unbridled passions, moral reflections, strong twists, and expressively in-depth performance that make up melodramas. A member of an art punk band championing Madrid's vibrant nightlife, Almodovar incorporated his diverse musical influence into his cinematic landscape, creating a quick sonic mosaic of his own. 50 Spanish ballads, flamenco, French chansons, and classical music without their coexisting is alienating. Through his film, he managed to disentangle female representation from the dominant male straight gaze in cinema and accurate and unprecedented exuberance. In this cinema, women do not fit into the molds. They openly express their sexual urges and fantasies. They are affectionate as well as vengeful, capable of humiliating and loving uncontrollably. Through a series of selected films, first recorded in a classification of references, parameters and analyses were made in the investigation of the narrative and visual tools that the director uses to be able to convey the identity and atmosphere of such a colorful and glistening aesthetic. Such an aesthetic that Anna Maria Sanchez calls a working class kitsch Baroque aesthetic in mind, the perfect background for a melodrama whose protagonists are neither affluent nor to Spaniard, exotic because of the familiarity of what we see on screen. From the opening credits to the narrative and back again. In the opening credits of Almodovar's film, forms and functions of informational typography and how text and image combine create meaning for film. The shifting role of text within the titles from informational to narrative, it determines how the audience relates and interprets those texts within upcoming drama. The opening credit, like a linear illustration, could be described harbingers of narrative frenzy to follow in all the director's films. Starting from Salome, 1978, with the title of Blood to Dissolve on Celluloid, to the most modern, with a more grand aesthetic, The Flower of My Secret and Bad Education, leave us no room to misinterpretation as what will be contained in the narrative drama. Let's take a look at a prime example of opening credits, Bad Education, which encapsulates all the reasoning and culmination of this cinematic genius. After the appearance of the film's production companies, a monochrome black surface fills the cinema screen. This surface has a large number of graffiti created by sharp objects, images carved on the walls and doors of public bathrooms, on blackboards in school classrooms, on prison walls, with faces, sexual organs, religious symbols and text, anonymous, subversives created through a violent process of destroying the surface, which record and communicate repressed sexual fantasies, unfulfilled loves, mocking of authorities, personal anxieties, and untold truths. A round irregular surface runs across the screen vertically down the middle and leaves behind a deep white rift, disrupting the uniformity of the scratched surface, then slowly reveal the director's name in handwriting. The white rift widens in a cross-shaped collage of fragment photos, appears as the film's title slowly reappears in handwriting form. This incompatible relationship between the cross, spiritual practices, and the sexual representations on the black carved background is what will become a central theme in the film that follows. Although Almodovar was raised in a culture deeply influenced by Catholicism, the juxtaposition of religion and sexuality is the main motif that the director, along with his classical visual tools, will use in rendering the poetics of the cinematic form. Using red, white, and black, each frame consists of a poster-like graphic images constructed from disjointed fragment parts that cannot be stitched together. Through the textual peeling of the different layers that make up this visual pattern, similar to the painful process of peeling back or escaping subjective and collective traumatic experience and memories, the film reveals a mosaic of images and text that evoke different objects of desire, male bodies, female divas, or retro-style images of femininity, religious symbols, crosses, drugs, and images that evoke death itself. As the Seoul bus refers, he saw the opening credits as a way of conditioning the audience so that when the film actually begins, viewers will already have an emotional resonance with it. I had a strong feeling that films really began on the first frame. Almodovar followed this exact emotional logic in almost all his films, and each time he prepared us for the main menu of the meal that he will serve us in his wonderfully colored kitchens. Finally, Almodovar's opening credits are very similar to the cover of an illustrated book. It not only gives the title and the relevant authorship and illustration information, it also attracts the curiosity of the audience, encouraging that they open it up and start reading. Almodovar's films are like life. They keep pretending. Experientially is the trademark of Pedro Almodovar's films, with specific incidents from his life captured directly on the big screen. The memories of the Spanish author from the raw material of the script, which looks back at the director's passionate past, giving us the occasion to remember why we loved his films so much. Let's think his attempt to come to terms with himself through this work, which comes back in films like Law of Desire and Broken Embraces, or the oppression he experienced as a religious school student which inspired bad education. Elsewhere, the connections are more indirect, as in his more grotesque movie, Women on the Verge of the Nervous Breakdown. The real telephone sets are the unseen protagonists, as they play a pivotal role in the development of the action, a clear reference to Almodovar's tenure at the telephone company. Perhaps the most characteristic transfer of personal story to the big screen in his relationship with the protagonist of the first 5 films, Antonio Banderas, in his emblematic film Pain and Glory. The story largely reflects their relationship as Banderas appears in the film as Almodovar's alter ego. He embodies a director in the quest of his creative phase without inspiration and with a body suffering from chronic pain, who decides to try at reconciliation with his favorite actor and star of the film that made him famous. Here Banderas gives one of the quietest and most neurotic performances, winning an award at Cannes and justifying Almodovar's trust in him from the start. But what are the basics, essential and visual elements of Pedro Almodovar film? We can mention at least 4. First, loving the objects, the shocking with a simulation presentation of characters from opposite worlds in a new version of the medieval myth, God turned upside down. In Labyrinth of Passion, for example, these contrasts are shown through the gynecologist who rejects all kinds of sexual relation and his nymphomaniac daughter. This is related to the more or less explicit need to recognize and justify marginal situations, gays and lesbians, transgenders, abandoned women, madmen, a sense of characters who are not integrated into society, finding in Almodovar's films a space for normality. Second, some recurring patterns in which personal and contemporary obsessions are entangled. The use of the kitchen as a place of treating a son who kills a father, to make a gazpacho, to be used as a weapon, to use drugs, and even for sexual awakening. The particular use of cinematic language is the third element of the Almodovar's factory. Very original shots, low-angle shots, the subjective of mechanics, etc. The incorporation of music, the characters in situation of pressure on the limits, which finally, hopefully, resolved. Finally, a complex plot structure inspired by melodrama, comedy, intrigue, and drama that enjoys play with confusing situations and creating many parallel plot lines that converge into a single happy ending. The use of double or mirror situations are highly structured and allow him to emphasize in very ways his passion for contrast and provocation. It is perhaps this last element that encapsulates all the others and functions as one of the most active and productive motives of the Almodovar film. Thus all of the above make up a pop culture or a cab aesthetic. From Pepe, Lucy, Bomb to Glory. His first two films, Pepe, Lucy, Bomb and Other Girls on the Hip and Labyrinth of Passion, were seen as examples of an emerging modern Spain as a new Spain that was supposed to have fully embraced pop, punk, rock and capitalism. Moreover, use of surrealism and cinematic exaggeration with precise irony and obvious aesthetic influence from John Waters. After his first two films, The Dark Habits, in his early masterpiece, an amalgam of authentic provocation, unorthodox comedy, and Bonuelian surrealism. Having begun to mature creatively, realizing the narrative value of the close-up and the dynamic hidden by the most austere cinematography, in 1984, he uses Carmen Maura in a stifling mother's apartment in What Have I Done to Deserve This? A domino of absurd situations and series of strange heroes make up an entertaining feminist tale that will be a great success abroad. Matador is the most symbolic of Almodovar's films. The visual excess of the film point to what at first seems to return to the colorful Janines of the early films with a murder mystery plot and tale of a sexual perversion closely linked to Spanish cultural symbols, particularly bullfighting. Woman in the Verge of Nervous Breakdown was the film that propelled Almodovar to international stardom and made him a household name in Spain. Delirious cinematography, extra avant-garde decor, and familiar fetishes are combined with a well-crafted script that hides elements of thriller and outrageous situation comedy. In 1990, a new collaboration begins with Victoria Ambril as a central character. First comes Atame and then Kika, a hilarious satire on the spectral society caused a lot of negative comments abroad due to its depiction of violence against women. If Women on the Verge of Nervous Breakdown launched Almodovar's international career and ensured that he would be taken seriously by the Spanish film industry, the award-winning All About My Mother cemented his status as the Spanish filmmaker to watch. The film is undoubtedly the cinematic essence of the Almodovar universe. In Talk to Her, the use of brain death has changed from central motif to physical expression of the film's main themes. Buzz Education 2004 will be a personal and semi-autobiographical interlude with his favorite film within a film theme appearing once again, while Involver, the two major crises that advance the plot, one in the past, one in the present, are not presented but refer to an exciting narratives that engage us, with emotional consequences of violence rather than offering it is spectacle. Broken Embraces is a companion piece to Volver and Bad Education. The title and photography of The Skin I Live In draws attention to appearance, surface and form, something that reviewers highlighted on its release. After The Skin I Live In, Almodovar directed two very different films, a cab comedy inspired by American screwball comedy and both Spanish and American satire, I'm So Exciting, followed by a full-blown drama, Julieta. The return to comedy closely followed by drama is a very Almodovarian response to the deep financial and institutional crisis that Spain has been immersed in for more than 10 years. Although Almodovar has expressed his wish to continue working, Pain and Glory feels like a last film in his condensation of themes present throughout the director's career, and the culmination of developing aesthetic that, despite continual change and a wide spectrum of style, is recognizable in each of recurring techniques. The colorful aesthetic, the attention to dialogue, the figure of the mother, sexuality, drugs, and the movida of the 90s, 80s are presented in this story as a declaration of total love for cinema. Pain and Glory combines the bright colors of pop with more nostalgic scenes of everyday life. Almodovar, the Spanish author. Many film-goers will think of the glossy and colorful visuals of films such as A Woman on the Verge of or The High Hills when asked about the style of Almodovar films. In fact, the films are more varied in visual style, and there is a clear process of development and technique as well as a certain recurrent motifs. Filmmaking is, of course, a collective enterprise, and Almodovar has plenty of expert support from directors of photography, from his editor Pepe Salcedo, and from a range of designers, sound engineers, and many others. Nevertheless, Almodovar's own attention to detail approaches control freakery. Publicity still often shows him behind the camera. Many of the objects featured in the films are bought by him on his travel, and his first script analysis with the chosen actors often features Almodovar as the voice and the actor of every character. This artistic omniscience may well be a product of Almodovar's apprenticeship as a self-taught filmmaker keen to learn everything about the craft. The earlier films are fascinating testimony to this learning process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Apostole. Do we have any questions? From the audience, please. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me?
Thank you very much again. Okay.
Someone has a question, so give us a second.
If you would like to relate the work made by Almodovar and its repercussions in Greek film, it's up to you to build up the queerness or not.
I don't hear the Greek filmmaker, the Greek.
The influence of Almodovar's work concerning its queerness in Greek film.
In Greek film, I think it's Almodovar is only one. I think it's deep Spanish, and if someone visit Madrid or Barcelona, he understands that all these colorful words, all these happy people is in his film. I think, I don't think that someone director here in Greece is influenced by Almodovar. Maybe it's Takis Konomidis, but I'm not sure. It's too difficult. The cinema of Almodovar is too difficult to be copied or something like that. It's Almodovarian universe, and it's I think it's more. I can't find the word now. Maybe some directors have some scenes or take influence from his movies, but I don't think someone is very influenced of him.
Okay, thank you, Apostole. Just a follow-up to this question. This postmodern kids movement obviously influenced the Greek society in some way. Do you think that this kind of exaggerated aesthetics, the melodrama, and all this submersive humor that is presented through Almodovar's films is also culturally and maybe in other levels, at a societal level, influences the Greek society? Do you think it had some influence? Because it is a very well-known cinematographer in Greece as well.
Yeah, I think we have, in some cases, we have same kids and some other things that believe or this is getting more deeper. And I think Greek society and Spanish societies have many things that is common. And I believe that there is no such a director or maybe a writer, I don't know exact, that have exact search this deep in Greece. I don't have an example now in my mind, but it's maybe the two writers, Repas Papathanasiou and some of comedies, I think is like Almodovar, but Almodovar have is more colorful, is more deep in the soul of the actor and the others. Maybe it's Repas Papathanasiou. Now I can imagine the film, and maybe it's more close to Almodovar.
Okay, thank you, Apostole. If we don't have any other questions, we can move to the next presenter. The next presentation is from Nandini Giri and Eric Stolterman. If they are online, if it's possible to have them please on the screen. Okay, so they are presenting a work entitled Exploring Design Methodologies of Cross-Cultural Design in Animation Production Processes. So you can start, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm Nandini Giri, and I'm an assistant professor in human-computer interaction. This is at Purdue University in the United States. And let me share my screen so you can... So today, myself and Professor Eric Stolterman would like to present a piece. This is an animation production project, and what is more important is that we see this as a design artifact in inquiring into how cross-cultural design methodologies can be applied within the whole filmmaking process to be able to understand the cultures better and also be able to find iterative ways of improving audience engagement with the content that is created. So this is about a practitioner's experience of working through a year-long project, and this was an 8-minute animated film, a 3D film that was based on the dance form Bharatanatyam, which is a classical Indian dance form, and this is being portrayed by the main character, as you can see in the screenwriting image here in the slides, that talk about the intricacies of this dance form and also the cultural relevance and how this content about the Indian dance form can be shown through a 3D character in a 8-minute short film, and ways of improving audience engagement in terms of the authenticity of the representation, and also finding frameworks and processes that can encourage these kind of culturalization practices early on in the production phase. So here are our main objectives in terms of coming up with this case study paper. So the first one is how to use design methods to apply culturalization practices early on or in the early stages of animated content development for deeper and meaningful engagement. So in HCI, user experience is one of the main aspects or goals that we are trying to achieve as researchers. So finding out ways that content can be culturalized. And this could be something about how the content is viable. So is this something that people can access to the meaning behind the different representations? And then talking about content being meaningful and also legible. How clear is the message being conveyed to the audience? Next comes the aspect of real-time production tools. So usually production is linear, especially in films and animation. It's all about the initial pre-production process where the content, the ideas are created, the concepts are discussed between the team members, and once it gets into the production process, we already have the storyboards, the animatics ready, so then it becomes very linear. However, in this particular 3D animated short film, we used a game engine which kind of leverages real-time production tools. So now it's not just in the pre-production, but also in the production phase, we're able to, in real time, visualize the end product, the renders, and be able to make design decisions over the fly. So how can we leverage these real-time tools and visualization techniques to enhance cultural engagement of the animated movements in this content? And finally, this was a film made with around 35 game design students in a university setting. So identifying some of the pedagogical insights through documentation of the whole process so that in future, we could use these as pedagogical tools for helping students create their own content that is culturalized. So this is our theoretical framework. So even though the whole animation production was done using practitioners, this includes 3D modelers who are creating the characters, we had editors, we had people who are in the motion track suit within the motion caption technology and be able to do the dance movements. We had animators, people who could do special effects. So this was the team that was comprised of the practical aspects of making the film, but then the main creative director and the other researcher of this paper were both involved in understanding like how we could use the short film as a design artifact in theory generation and also in moving forward the design methods for creating culturalized practices within animated films. So here we present three theoretical frameworks that we derive from the design field. The first one is research through design. So this again was formalized by Zimmerman, Rick Stolteman, and Forlizzi. It really talks about how researchers can create a whole new inquiry by creating design artifacts and by involving in design activities. So in this particular case, this is about exploring Indian dance movements within a 3D animated film. So it's really a whole nascent space that we are opening up here, and there's not really a well-defined theory or a framework that talks about the space. So the artifact in itself is kind of opening up this nascent design space that allows the practitioners and the researchers to be able to inquire into their own practice, question about opportunities for researching this new space. Next comes critical design, and this can be viewed in through multiple themes. It could be design avant-garde, where the artifact is being questioned, cultural norms and rules are being broken, and we are critically analyzing the artifact itself. Or it could be something where the design is talked about in a social context. So then it moves into design activism and looking at how a design artifact could actually question the current status quo or be able to create a change agent in the society. Then comes critical design as a force for empowerment. How do we involve researchers in the whole research design activity so that it could be critically viewed, and also through participatory design, how the different members of this whole process can be brought into this research inquiry, so that the artifact that's being created is more critical and involves the empowered participation of every single member of the team. And finally, looking into the cross-cultural design practices. What are some ways of introducing culturalization early on into the production process itself, so that way the content that is created is more localized to the people who are being represented within that, and how authentic is the culture that is being represented in this content. So next, I'd like to talk about the design process and mention some of the main cultural considerations that were done throughout the process. So here you see some images of the initial design of the character itself. Different shapes, different head shapes. She's wearing different headgears and accessories. If you look at the eye shapes, the expressions. So I'll start with character design. And this took us around 3 months into the whole design process. And as the researcher and also the creative director leading through this team, I was able to bring in the doll itself. So for more context, what you see here in the first image is a doll that's called a Tanjavur doll, which represents a character from the Indian background, from the Indian culture, and this is a bobblehead. So it was important for students to really look at the artifact, the cultural artifact of this doll in real life. So we were able to get a paper mesh version of this doll, and we conducted a couple of workshops where students were able to study the motion, the bobblehead, and then we were also able to go online and do more research about the background of this doll. You know, like, where does it come from? What is the whole history behind creating this doll, and then studying the motion. So how can this bobblehead movement be transformed into the Indian classical form that can be represented through animated movements? Then comes the narrative. So the narrative and the audio version, the audio design of this short film are really integrated, because it's the expression that the character goes through. So it initially starts off with a discovery motion where the character learns to dance. So that's when the character realizes that she's not just this doll, but she's able to imbibe some of the movements from the environment and be able to dance. So after discovery comes expression, where the character really masters all the skills and is able to perform well and express herself. And once she's mastered this dance form, there comes a moment of void, because now that she's really masters the dance form, she knows what this environment is. The environment is a doll maker's studio, which is shown in the third image here. Now the question is, this environment is too small for her, so what does she do next? So after the void comes a final moment where she transcends this environment, and there's a whole new beginning. There's a whole new calling from the outer world. So the narrative, the character, the audio design, the environment, everything is tied together. And we also used a soundtrack. It's a tune from the Indian Hindustani music. It's called Raga Hamsadwani, which is all about joy and new beginnings. So the overall tone of the film was greatly influenced by the music, which also had its own cultural nuances and expressions of what the character is going through. So some of the really intricacies of the doll that you see here is really in the dancing bells that she's wearing in her feet. So one of the rituals for a dancer in the Indian cultural environment is that once she graduates through her training, that's when the bells are actually provided, the dancing bells that she can then wear. And it's really something that has to be earned. And it's a very respectful and privileged ceremony where the dancer receives this. So what happened was, through the process of the short film making, students really didn't understand kind of like the intangibles of what this dancing bell really means. It was only seen as a 3D asset. So having these workshops and being able to brainstorm on the critical aspects of the design. What is the sentiment that goes behind these dancing bells? What about the bobblehead movements? Talking more about the costumes, the accessories, and the meaning behind it. All these were really helpful for us in understanding, like, this is not just a production piece or a project in itself, but then it involves opportunities for greater inquiry into identifying design methods, and also talking about how we could really apply the research through design methods, the critical design aspects of HCI in being able to not just create content that can express a practitioner's vision, but also in being able to create content that's more meaningfully connected with the audience. So this is where I want to just go back to the previous slide. And in research through design, there's also a paper by Professor Daskard, who talks about how this whole process is not just research through design, but it's also research in and through design, so that the researcher totally immerses into the design process itself. So that's when we find opportunities in creating user studies. So given the fact that we spent a lot of time in the production phase to be able to bring in all these different assets and identify multiple iterations of the content generation, how could this be used as a user study in actually getting some data from the people who can experience this content and provide more details about how well they were culturally immersed into the whole experience itself. So here are some of our main takeaways through this whole process. The first one that really worked for us is the culturalization practices employed in the early production stage. So one of the kind of methods we used is, like me and the students, we actually went to a workshop in understanding. We did some observation and contextual inquiry in talking to people who were working in that workshop. This was a wooden workshop. We studied the tools that were used there. We took a lot of sketches, drawings, recorded some of the music, the ambient music that was in the workshop. And this was really helpful for us in building this whole doll makers environment, which included a lot of intricacies that we received through this field trip to the workshop. Next comes the doll itself, the character study. So a lot of YouTube videos on the Bharatanatyam dance form. We watched it together to understand how the movements are performed, what are some of the intangible cultural expressions, and what meaning holds that can really engage the audience. We also had several sessions where different students would come up with character designs, kind of bringing in their own cultural perspectives on how a doll, a dancing doll, should look like. And then we spoke about the different, like, even beauty standards, talking about the headgear, and as I mentioned earlier, the ceremony and the sentiments that go behind designing the whole tangibles and intangibles. Documentation was key in our process because as the researcher and also the creative director of this film, I was able to document, the entire process throughout the 12-month phase of this whole production. So that really helped in kind of going back and reflecting, kind of doing this autobiographical research of, this is what I wanted. And then this week, our team came up with these ideas. We had all these discussions. So what is it that I take away? Did I communicate well? Did my team members understand what I was trying to communicate? And what are some ways that the students could feel more empowered and participate better in the whole process so that their voices are heard better? So communication, documentation, and having these different brainstorming sessions really helped us in converging our visions towards what the whole experience is going to look like. So next comes the tools itself, the technology. I've previously worked a lot on linear films, but then this one was very special to me because we didn't have all the ideas nailed down before we started with the production, but it was more like, here are the different concepts, the experiences that we want our audience to have. And once we were in production, having all these different 3D assets, the dance movements, the different camera angles, we were able to sit together as a team with a film editor and be able to look at how different compositions would work and what is the best composition that can work. Now, one challenge or one kind of future work is that we didn't test this with a real audience, so we don't have the data to actually prove that, yes, this is culturally meaningful and engaging, but that's something that we would like to do for the next iteration. And finally comes the pedagogical tools. So since this was a year-long project, students worked on different parts of the entire production. So some of them were creating the character itself in either as 2D sketches or in 3D. Some of them worked on the animation. There were students who worked on the lighting aspects, the environment design. So when the film was finally screened with all these different elements integrated, it was an aha moment for all students. They were really able to feel more confident about how they can use their skills, their complementary skills in creating something that's larger than what they have done before. And it was a very good learning process for all of us. So finally, the challenges and some of the future work. I think the problem here, which wasn't really well defined for the first iteration, it was more this messy situation where, yes, we want to bring in Indian dance form into 3D animation. We are using real-time tools. So what is the problem here? It's really about working with this nascent design artifact and creating this whole space. And for our next iteration, we plan to create a platform where users can actually go around and interact with this character, learn more about the nuances of the Indian dance form Bharatanatyam. So identifying ways for better user engagement is one of our main kind of defining problems here. We also feel that there could be better planning of empirical studies so that we get more user audience data through the different phases of the production and applying some of the critical design theories. So what does this character represent? The presence of this artifact in an environment, like be it in Indian culture or in a non-Indian culture, what kind of a social impact can this cultural artifact create? And then finally, talking about participatory approach for cultural empowerment. So how do we bring in more people who are actually stakeholders who are creating a real impact within this space, within this cultural space of Indian dance form? So these are some of our reflections from this whole production process, viewed through the lenses of the research through design framework, through the critical design framework. And that's going to be my conclusion. So the main takeaway here is, of course, it's a practitioner's presentation. It's a case study of a 3D animated film, but then it also led to opportunities and reflections on how we could apply design methods, the importance of documenting the whole process, framing problems so that we could identify ways of collecting data for better user engagement. And again, the reflection itself was a great learning takeaway for us. So that's it, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Nadini. Thank you actually for being with us. I guess it's early in the morning in the States now. So do we have any questions? Maybe we have a couple of questions. Yes? Yes, please.
Very much for this speech. We are here in Greece experimenting actually on a pipeline, transmedia methodology to give personality to the characters in several media like animation, games, interactive performances, and interactive network environments. And it was very, very interesting for us, the case study that you presented here, because it has a question that is in the center of our interrogation. For instance, you used a cultural symbol like the doll that you have there that has some attributes like clothes or other things like the bells that are giving, if you want, the standardization of the character. But I think that the various actors using motion capture techniques would change a little bit this standardization. So how do you deal with this differentiation between what is traditionally accepted in the symbolic form of the doll? We have the same thing with the ancient theater masks here in Greece, and the interpretation that the different performers they do during your research. And that's my question.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I'm really interested in learning more about projects that you're working as well. So currently, again, these are experimental methodologies, and one of the approaches that I'm currently learning and applying in my own pedagogy is the one kind of advocated by Kate Edwards within culturalization for games. So talking about proactive and reactive processes in content generation. So one thing is, yes, of course, it's about representation of the Indian culture, but also in a way that people can connect. So the proactive process is really looking at what are some ways of adding certain elements, layers of elements to say the character design that can help connect audience better with the content. And the reactive process is again a subtractive process in looking at the content and saying, oh, this is something that could actually offend my audience because it is misrepresented. So it's a balancing act between the proactive layers that could be added to this whole experience and the reactive elements that can be reduced. And I think that's coming up from a more trial and error method or through early on data collection from audiences. But I feel like that's something that I'm currently experimenting with, and that's my response.
Okay, we have a follow-up question.
Much, and we will keep you informed about our research too, because we have things to do in common, I think. Thank you so much.
Sounds great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Okay, so thank you so much, Nadini. We have another presentation, but I don't know if they are online or in person here, from Pavel Ruziak? No. Okay. Okay. So, if we don't have any other presentations, then this is the end of the 8th session of DCAC. Thank you so much for attending and participating, and see you on the next session that starts in 10 minutes, I guess. Yes? 10?
Now the update is that instead of 4 presentations, we'll have 3 presentations. And another change, as far as I can see right now, is that instead of having our first speaker in person, we'll have an online presentation too. The session number 9 is called Cultural Application Challenges and Approaches. My name is Dalila Honorato, and I'll be your chair for the next 1 hour and 15 minutes. Are we okay for the first? Not yet. The title of the presentation is Audience Interaction with Art Objects in the Space. And our presenter is Darko Trajanovic. Darko, if you can hear me, I'm sorry. Oh, you're here. I'm so happy. Please come join me. I saw this here and I was like, oh no.
Hello, nice to meet you. Good afternoon. My name is Darko Trajanovic. I'm a visual artist. I'm working as multimedia designer in National Museum in Serbia. Now I'm going to present research about how can the audience interact with art objects in an exhibit space. Okay. The theme of this presentation is a man, his body, and interaction with art. This research is based on ergonomics and interaction between man and machine. Okay. Can you hear me now? It's okay. The observer, the space, as well as the light and the movement are the main categories presented and explored. Ergonomics, we can say that is a new science. It is developed in the beginning of okay, thank you. The ergonomics, we can say that is the new science developed at the beginning at 20th century for the army and medicine, and later expanded to the other fields like the other science, such as biology, anthropology, psychology, and the art. I have to mention the ergonomics is a science that deals with the design of products so that they are adapted to the human body. Nowadays, the machines have evolved, and behind of this development is the attempt to modify the environment in such as ways as to support the human body. Okay. Stellark, on this example, said the body is a kind of evolutionary architecture that becomes operationally and aware in the world. The body has become obsolete and invaded by the technology. This empty body becomes a host for micro-miniaturized components that become biocompatible both in the scale and the substance. In the first example, we can see on the Stellark work called the third ear. This example, and this from 2007. He used an artificial biopolymer ear, which he has surgically placed in his arm and is growing normally in his body. He also connected it to the microphone and Wi-Fi and recorded the sounds of the environment that this ear was detecting. In this work, he intended to erase the limit between man and machine. In this example, this work, Exoskeleton, from 2003, Stellark is trying to improve the human body. It is an exoskeletal machine because he believes that the human body is not modern and not so completely enough. And in another example, totally different of the Stellark, it is work of Hernando Barragan. It is an interactive installation. It is a wall. We can see a wall in which light interacts with the visitor. He uses Arduino and distance sensors to that the wall is achieved to be the visitors. Activated, it be activated by the visitors. In another hand, we can see example of Ernesto Neto. Through his work, creates ambient installation, and he tries to overcome the boundaries between artwork and visitor. We have here a different example of his work, as we can see. And now we have another example, this example with light. His name is Dan Flavin. He creates a sculpture, objects, and installation through the light, defining the space and the path of the visitors. Through this research, a series of artworks emerged which were created and presented in galleries in Serbia. This is an art object made of light and plexiglass painted with acrylic colors using distance sensors so that the work reacts to the visitor. Obviously, in this series of work, I am dealing with symbols, giving the opportunity to the visitors to read the work in different layers. Also, in this picture, we can see another art object. It is a cross in green color, as you can see, and it is an antipode of X. Also in this work, I'm using distance sensors so that the work reacts, the light turn on or turn off to the presence of the visitors. Next art object I call RGB, and it was I was being inspired by the prism of Isaac Newton, and of course it is additive colors. The primary colors with light which are using by the television, computers, etc. The last but not least in this, it is the square. This work symbolizes balance in generally logic through the cold color and balance through the shape. I want to mention that the sensors in every art object has different time duration, so all together the art objects create a light environment that it changes every time depending on the presence and movement of the visitors. And the conclusion on the end, the space is created by the mutual communication and the harmonious connection between the observer and the art objects. In the end, the human body can act as a trigger in artwork, and some new research questions can arise from this research about the human body if it eventually tends to become a machine. Thank you for the time, and now it's time if you have some questions about my work and my researching that you are represented today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So yes, how about some questions?
Okay.
I just came back from Novi Sad this Sunday. Would you like to sit with me? Here, or are you comfortable where you are?
It's more comfortable. Thank you.
They advised me that you will remain hidden if you stay with Dalila there, so you will be a little bit invisible from us, but it's okay. So you treat interaction in space,
yes,
in an exhibition space, and do you think that the role of the director of the artist is the one of creating paths for the viewers?
Interesting question. It's a very philosophical question, I can say, and many layers. But I try to answer in some aspect of my work. I'm research in a very different, how to say, for me, the space of the gallery, or space outside, because I researching also in land art and some of the other aspect of arts in media. So it is, I'm looking like corporative. That's a corpus of the gallery. So visitor is like a trigger of these states. I put the sensors, of distance sensors, they are with different timing. So every visitors created own situation. So we have different situation. If you have one visitor, we have two visitors. If you're in different time visitors, so that is how to say, like free direction of some, when you're creating some movies or something like that, you know. You couldn't predict everything, but it's like in life, you know. You have a plan, but you know never it's happened on the end, like maybe your thoughts or something like that.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you.
Just to go a little bit further, so let's say that there is no viewer as a trigger. Is there any art left in the artistic installation that the director or the artist gives to the exhibition, to the space?
Sorry, I'm not understanding.
If there is no viewer, is there any work of art in this kind of installations? If you don't have a viewer that are triggering the work, if you do not have interaction with this work, is there any work left or not?
Yes, it's interaction with visitors. If I understand.
If there are no visitors.
Okay. I will said one very good analogy. What happened in this? I presented this at the gallery of the Faculty of Fine Art, and it's curator usually there, you know, because it's when visitors not in that space, it's dark. Okay, and the director of the gallery, he was a little bit mad because nobody inside, no curator, something like that. And we inside the space, into the space, and the lights becoming. So I think that is a how to say, that is real happened in this installation. So that is also life, you know. It's sometimes dark, sometimes light. Thank you for a very nice question and very intelligent.
Any other question from the audience? Can I ask you maybe
Yes, of course.
You have referred I think at the point of your presentation about different heights on behalf of the audience. Is there in your conception a thought about accessibility for people that have different heights, but also have different abilities? No?
No, it's also happened with children when they're entrance in the space, and they're reacting very well. Also happened that, and father of this daughter, oh no, she never entrance in the gallery, and when she saw the lights and something happened there, and she's the entrance. You know? So it's an open space for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, I think our next presentation, called An Education AR Application for the Philatelic and Postal Museum of Greece, by Stavroula Bampadzia, Angeliki Sgora, Asimina Karanja, and Konstantina Marmaridou. It's online, right? Okay.
Yes, hello to everyone.
Hi.
I'm Stavroula Babatsia, a PhD candidate at the Department of Digital Media and Communication of the Ionian University of Greece. My presentation today is about an educational AR application for the Philatelic and Postal Museum of Greece. Firstly, I would like to mention some terms related to my topic. These terms are augmented reality, serious applications, mobile technologies, museum-based learning, experiential learning cycle, and learning effectiveness. As concerns as the AR applications in cultural spaces can be used by visitors, museums and cultural centers, educational institutes, local communities, and researchers. AR apps can be distinguished in two categories. The first one is the location-based, which relies on a GPS system. And the second one...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but maybe you are not changing your slides. Is it on purpose?
Sorry, well, you can see...
You probably are not sharing the correct image.
Okay, let me... start again. Just give me a minute, please. Can you see now my presentation or not? Can you see my presentation now?
I think we can. But you might want to put it on full screen. Mm-hmm. Yeah? If you feel comfortable to proceed, I think we can work with what we're seeing right now. Okay?
Okay. The second one is the image-based, which relies on spatial marker or images in order to activate the AR content. Here you can see some images and an image and a QR image. Examples of AR apps can be found in several Greek museums. Here you can see the chess app, an application developed in the context of the European project chess. With the chess app, visitors were able to see the color version of the statues of the Acropolis Museum. Another AR app is also available at the Heraklion Archaeological Museum. The app uses AR technology to enhance visitors' experiences. More specifically, requires users to scan exhibits with their device's camera in order to activate AR content. Once activated, the AR system provides a range of features such as 3D models, videos, audio guides, and interactive activities. The visitors can use the app to reconstruct an object or to solve a virtual puzzle. This kind of activity not only enhances visitors' understanding of the artifacts, but also makes the museum experience more enjoyable and memorable. The Museum of Cycladic Art provides to visitors an AR app specially designed for families and children. Through this app, children can discover the biggest statue of the exhibition during their visit. They can transform it, learn information about it, and take pictures inside the spaces of the museum. In our case, focus our attention at the Philatelic and Postal Museum of Greece. In this museum, an AR app is provided to the visitors. The name of the app is a Philatelic and Postal Journey. This app was designed and developed for our Android and iOS handheld devices. In this slide, you can see a picture of the Philatelic and Postal Museum. It is located at the center of Athens, and it's quite small. It consists only by 2 rooms. I should mention also that the Philatelic and Postal Journey app was funded by the project entitled Digital Management of the Cultural Stock of the Philatelic and Postal Museum, which is implemented within the framework of In our study, our research goal was to investigate where this AR application affects students' learning experience. In order to achieve this goal, we asked students to participate in our pilot experiment and interact with the exhibits through the app. Similar methodology was used by Damala et al., Vagianou et al., and Ramos and Bratitsis in for other museum applications. The Philatelic and Postal Journey app is composed by the following components: stamps, post offices, postal vehicles, mailboxes, telegrams, and telegraphs. Here you can see some screenshots of these components, such as postal envelopes and boxes, vehicles, and bags. The app consists of 2 parts. Through the first part, visitors can activate the AR content by scanning markers located next to the exhibits, while in the second part, information and multimedia content related to the exhibits are given. For our pilot experiment, within subject design was selected. In our experiment, 9 children participated. Their ages were between 8 and 10 years old. It should be noted that the participants had no prior knowledge related to the topic, which was very important. Our experiment consists of 3 phases. During the first phase, we asked the participants to answer 20 multiple choice questions. In the bottom of the slide, you can see an example of these questions. During the second phase, the participants were asked to explore the museum and utilize the AR app for scanning the markers. Finally, during the third phase, the participants were asked again to answer the same questionnaire of the first phase. Here you can see some photos of our pilot experiment. Children found the whole experience very fascinating. Our hypothesis was that there will be no difference between all knowledge questions before and after the use of AR app. The overall findings indicated positive learning outcomes for all knowledge questions with no significant differences observed at each question. You can see the mean and the standard deviation here. To conclude, these are the results of our preliminary study. First, the use of AR apps in cultural heritage spaces and especially in museums garnered widespread acceptance from both children and their leaders. Secondly, using the AR app, the students were able to increase their knowledge level, although the sample which was used was relatively small. Children perceived these apps as an engaging means to partake in activities beyond the ordinary. And finally, the results indicate that most of children eventually choose to explore the extra information that were given through the part 2 of the mobile application. As concerns our future work, we plan to evaluate the AR app across a broader range of subjects spanning various age groups. We also want to formulate lesson plans that could be used in a classroom that incorporate the use of the AR app. And finally, in a cooperation with the museologist of the museum, to design tour guides for children that integrate the use of this AR app. Thank you so much for your attention. I would be glad to answer your questions.
Questions from the audience? I see one hand.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to ask if you managed to create different content for different user profiles, like the children and the accompanying parents or teachers. I don't know if you take care about this.
The content of the mobile application is the same for everyone, but it would be quite interesting if I can create a newer version of this mobile application for different targets of group. We would like to create different tour guides for different target groups that will incorporate this AR app in the future and to evaluate them also.
Thank you very So, multilingual content, do you have any English version of your application?
Yes, this mobile application is in Greek and in English as well.
Is there any other question from the audience? Could I request from you maybe to build up some ideas for the future development of such studies that could integrate a wider idea of inclusivity and representation, giving the fact that Athens, where the museum is located, is quite a multicultural environment with different children going to schools, but also you might have visitors from abroad.
Yes, this is true. Our study is focused on children, but can be also there could be also studies that could focus on different targets of group, elderly people or families or people from other cultures.
Thank you. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Our third presentation today is, I would like to call Maria Lisa Cambi. And the title is Data Aesthetics, the Intersection of Information Visualization and Digital Art in the Current Realm.
Excuse me, how do I switch presentations?
Just 1 second.
Is it loaded? All right, thank you. Okay, I could begin by saying hi, everybody. I'm a visual communicator. My research interests are around interdisciplinary practice in art and design, and I'm currently doing my PhD in the Fine Arts School. Which brings me to slide 1 of presenting myself. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's the third one. So, why did I choose this subject matter to present to you today? Data aesthetics is all around us. We're surrounded by data. Data is being generated every second of our lives. And what about generating interesting applications? Am I not? Yeah. And visually compelling results out of numbers and figures that make no sense to us. Literally, that's the case. We take bulks of data and we use them in multiple ways, engaging AI, computer science, multimedia art, in order to transform numbers into visually engaging results. For example, this one is a map that showcases how the trends of music taste changes through the continents, which I find very much visually engaging, and I love the graphic design of it. That's why I present it to you. So what exactly is data art? Data art uses data sets and transforms them into visually engaging storytelling, compelling messaging conveying results, visual forms, and they have multiple forms. Does it make sense? It does. Why? Because humans are visual people, because visual information is much more quick to convey the numerical one, because there is availability of data in terms of how we can use them, and it's all around us. So it's a very democratic form of art, which is very accessible to not only artists, but scientists and technology people as well. I hope that's convincing enough. And so this brings me to my conceptual framework, which derives from San Kubit's work. He's a media professor. He's studying also aesthetics in the field of philosophy. And what he suggests is that we see from a symbolic and semiotics-related art form of expression to a more democratic, a more challenging way of aesthetic expression, that of new media art. And what he does is really inspire people to choose alternative sources of inspiration in order to engage in their art creation. Here, we have the IRIS dataset, which was found by Fisher in 1936. And it consists of 150 samples of 3 species of flower, the iris flower. And what is done is a traditional example of data set used in statistics in order to teach people about statistics and the usage of information, categorization and classification. So what I've done with it is basically I isolated the scattergram and I used it only visually to play with it. So it's a symbolic art project for me, where you see the black one here, I don't know if, no. Is an artwork I generated inspired by the scattergram. And on the right-hand side, as you see it, is my, yeah, thank you, is my conversation with ChatGPT, which was not very successful in my opinion, because I asked it to take my original artwork. I provided information about the scatter diagram of the Fisher database, and what it came up with is those results, which I don't find very much of my taste, to be honest. And this was a very interesting insight for me, as I think that although it's very much advanced, it needs a lot of training in terms of its visual aesthetics and the generation of its imagery. Here are some more examples. Basically, I only used its bottom left idea of combining the diagrams with some visual materials of the flower, such as the stems and the petals. And then what I did was to isolate the color coding of the data set, and then in a second round I used the geometrical elements, and I played with them, being inspired both from the original data set as well as from the AI results. And here are 2 videos which are they going to play? Yeah. So there's no use of AI in these videos, and I found interesting how in a digital subject matter, it couldn't help me very much with how I would visually engage and manipulate my imagery. I was thinking it would give me a lot of inspiration, which gave me a lot of food for thought, actually. Why is it doing that? How do we advance it further? That's another result that contains no AI usage, but it's really a characteristic example where I tried to exercise myself in using data as aesthetic material for artistic expression. I chose to bring up some personal examples because there are so many ways of engaging with data art that they span from engaging with numbers, mathematics, biology, computer art, science, and it's really endless. So I thought it's more efficient if I just try to bring my own interpretation of it on board. So, like I said, running in the beginning, data art is very much interdisciplinary. It really does resemble a lot with the Renaissance period. And that's because it brings together science, technology, and art, and it really expresses and reflects the trends of the time, in the sense that as the printing press emerged in Renaissance and liberalized the communication of of knowledge through books to a vast amount of people, at least better than it used to be. In the same way, data art is available online. It can be generated and consumed online, which makes it free press, basically, and it can really expand the consumption of art overall. I think in a free interpretation again, Leonardo da Vinci epitomized the collaboration between science, art, and technology. And I think he was also once more the father of something, that of transdisciplinary practice. It's really interesting to see how history repeats and some major trends come up again and again. So how does digital art, and more specifically data aesthetics and data art, do that nowadays? Here's a very heavy, text-heavy slide, not very much engaging with data art, managing information visually. But I thought I could point out some forms of the data art movement. And if anybody is interested, they can take up and Google it themselves to take their research further. So the most important ones is generative art, data sophistication, sonification, data mashups, data mapping, interactive visualization. So to sum it up, what the data art does is transcend the boundaries by using data as a primary material, creating new form of aesthetic, and integrate information with beauty, challenge the traditional aesthetic and perception of beauty, and democratize art in the sense that it can be provided by open source software, and it can be consumed by everybody, and it can be made, created online and distributed online. It can bring up emotionally engaging results and make us reconsider the notion of information in general. It's not just numbers, it's not something vague, it can be visualized and formalized into something more specific, I guess. So that's about it. Thank you.
Questions from the audience? Okay.
The visually engaging art that you presented, thank you very much for that. I would like just to ask you two questions. How have you been inspired to do such research? And then if there are influential artists in the data visualization realm that you can mention.
Sorry, the first question was, how do I begin my research?
Yes, how have you been inspired to do your research? And then the second one is about the important artists in this domain.
All right. As for the first part, my art practice involves a lot of play. So basically, my last project was about morphogenetic fields, which has to do with biology. And I came up with it only by having a beer with a colleague, and he just mentioned the name, the term morphogenetic fields. It sounded interesting to me, so the sound was transformed into visuals in my brain, and I just came up with the project beginning from there. In another case, I might hear something in the news which I find that I can engage with, I can experiment with, or I find terrifying or interesting. For example, the fact that we have such environmental challenges in front of us. I think as an artist I could take over this subject and work on it in order to communicate the issue in my interpretation. And as for digital artists, you should definitely see the work of David Kruberg. He's my favorite one. And then it's David Icke, which I love a lot. But they are endless. I mean, there are so many subdivisions, subcategories of this discipline that everybody takes their own pathway, and you find your own favorite ones, or you find your own manner of practice, I think.
Any other question? Please.
Yes, this is indeed an exceptional research, and I understand it might take quite a lot of time and dedication to utilize all this chunk of endless data to put it into an art concept. So, since you mentioned this, one of the methods about data mashup, does this mean that you take research data or statistics from completely different fields and then create something in your mind which is unique to pass on a different message? Is there a guide for that? Or does it take a little bit of randomness? I'm trying to understand what's the motive behind.
No, that's a very interesting question, because basically the potentials and the expansion of the art practice in digital time is as vast as the internet is, so it's infinite. You might be interested in music, you might be interested in dining. You take any type of data that you think you can work with, beginning from your own personal point of departure. If, for example, you're I don't know, a doctor, you could take data regarding your patients, and then you could use this data, or you could collaborate with a doctor and use some data to make some relevant graphics out of that. But it's worth pointing out that it's different, it's a different context of information visualization and data art, because information visualization has to give specifically results that correspond to the data. So you have to convey some specific sets of information. Whereas data art, on the other hand, you can use anything, anyhow. So I think that's a major difference between the two.
Very interesting. Thank you. Any other question from the audience? Could I dare to just... So 2 years ago, we had a presentation about what is data art, including a visual artist and a bioartist. And through the bioartist, it exemplified that we can have raw data by simply, taking what was that, a sort of a plum, and just smash it into a hard disk. So the way that one has to express the concept or the idea of data art obviously depends on your own practice, right? So I do like this sort of embodiment, and also the example that you give, that you do not have to be so scientifically attached, obsessively attached to the information in order to bring out what you want to bring, but you can be inspired. While I was seeing your slides, I kept thinking about punk art, for example, and about all this theme of collage. And I don't know if this has any relation with what is in your mind while you are processing.
First of all, one example I was thinking of bringing here was the waves, or anything that generates sound, because automatically sound is raw data. Basically, anything you put under observation and you count is raw data. Even, for example, I don't know, how many people pass in this room this day is raw data. And then there's big data, which is complex, non-manageable data that can also be the other edge of the same point of departure. As for the graphics, like I said, play is a major thing in my practice. And I'm really not interested in basically bringing the information in front, but taking the visual aspect of the information on board. So I totally agree. And there's a lot of collage in the sense that you collage visually and you collage some thought-provoking aspects of information as well. Yeah, that's about it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And at this point, I would request the advice of our main chair and lead. We are 1 hour ahead of our last panels, so is it a very long coffee break, or should we announce the...
Shorten the break. Kind of begin earlier.
What time would you like us to be back? It's now 4:40. Okay, it will be a very interesting coffee break. I hope the coffee is outside. See you soon.
Hello again in the last DCAC session on the digital culture, technologies and applications that is starting a little bit earlier than scheduled here in Corfu. And we have 6 presentations that are already here, the presenters to show us their latest research. And we will start with Vivian Zhu with a presentation on skin series, sensorial prosthetics. And I would like to see if Vivian is online, I think. So if she's with us, Vivian? You are here, nice. So the floor is yours, and we are here to hear from you your research. Thank you very much for being with us.
Okay, wonderful. Let me share my screen. So, can everybody see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just get the. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Okay. So thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm excited to present to you a series of wearable works that I've created in the past called Skin Series. My name is Vivian Xu, and I'm an artist and researcher, also an assistant professor at the school, DePaul University in Chicago. Okay, so I'd like to begin my talk with the following quote from the Estonian biologist Jacob von Uexküll. All animal subjects, from the simplest to the most complex, are inserted into their environment to the same degree of perfection. The simple animal has a simple environment. The multiform animal has an environment just as richly articulated as it is. In his book, A Foray into the World of Animals and Humans, first published in 1934, von Uexküll advances his now influential concept of the Umwelt, otherwise translated as life world, in which he proposes all animals maintain a perceptual subjecthood and worldview through the feedback loop of receiving perception cues from the environment and in turn producing corresponding actions and effects unto the environment. This cycle, illustrated here by the functional cycle schema, presents an adaptive mechanism in which the Umwelt consists of both perception and effect worlds. Through endless repetition, the animal's relationship to its reality as well as other actors in this reality are fine-tuned. Predating Norbert Wiener's Cybernetics, published 1948, von Uexküll's functional cycle introduces concepts of semiotics and information communication into ecological and evolutionary discussions. Through this signal processing, environment and reality unfolds as a repetitive process through each beat of the deep medusa's umbrella, seen in this example, where certain stimuli and signs are reinforced, enhanced, and singled out. The coupling of organism and environment exists both at the macro level of ecological systems and food chains, which may seem self-evident today, but also it exists at the micro level of physiology, locomotion, and receptor cells, all of which contribute to propelling different organisms through their different journeys of life and death. The sense of environmental reality maps onto the body in correlation with perception organs. Such examples as the coordinate system in both human beings and fish correlate to the coordinate systems that help determine orientation, as seen through this set of illustrations that identified the location of the semicircular canals of man and fish. Similarly, tactile space can be discerned through the different tactile receptors in different areas of our skin. These perception signs are spatially and temporally bound, carving out a subset of reality in which each organism dwells. In this sense, what resides beyond the dwelling environment simply does not exist. What exists is an intricate web of signs and signals that through dynamic relational encounters generate specific meaning to their specific subjects. The color of the chairs and bookshelves in the human's room holds no meaning to the fly. As dynamics between subject and object change within a given umbild, meaning also alters. This brings me to the proposal of the Skin series, a wearable installation series that seeks to mediate and modify the human umbild through the intervention of sensory apparatuses. Skin series sets out to experiment with the malleability of organism-environment relationships and utilizes the human skin as an interface and venue for proposing wearable prosthetics that remap human sensory communication channels, and in so doing, alter the relationship between human and environment. Perception-oriented experiments in art and design can be seen in design researcher and curator Madeline Schwartzman's 2011 book, Seeing Yourself Sensing, Redefining Human Perception. Works such as the Body Object series by Anne Hamilton and Finger Gloves by Rebecca Horn experiment with reconfiguring the body and bodily relations through sensory interventions. While the works of these artists seldom incorporate technology, they provide interesting precedents for interventions upon human perception and the design of organism and technology assemblages. In Skin series, I am mainly interested in experimenting and presenting through the work more than human perceptual worlds through means of wearable prosthetics. The artwork explores the co-adaptation of man and technology, framing the two as hybrid cybernetic systems. At the same time, drawing attention to the role of environmental triggers in sensory perception that influences behavior. This series puts forth art as a vehicle for playful inquiry in reconfiguring the balance between man, technology, and environment in ways that are neither fully function-driven nor user-driven, neither fearful nor overly optimistic. Instead, it seeks to deconstruct the human and the anthropocentric experience in experimental and open-ended ways. To achieve this, I draw inspiration from the sensorial worlds of animals and other beings, and by mapping these alien and at times far from human perceptions onto the human body, I hope to disrupt the wearer's sense of place in their surroundings. The simple breakdown of sensory signal to performative behavior can be seen in the following diagram, where data captured by electronic wearable devices transform into information through signal processing, passed on to the human. These signals generate sensations that constitute perception and instigate instinctive action. The electric skin considers the electroreception capabilities of animals such as eels and sets out to design a suit that incorporates and synthesizes this capability with existing human sensory organs. In this case, electroperception is mapped onto the human body, linking with tactile receptors on the skin. I designed a simple capacitive touch sensor that constitutes a conductive probe and a signal amplifier circuit with a small vibration motor in the back. The amplification circuit is a basic circuit used by electric field detector devices that can pick up the position of high voltage cabling within wall spaces. When the electric field around the sensor is disrupted, the conductive probe is triggered and the signal is amplified to activate the vibration motor, stimulating the wearer's skin. Through the parallel matrixing of the circuit into modular configurations, I created a sensory textile that can wrap around the human body. So in this slide, you can see an early iteration of the electric skin suit covered by the sensors worn by myself. Similarly, the sonic skin considers the biosonar capabilities of animals such as bats and deep sea mammals like whales and dolphins, and designs a suit that projects a directional sound wall outwards into the surrounding environment. Sorry. The sound projection apparatus contours the human form and translates human-environment relationships into audible sound that echo and bounce within the immediate space of the wearer. The function of the sonic skin mainly lies in the modular detachable chest plate created through a grid of ultrasonic transducers that beam sound signals outwards. This technique is often used in the design of directional speakers. At 90 degrees directly in front of the suit, the projected sound is most audible to the viewer. When the viewer shifts their position outwards from this angle, the audible sound fades away. So by analyzing the volume, direction, and echo of sound beams within the space, the wearer is able to discern spatial obstacles in their immediate vicinity. And then in this final slide, what you see is the first iteration of the sonic skin, where the chest plate is connected to an audio player and microcontroller mounted on the back of the wearable. So this piece was originally, the sonic skin was originally commissioned and collected by the UN Art Center. And so what you see today in today's slides are early iterations. I am developing further iterations of these wearables. Ideally, I would like them to be wearable and performative so that performers can wear them and then respond to the stimuli impromptu. And right now, because just to support the electronic systems, the wearables are a bit stiff and the materials that I use are a bit hard to ensure structural integrity. And so I'm working to improve that. So that is my talk. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Vivian. I will ask to the audience if there is any question on your work. Yes, there is one there.
Thank you very much. It was very, very interesting. Given the fact that we see several attempts, for example, in wearables for AR, gaming, or some other, in the past, some activist, some wearables that were used for activist statements and performances. And also given the fact that your research is based on how different beings of this world perceive their environment, do you have so far any thoughts when these are in the state that you wish them to be? Any thoughts for the application in terms of raising awareness on users or on in users or in spectators of something, of a performance? Or do you have something in mind to raise awareness about how all beings are, like you said in the beginning of your talk and the quote you started with?
For myself, I think raising awareness is perhaps secondary. This is more, for me at least, more of a experimentation on sensory perception. So my work works a lot with cybernetics and biotechno systems, hybrid systems. And so it's more of an exploration from that perspective. I think the bigger interest in this work, and this work bridges to a new work that I'm developing, is this idea of organism and environment coupling, or organism and ecology coupling. And so if it's to raise awareness about anything, it would be more in that area, in that direction. I don't know if this answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. And is there any other question? Yes, there is one there.
Thank you, Vivian, for this very interesting presentation. I was wondering if you tried this with performers as participants, and what were their perspective and their experience from these wearables?
So I've tested this not with performers, but with audiences where a smaller module can be tested, for instance, with the electric skin, and people can kind of understand how it feels. Right now, the suits are not quite at the step where they can be tested with performers. So this image that you see with the sonic skin, it's using actually quite thick plastic fabric. And so when, because I've worn these suits before, they're quite stiff, and it's kind of hard to move around them, even just naturally when you're doing natural movements like walking and stuff. So it would be kind of difficult at this moment to fully have performers perform in them. And so, but right now, because the stiffness of the suits are to maintain the integrity of the electronics, right? And even then, I think wearable electronics, they're kind of fragile. So, right now I'm trying to figure out new ways of fabricating this so that it could both maintain the function of the electronics as well as be a bit more flexible for the wearer.
Thank you. Maybe it will be interesting to see how this stiffness creates new kind of movement or as a limitation for experimenting with performance. That's my thought. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And there is another question also.
Hi, Vivian. I was wondering if you see, how do you read the relation between this work and a previous work of yours with silkworms, if there is?
So I think the previous work, the silkworm project that you referenced, it also talks about, I think, organism and environment coupling, except in the environment of a machine. And so for people who are, I'll explain the work a little bit, which is the work is creating this cybernetic system between self-fabricating machines and silkworms, and the silkworm perception is sort of hacked in this process by the machine, so that the input and the output are both silkworm activity, and then in that sense it creates these sort of organic-looking spun silk structures in glass environments. So I think that the research I did for that work, I learned a lot about silkworm perception, and then it got me kind of thinking more about the concept in the skin series that I presented today. So.
Okay, thank you. I don't see another question, but I have one naive to you, Vivian. As far as prosthetics are concerned, maybe there is an involvement of plastic surgery, and how is it safe for the performer or the artist? Is there any security procedure or something like that?
So these are non-invasive wearables. So I think prosthetics doesn't necessarily need to be invasive to the body. They can be external prosthetics or external interventions on the body. So in this sense, the suits are not invasive to the body. So it's not quite like plastic surgery. However, I think that right now, one of the things with the electric skin is that it creates, it potentially would charge a lot of electricity into the torso of the human. So that could be dangerous in some senses. And so I'm also looking to optimize the electronics for that so that it could be safer. However, if, realistically, it's not safe for somebody to wear it, it could always just be exhibited on a mannequin. So I designed or experienced through small-scale modules that could be tested with the hand. I designed an LED on the circuit so that it will flicker along with the motor stimulation. So for people who are not wearing it, they can also see the effects of the electric fields on the suit.
Thank you very much for this clarifying answer, and thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, thank you. I need to stop sharing for 1 sec.
And maybe we can move to the next presentation that will be presented by my colleagues from the University of Peloponnese, and it will be a team of 6 persons. I will just say the title. It's Beyond the Stage, Advancement in Human-Computer Interactions in a VR Theater, with my colleagues Anastasios Theodoropoulos, Panagiotis Papadopoulos, Katerina Elracheb, Kostadis Mizaras, Chrysanthi Badeka, Christos Stathopoulos, and Manos Detorakis. But only one member of the team will speak today. The other members are with us in the panel, so you can ask them questions at the end. So please, the floor is yours.
Undergraduate student at the Department of Informatics and Telecommunication at the University of the Peloponnese, and also member of the Human-Computer Interaction and Virtual Reality Lab at the same university. To begin, I would like to make a distinction regarding the usage of VR equipment. Here you can see our performer Kostadis Mizaras during the rehearsals trying to embody a virtual character.
Ειδήλια, ερωτισμός, παντού η έννοια της αποκλειστικότητας, μια στενότητα των συμφερόντων που στενεύει το φάσμα της ενεργητικότητας και της πρωτοβουλίας.
All right. What I just described is called a virtual performance, and the difference with the broader meaning of VR theater is that the audience is not wearing any equipment, but watching the play like in traditional theater. Basically, in VR performances, the emphasis is on creating unique and interactive experiences for the audience, often blurring the lines between reality and digital content. So having made that distinction, I would like to present to you our innovative and research performance. In December 2023, the play Brave New World, based on Aldous Huxley's novel, opened simultaneously in Theater Lithographion in Patras, and 3 other theaters worldwide, one in Ukraine, one in Poland, and one in Georgia. The play took place in both a virtual and physical space across the 4 different hubs. This presentation focuses on the Greek contribution to director Krzysztof Garbachevsky's visionary concept. This is the theater here in Patras, not here, but in Greece. And here we can see the stage setup that was created for the needs of the play. Early on the rehearsals, we realized that the need for the tech team to be close to the performer, so a live lab on stage was created and was also incorporated to the dramaturgy of the play. The responsibilities of the lab were to control the projections in the theater and the sound coming from the virtual space, noting that this sound was in 3 different languages. So a speaker close to the audience was installed, so the audience and not the actors could only hear that sound. So the performer wearing the headset was moving around this area, marked as VR boundary, while the audience was watching him interact with other performers on stage and was also watching the action on the digital world through the main projection. Here are some pictures of the live lab and the stage. Let's watch a small part of the performance.
How are you?
This is from the beginning of the performance.
Hi.
Η Λενίνα και η Φανή θα κάνω τη Φανή.
So we can hear both the performance on stage and the performers from the other countries.
Μου συνέστησε να πάρω ένα υποκατάστατο εγκυμοσύνης.
For someone who doesn't know Polish, it might be somewhat confusing.
Έχει νόημα μετά τα 21. Μου αρέσει να πετάω. Μου αρέσει να πετάω.
Μισό λεπτό. Συνδέθηκα. Ο Μέγας Φόρντ, η Φρόι, η Φόρντ ήταν ο πρώτος που αποκάλυψε τους φρικτούς κινδύνους της.
So here we have a framework showing the streams that were needed to create an XR, extended reality performance. We have two different worlds, the physical and the digital. On the one hand, we have the virtual world where we need to create the world and the avatars and integrate them in a platform, virtual reality platform. In our case, we used VRChat. And also we have a camera streaming the actions of the digital world. On the other hand, we have the physical world with all the traditional theatrical props and needs. And we also have a camera streaming the actions of the physical world. We take these two streams and integrate them to create a single extended reality stream, which is the one that the audience is watching from the main screen we saw earlier. Here's an example of that process done in a picture. We do this on the actual streams, so it's video. All right, so next on we interviewed our performer Kostadis to research performer-machine interactions. The questionnaire created for the needs of the interview consists of these 6 areas. First, we start with the process before the performance and the preparation of our performer who had 0 experience with virtual reality. So at that point, we realized that we might have the same problem with the audience coming to see the performance. So before each performance, we had short sessions for the audience to familiarize themselves with virtual reality. They would go on the virtual world and see how the avatar interacts with things. Next, we talked about the virtual world and the digital characters. And what our performer found to be extraordinary is the feeling of moving closer or further away from another character, and how the volume of his voice changes accordingly, as we might expect from real life. Let's watch a quick part of an extended reality stream, like the one I explained earlier, showing the interaction between the two performers.
Zapomniałbyś wtedy o nich i byłoby ci wesoło. Naprawdę wesoło.
So here on the left, with white, is our performer, well, his avatar, and on the right is a Polish actress. We can see her on the back. So here we see the digital and physical world integrated. So someone in Greece would see our performer live,
Powtarzają mi, że jestem
the Polish
wyjątkowo
performer
sprężysta.
on the back
Ale tak,
from the
wyjątkowo.
video, and both of them interacting. This is a scene where they were fighting and then
Ty nie uważasz, że jestem
they
zbyt
kissed.
pulchna?
That's the scene.
Uważasz, że jestem w sam raz idealna?
All right.
Jesteś doskonała.
We saw enough. So carrying on, we discovered the difficulties and challenges that were added with the VR technology. Our performer needed to wear the headset for the whole duration of the performance, which was almost 1.5 hours, actually more than that, which could prove to be tiresome for the eyes and for the head in general. Then we see the artistic expression and how his performer was entirely in the digital world, so much that his whole movement was controlled by a choreographer, as shown here. Next, we talked about the collaboration with other actors from other countries, where, as he says, it was perfect, but at the same time difficult, with a lot of moments of incomprehension and resulting to frustration. Concluding our interview, we talked about the future of this technology, where, as he sees it, although innovative, it will take time for it to have dramaturgic interest for the broader audience. Now I would like to show you a part of the performance where Kostadis is giving a monologue to all countries through his avatar with a background of the Polish audience. That's a video from the theater in Greece. So we see Kostadis live, his avatar on the main screen, and the Polish audience in the back.
7,5 ώρες ήπιες ασταμάτητες εργασίες και μετά η καθημερινή μερίδα σώμα. Και φυσικά τα παιχνίδια και η απεριόριστη συναναστροφή και οι αισθήσεις. Τι άλλο να ζητήσω.
All right. These are some pictures from all the theaters around the world. Closing, I would like to end this presentation with a picture of the Greek team that made this this play happen, and here we are. So thank you for your attention. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll ask to the audience if there is any question. There is one, there is two, but we start from the beginning. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for your interesting talk.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Well, I am curious. I suppose there are some limitations regarding the acting process. For example, the movements that I can bring from the real world into the virtual world, or the facial expressions. Have you tried to map those limitations?
So the technology we used has, the headset we used has some cameras that track the hands. So our performer didn't use any kind of controllers. He used his hands to navigate in the virtual world. But for example, his legs were not tracked. The walking animation was simulated. It was not true. And then the lips too were animated, were simulated. When they heard his voice, the mouth open and closed. We thought of adding some trackers to some key points of the body. Let's say the knees or other parts, but we didn't have a lot of time when we prepared the performance. So yes, I think if we would do this again, we would have some kind of tracking. I don't know if I covered your question.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next question.
Congratulations, it was very interesting.
Thank you.
Maybe you kind of gave a hint about my question in the quote of the last person that was interviewed, but I would like your thoughts about that. Well, in my mind, on the one hand, we have virtual reality strongly connected to immersion. And on the other hand, we have something that's called immersive theater, and there are specific so far approaches to that. For example, placing the audience together with the actors, or inside the space with 3D sound, or performing shows on demand, sometimes in houses and not in theaters. Different approaches. Let's say that the technical limitations are kind of solved. Where do you place your project in this notion of immersive theater, in which the audience is, the central part of receiving an experience?
So there's a broader meaning of VR theater, where we can have many types of performances and plays. Our performance was not, the audience didn't wear anything, any equipment. I think it's more like a traditional theater where the audience just watches the stage, and the things happening on the stage is the innovation, the performer wearing the headset, and performers from different countries interacting together to create one single play. I don't know if I understood your question right, though.
Okay, so the audience sees the things that happen in virtual space on this screen that you showed us, for example, in the background or wherever.
Yes, but it's not that the audience only needs to see that that screen. So if the audience it's not a cinema, if the audience saw only the screen, okay, they can do that at their home. But it was both the physical stage where we had the performer wearing the headset doing stuff, and we could see that on the virtual on the projection. But we saw in the first video two performers with no headsets playing. So it's both the physical and the virtual. It's the whole experience.
Yep.
Yes, but with your micro, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Just to add something to what Panayotis said, yeah, actually it's a combination of virtual reality performance and things like immersive theater, because we can have many layers. Within the virtual world, there were green screens which layered the physical worlds, and again, there was an actor doing that inside the virtual world. So it's a combination of all these you mentioned before. It's something experimental. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I think that we are done with you. Thank you very much, Panayotis.
Thank you.
And we have here the first speaker of the session that informed me that is here, Adnan Haji, that will join us in the stage. I will just say that the title of his presentation is Extended Reality Crimes and Open Justice, and we will go into the realm of the crime scenes, I think. So it's something that brings us to a new
So while we're setting up, thanks for having me. It's great to be here again. It's somehow same like it was before COVID, but somehow different. I don't know exactly. So something shifted, because last time I was here, that was kind of before COVID, and then we had the virtual sessions, and then some. Shall we try to plug it in with HDMI? We have to memory stick. The memory stick maybe as well.
So we will put the presentation on our desktop. Adnan Haji was also yesterday with us, so he's well known by the audience.
And it's a website, so double click if you scroll down. Don't copy it, it's too big. So if you just double click it.
We proceed to the test, don't worry about. We will be with you in a few seconds.
Can you open it in browser? Yeah, that's perfect.
Actually, I was wondering by seeing the previous presentation if finally this artistic content informs the technological providers, or something may be done by the research teams instead of the industrial providers. I don't know if there is an answer to that, but it would be great to have a communication between art and technology providers.
Great. So, yeah, continuing from COVID, that was kind of where I left off. It is something which I'm also going to talk a little bit about here, because I'm looking into the very idea of actually committing cybercrime, so to say. The strange thing about this paper is it more or less goes the other way around, as we have been researching first into AI and AI crime, so to say, and then we more or less continued with the research with Polish colleagues from the Virtual Narratives Lab in the film school UCZ. So it's kind of the other way around we took, but nevertheless I think it's also relevant to the kind of situation we are kind of experiencing ourselves in here in this room, now being kind of in a hybrid setting, again in the same setting, in a conference setting, but something changed. I can't really grasp it in the moment, but we might discuss over a coffee or tea about that. So that's the kind of consortium which you took off from. I want to stress here mainly the Virtual Narratives Lab from the film school UCZ. And what I'll do is I kind of read half of our research out as a paper, and the other half I'll give you some case studies, how we are actually more or less dealing with these kind of immersive experiences and how they may relate to XR crimes. Not all of them, of course, do deal with XR crimes per se, because we kind of look into the legal issues such as privacy, freedom of expression, etc. So we kind of see it as a broad term within media law and ethics, if you want to say so. The consortium itself was called Erasmus XR and consisted of those partners. We finished this project. We're now continuing with another Horizon Europe project, which I will show you in the end of this presentation. And this is kind of also the idea behind it is kind of that we're gearing towards a self-censorship. This paper shall begin by questioning the cyberspace, including the emerging metaverses as a public sphere. Then discusses a social space in which democracy is being enacted to explore open justice in extended realities. This paper concludes with, can say, kind of a warning against excessive state control, while trying to project a desirable scenario of multiple digital spheres. Legally well-regulated metaverses, in a wider sense, a well-regulated social media environment, which is kind of what we are discussing here, could be seen as a potential democratic tool allowing metaverse or metaverses users freedom of expression and freedom of information access through an advanced form of jurisprudence. Nevertheless, social media users, including metaverse users, should also consider that those rights come with responsibilities, namely legal restrictions on infringing others' users' privacy rights, with social media turning towards extended reality XR by creating platforms such as Meta Horizon, VRChat, Centaur, Neo, VR Spatial, etc. And some of them are even dated by now. Pseudo-public spaces being created, offering a platform for such a public discourse. 3 issues should be taken into account when attempting to regulate electronic spaces simultaneously: permeability and exclusivity. The first, simultaneity, refers to the fact that in cyberspace, users can be in several places at once. The second, permeability, bespeaks the breaking down of clear-cut boundaries between the different spaces of social life. And the third, exclusivity, references the fact that the internet, as we very well know, in the wake of its encroaching privatization, commodification, commercialization, cannot be defined as an open space, agora, or commons. And by the way, these are kind of first mid-journey played out. I forgot to say this, so I kind of always gave so you see the prompt on top, XR and metaverse, and that's kind of the first image mid-journey kind of spewed out, because it came kind of from the AI crimes kind of combination with XR. So just, if you're wondering, the aesthetics is pretty much the central space. You have a kind of a character there, and around it's the nice blossoming, kind of pinkish color approach. Like this is kind of the imagination of how metaverse looks like. The question of metaverse and XR, how does all this translate into the relative new spaces of metaverse, the emergent world of online collective virtual shared spaces? First, the development of cyberspace toward immersive spaces further bolsters the space metaphor as regards to internet rather than understanding it as a medium, looking closer at the distinction between private and public. This is all the more so because immersive spaces, while retaining the trait of permeability, are no longer, or in much more constrained way, simultaneous. When we immersed in a virtual space with other people, we're no longer able to do at the same time our Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc., or by now X. These characteristics, on the other hand, tethers us to given immersive space, makes us more present, and therefore likely to experience co-presence and open up to others, and thus we become more vulnerable. The possibility of impersonation, so that's one of those crimes we kind of have been looking into, or also identity theft, or the loss of reputation, assault, hate speech, etc. They're all kind of there in this kind of social media sphere, if you want to say so. And within these kind of metaverses, they can become pretty much on steroids, if you want to say so. If we are able to guarantee free and open social media, and as we know, it is the private actors who exercise almost all control over the internet speech. And I think here, what's his name again? Doktorov, exactly, he kind of phrased the term enshittification. This is kind of what we're kind of dealing here with this platform capitalism, which kind of course, then very much goes into this platform of the metaverse. Public interest can be understood there, and I quote here the kind of the European Court of Rights Court, a complex of supposed informational, cultural and social benefits to a wider society, which go beyond the immediate, particular and individual interests of those who participate in the public communication, whether as senders or as receivers. And this is how our LLM sees the prompt privacy versus public interest. XR offenders are protected through Article 6 in the Human Rights Act, the right to a fair trial. So here we really kind of look into anyone who committed a crime within these kind of metaverse spaces, but we also looked into crimes committed by AI, so to say, which gets even more complex, let's say like that, because who is held accountable for an algorithm running crazy, so to say, which certainly happens in the moment. I mean, we have kind of high frequency trading going on with predator algorithms which are out there running wild. Here, a balancing act, a fair trial against open court proceedings and the publicity given to criminal trials is vital to the deterrent purpose behind criminal justice. And I think this is really also why open justice is such an important aspect within these kind of virtual spaces. Any departure from the open justice principles should thus be justified, as anonymity might allow for XR offenders. And we kind of see this anonymity always also in the kind of social media spheres, that people do act quite differently when they're behind their keyboards, sitting on their sofas. To use anonymity to the extent allowing XR offenders to exploit the system. To stay anonymous could result in a culture of mistrust and cast a shadow over whole communities of metaverse users. Which comes to the prompt habeas data, and LLMs supposedly also speak Latin. They speak even Maltese, I must say. I was told so since 2 weeks ago. We can translate pretty much everything into the small island of the Maltese language. In order to address the notion of open justice within XR environments, such as the metaverse, one additional concept should be considered, that of habeas data, or Latin for you have the data. It stands for the right to collect data and the freedom to delete it. And within digital networks and data centers, the data of individual users is being stored, possibly forever, making it difficult for XR offenders to ever rehabilitate their image. This right was entrenched in the EU legislation by the European Union Court of Justice as the right to be forgotten 10 years ago in May 2014, so pretty much now 10 years ago. The right to, and in a way, not much has happened, and we don't really see this right being enacted on all those data centers. I wonder what happens if we would have a critical mass of users actually accessing these data centers, requiring Google, Amazon, whoever is these big data centers and running them. There's also some obvious strange ones. What happens then with this right to be deleted if we actually do delete all these data? The right to be forgotten is a significant right for metaverse users and not only a getaway right for XR offenders, considering the vast amount of data which is harvested by data processes from the users, separated from them to the extent of becoming autonomous, and especially the amount of data created often unwillingly by users feeling compelled to share updates about their private affairs on these platforms. All the platforms making metaverse experiences accessible are regarded as both controllers and processors of data under the right to be forgotten, and thus have to give metaverse users the right for their data to be removed from the said platform as established in the EU Data Protection Directive. So that's just a thought. It becomes interesting if we would actually reclaim that right, because I don't see it being really that much claimed. So in conclusion of this paper, and then I just give you some of our case studies, talking here about advanced. So this is kind of the end of, this is not a prompt anymore, so we kind of return to images illustrating now here advanced jurisprudence. If the public does not accept former XR offenders back into society once they have served their punishment, society becomes timed with an archaic criminal justice system. Thus, open justice is an important tool, allowing for society to have certainty that XR offenders are being successfully punished and, more importantly, rehabilitated and reintegrated into society. Thus, in an ideal world, XR users would have a balanced discussion on political issues in the public spaces of the metaverses, producing a form of multiple and competing digital public spheres. Rather than allowing such an idealistic vision, it might be more compelling and adequate to call for a plurality of media within the metaverses. That said, there are certainly also metaverse users who will never breach any ethical code, but those same users might also never risk sharing any controversial views, basically conducting self-censorship. This might very well be a new tendency for metaverse users, see themselves following through the future of XR criminal court proceedings. And that kind of leads me to a question about privacy, very much so, because this is also the right to privacy. As we know, we now see new headsets that actually also being soon EEG capable, and this is pretty much a fingerprint of your own body data, so to say. Who owns that data? Of course, you sign the terms and conditions. It's not you who own your own brainwave data. It's going to be the platform holder, the one who is basically enshittifying the whole process, so to say. So you actually contribute. So one actually contributes, not you. One actually contributes to this whole process of, let's call it a privacy theft. We do research on that also with our colleagues from the Cognitive Science lab. We have it opposite of our Immersion lab. So it is something we're quite interested to see. Also in regards to kind of out-of-body experiences, what happens actually really with this kind of strange notions. Some say motion sickness, but I think it's also interesting to see that we have a kind of disconnect to our bodies. And then also another one where privacy comes into is, that's now an image of the Hypogeum in Malta. We do work now for the next research project on heritage. Our researcher here, Letta Storhin, she has kind of created a we try to perform heritage in that respect for this research project, and the idea behind it is to use those 3D scans and offer them to dancers to interpret them and actually also perform these aspects. And here you just have a brief example of 2 dancers. One actually should have been 3, but unfortunately the connection to New York dropped. So it is during the Being Human Festival at Goldsmiths University of London, Letta had envisaged to have 3 performers, one from New York, one from the UK, London, and one from Malta. Unfortunately, only those 2 could really connect. So otherwise, you would have seen a triplet of dancers interacting with each other in the kind of fragments of the hypogeum, which you see here behind. And this work, our researcher Letta Storin will now take further, actually seeing also how to connect these kind of prehistoric archival systems, archaeological sites around Malta. So much time. You can look it up if you look for Letta Storin, and also it's the Being Human Festival from last year. All of this also went into an artist residency at the Ars Electronica Center in Linz, and it should be shortly presented. I think over summer, Letta will have a wrap-up. Also here, just quickly, that's of course again a lot of biodata we're transmitting. This is basically done with mock-up sensors, and those mock-up sensors more or less capture your whole body movement. But as we also very well know, even how you walk is actually biometrical data, which makes you very much identifiable. So these data sets, they are also then being owned by these entitified platforms, if you want to say so. That's the project we're working now on. It's called Impulse Horizon. So for anyone who's interested, we just kicked it off now this month, literally about a week ago. It's kind of looking into immersive digitization, upcycling cultural heritage towards the new reviving of strategies, and is led by our partners in Poland, the Jagiellonian University, as a Europe Horizon project, and together with KU Leuven, Bologna, and we partner with Heritage Malta on that, where we actually want to see and perform those heritage sites, archaeological sites, plus the film school, the Film University in Babelsberg, Berlin, and probably your colleagues here in Athens are with us on board. Another thing which I just briefly want to mention is, and probably you have, because I kind of touched up on this already once here, but it is still very relevant. We still have a migration crisis going on, and we still have no one being held accountable, so to say. The idea behind here is forensics. How can we actually use these kind of immersive spaces in order to create evidence, let's say it like that, evidence which also holds still within 50 to 100 years, long term, to actually see what kind of crimes against humanity have been committed on these kind of borders. We never managed to pull the research grant off, let's say like that, maybe also out of political reasons, I don't know. Nevertheless, we did then form a platform for migration at the university itself. It's a platform for migration at the University of Malta. And we have as our partners the Department of Criminology, which is looking into the forensics. We have set up immersive space as well. In the moment, most of the forensics, though, is much more around smaller stuff, car crashes and stuff like that, where we can have the judges actually enter the scene. We have a small cave where we invite the judges to come. There has been a higher profile criminal case, which I'm not allowed to mention in the moment until it's resolved, but this has been the first time we really could kind of interact with the judge. And then, of course, all the search and rescue operations at the Mediterranean Sea, and I'm almost finished. I won't play this one because I don't have the time, but I just want to give you a quick idea of how our colleagues' forensic architecture more or less are using that data to triangulate these kind of immersive spaces. Now here, the court case against the Libyan Coast Guard for the shipwreck.
Was its side, it risked making it capsize at any moment, thus endangering the passengers' lives.
Yeah, I'll leave it here. You can look it up if you check for forensic oceanography, the case against Libyan Coast Guard. This is one where these kind of 3D spaces, immersive spaces were created, and ideally this could then also serve as evidence. It is not there yet, so the forensics still need to work a little bit harder. In the moment, of course, there is more pressing issues around the conflicts in Gaza and the Ukraine, and also not to forget in Sudan, which is often which falls on the table as it doesn't really do and deal so much with our interests, if you want to say so. Then finally, just have 2 more slides. I won't play this one, and I'll stop with this one, but I just want to let you know that this also kind of goes through probably the European Code of Rights, European Human Rights Court, sorry, and this is now a case we have in Malta, which is about 3 of those forced migrants being held accountable for terrorism by actually claimed hijacking of a boat. But it's now taken up by Amnesty International, and it's quite a long-standing journey. It is already in its 4th year, which is actually quite a grind for forced migrants. But with that, I want to close. It might not be so optimistic because we do deal with a future of crimes which may multiply quite a lot, but I think it's also good to discuss them and to be aware. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adnan. I have to say to the audience if they have any question. Maybe you are aware of the case of assassination of Pavlos Fissas, a singer here in Greece, by a fanatic of extreme right, and that was investigated by forensic architecture in London. Do you know them?
Yes. That's basically the colleagues who are, the offspring is forensic oceanography. So forensic oceanography is actually kind of, let's call it a sub-department of forensic architecture who looks at the sea border in the Mediterranean Sea. Not only Mediterranean, but around all kind of sea migratory routes, let's say it like that.
So it's interesting to see that there is digital evidence on real things that we can take in a space and try to reconstruct the facts. But I noticed also that they won a special mention in Ars Electronica, an art fair mostly, 5 years ago. So how you can balance reality, criminality, and artistic exigence, if you want, artistic quality?
Let's say it like that. I think it's foremost also artistic research, which I tend to actually say artistic research is not practicing art, it's actually a transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary approach where you actually also deal with other disciplines. And in that case, it is, the legal justice system, so to say. But I also need to say it is not there yet. We don't have we don't have a system where we can actually create forensics which are being held up in court. It hasn't happened so far. Forensic architecture is kind of the artistic research, I would say, group, collective from Weizmann, who has pretty much almost gotten there. They have been nominated for the Turner Prize, but their kind of approach they had there was then in the end rejected by the court. So it still isn't there, but I think it is promising, and I think it is also something which I feel would be well worth working on for human rights violation, because that can be used down the line in 2, 3, 4 generations if it is accepted by a court, if it is actually verified, and if it holds up as forensic evidence. That's really what needs to be done, and that needs to be done together with colleagues from the legal department, so to say. So it is very much transdisciplinary.
And what kind of technology should be improved to have, data that they will be accepted by the Human Rights Court, for instance, or any other justice instance?
Well, that's a difficult question, but I would say, out of my head, it's more about those judges being able to verify and actually accept evidence. And there needs to be some kind of regulation, some kind of route to actually have this evidence being stored. It needs to be stored within for example, the European Human Rights Court. There needs to be a place. There is also. I mean, that's definitely happening. But it hasn't happened with artistic research so far, or not that I'm aware of, let's say it like that.
So I'm sorry, I took the speech from you in the audience. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question to Adnan? Or are you afraid about cyber criminality? And, oh yes, there is one.
Hi. As I was hearing you talking about cyber criminality, I was thinking about ecological criminality too. And through this new project that it seems to be developed, the first part of your presentation, I was also wondering how many of these sites that are archaeological are being lost by the rise of the sea, especially in the Mediterranean. And how this is almost like a sad way of archiving what is going to be immersed. I mean, really immersed sometime in the future. And how are we going to be attached to these places that today seem so sacred, no? But is this some sort of the next chapter of Mad Max? This is not a question, this is more like a sad report of what I was thinking about as you were showing the images of two dancers that couldn't be three in a place that is amazing, but as other places they're going to be lost. Is this technology going to help archiving?
I think there is something, what you're pointing on, I think this is also about ecocide, so to say, what we're kind of witnessing, and I think there is also something to, I kind of, what's it called, this baseline syndrome. Joanna Moll did a very nice presentation, and I don't recall the actual research about it, but how we are kind of witnessing a syndrome of society accepting less and less nature and accepting more and more, let's call it the concrete culture, if you want to say so. And I think there is also something to be said about, as we very well know, these kind of data centers or these kind of projects which are running there are not at all sustainable. I mean, they are really very much maybe even contributing to that very ecocide. If you want to come towards the kind of environmental impact, and which may very well be that the archiving might not be so much the question, but how the archiving is being done in a very destructive manner if it is done with these kind of huge data centers, who, by the way, are not very, are very resource hungry, as in like electricity. But what is much more scary are actually very thirsty. I mean, they really do, they really do drink a lot of water, and this is something we should all be aware of, especially living around the Mediterranean. So I think the archiving is one thing. Which I think is more also to the question to the code systems, that they actually do create something where artistic researchers can interact with. But I think the how is maybe even more important, that we actually look also into the sustainability of that archiving and how those archives are then being created. There is ways of dealing in a sustainable way with that, but we haven't done this. And the other thing is also, adding to that, is probably also the exploitation system of these huge data centers. And I think there's one important point which comes to the how, if we want to talk about the how to archive, is pretty much it will be then also a lot of click workers involved. So we should be very well aware that this is more or less a modern form of slavery. Because we do have now in the global south people actually clicking through these kind of huge data sets for almost no money. And that's why we are experiencing in moments such as speed. If we would have workers' right now put up front and saying that basically you have to have a fair salary for the work you're doing because it is basically a huge, technological leap we're kind of witnessing, then we would slow down this whole development, because I don't think that these big data centers are willing to pay a fair price for the workers. So I think workers' rights is probably also something which I would like to add for the how to archive. And if we kind of deal with that in a fair way, then it would be great if artistic research can connect into it.
No, we can see that nature may be criminal too. It's something that is important to say also, that this criminality may be beautiful. I've seen once by Masaki Fujihata, an application showing the seismic vibrations in Japan. Every second you have a lot of interesting vibration in the island, and it's a very, very attractive application, you know, in the art side, if you want. Thank you very much, Adnan, for your presentation. We can proceed now with the colleagues from the Ionian University, Rena Katsenu first, that will be with us to deal with virtual agents in kindergarten, post-human perspective, yes, okay, and you are with Ioannis Deligiannis and Dalila Honorato here present, and you will present, but we can ask questions to all members of the team here in the audience. We have to say that we rearranged a little bit the presentations of the panel, just to put colleagues from the Ionian University to the end of the session. It's something that we could do because we had to give priority to the online presentations. So you are ready to present. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Good evening. My name is Rena Katsenu. I'm a kindergarten teacher and post-PhD researcher under the supervision of Professor Dalila Honorato. And today I will present the results from an empirical research project focused on the creation of a virtual agent from kindergarten. I have been training the agent to act as a tutor, a curious, funny and friendly tutor with a pedagogical mission to activate critical thinking, empathy and empower children curiosity. This is, I named the agent Fru Fru, inspired of character of my early childhood, and this is how the virtual agent drew himself. When I asked him, "Can you draw a picture of you?" and this is and use Dali and Picasso technique.
Technicality is always a problem. Technology is good when it's functioning.
This is Fru Fru. This research is part of a broader research project titled Robots Go to Kindergarten, AI Images in Preschool Education, which is conducted in the Department of Audiovisual Arts under the supervision of Dalila Honorato. Let's start setting the research problem. What leads us to this investigation is the current situation, which you can see AI in everyday children life. Children interact with AI, which are designed with specific pedagogical focus, and other which are not designed but have easily access to them, like Voicely ChatGPT, which is revealed recently. According to researchers, we have witnessed anticipate effects of AI on young children behavior. In Greece, also, children interact with AI, and they teach robotics in focus on programming with a B-bot robot. what are the unanticipated effects that we witnessed? To answer to that question, we have turned to the post-human perspective and more precisely to post-human perspective as articulated by Stasienko. According to this perspective, the other, which is the different from human, are animals and machines, and they have all, they can influence human action through agency. Stasienko introduced introduce information creation as another entity which can influence human action. What are information creation? Are data, digital entities resulting from the dynamic interaction of interaction between people and interact in information technology, and they can be video games, virtual agents, chatbots, or avatars. We also introduced in our interpreting framework guidance, which has stressed the role of agency in the role of routine in promoting agency in human interaction. And our research hypothesis is that routine interaction with information creation build intimacy, which can link to the transmission of informal knowledge. But what is informal knowledge? Informal knowledge, according to us, Alfred Schulz, is or recipe knowledge. It's knowledge that people use in everyday lives, and helps them to interact with each other. This leads us to, and this knowledge can creates the culture. This leads us to Prenxi, who named digital natives those who are born and are grown up with technology. Those people have revealed digital identity, digital socialization, digital culture, which other people who are not born in and are not raised in this with interaction with technology cannot understand many times. What is our research goal? Our research goal is to systematize informal knowledge as part of the official curriculum. We want to incorporate AI in the virtual agent. We want to help children to understand the ontological status of the virtual agent, his limits and his potential capabilities, and to develop critical thinking of children through narratives. Why do we use virtual agents? Because we see virtual agents as a bridge between the culture of children, digital natives, and us. The research methodology we use ChatGPT 3.5 and 4 to create the virtual agent. And we compare those two versions of ChatGPT. And then we make interviews, in-depth interviews with kindergarten teachers to evaluate the virtual agent. ChatGPT 3.5 has limited customization options. We couldn't create the virtual agent with ChatGPT 3.5 because it keeps forgetting his role. But we use ChatGPT 4, which has greater adaptability, and we use GPTs. It is a session of ChatGPT which is specialized in creating virtual agents. This is the place we create the virtual agent. First, we set the pedagogical goals we want to achieve through virtual agent. We train through dialogue. We will talk with dialogue. We teach the virtual agent to use Vygotsky and Brunner techniques in approaching the children. This means that he has to focus on meaning, according to Brunner and Vygotsky, on the meaning of children's actions. Secondly, we use articles and educational material to fit GPTs. We use Rodari techniques for creating the virtual agent, who is focused on the development of imagination through narrative. Then we make experiments with ChatGPTs with Frou-Frou, and secondly, and next we demonstrate Frou-Frou to kindergarten teachers. We get feedback from them, and then we train again Frou-Frou. So we build a Frou-Frou persona. That's how he imagined himself. He told me that he is curious. That's why he has big and round eyes. He is happy. That's why he uses a lot of colors. And this is his ideas. It's the ingredients I used to teach him: curiosity, happiness, and many ideas. This is an example of Frou-Frou curiosity. I want to stop saying that I'm here to help you. We didn't want children to expect someone to help them. So I trained him to be curious and ask many questions to children. So I tell him, hello, Frou-Frou, hello there, what's so nice to meet you, can you tell me where we are? He collects information from children. This place looks so fun. I told him it's a kindergarten, that sounds amazing. You learn and play a lot. He asks about the activities we do in kindergarten. And I use an example that I witnessed in my PhD research. The kindergarten children used to draw Lego Ninjago because they play in video games. And kindergarten teacher didn't let them to draw. It was forbidden. But I have trained Frou-Frou to ask children about their interests, because it's very crucial for the development. So Frou-Frou is keen asking them, that's what is Lego Ninjago, and he accepts the knowledge. We haven't put eliminations, and he asks them for their favorite character, which is Kai, and he asks them to draw this character. We have trained Frou-Frou to draw. He can draw the character with children, kindergarten children. But we could train him to give more options because now he's focused only on K's ability as represented in the internet. He could say something else. This is a matter of investigation. We have teach here to simulate self-awareness, ontological nature, because we want the children to learn through Frou-Frou what the limits are of the AI. So I asked him, could you be my friend? And the virtual agent say, I can't be a friend in the way a person would be. I'm here to share stories, explore ideas, and create fun and virtue together. And he says, I'm a digital helper, kind of friendly guide in your storytelling adventure. We have trained him to simulate empathy because we want children to be to feel accepted. So it says, I pretend that I'm very sad, so I say why I can't feel sadness myself. I am here to help you express what's on your mind, or distract you with a story that might help. And I test him, and he can do it to build a story. Sometimes making up stories can be a way to explore our feelings and find comfort. So we then present Frou-Frou to teachers, and we witnessed a fear before we talked with teachers about their opinion about AI in kindergarten and the robotics, the relation of robotics they use in kindergarten. And they told us that they fear to incorporate AI in kindergarten, and a main reason was the fear of losing social interaction skills. A teacher told me if a kindergarten, if an AI tutor came in kindergarten, he will settle and say, great, the kindergarten child say, he will sit and say, great, I have a robot friend. I can make it do whatever I want and however I want it. So why should I go find another child friend with whom I need to compromise, cooperate, and develop my character too much? This part is too difficult. I need to lower my ego. But with a robot, we can't have to lower his ego. It will evolve it. They also fear of blurring the boundaries between human and machine. What place the AI or a robot will take in our lives? The robot is there to do this and that and that. They are not humans who will replace humans. They also told us the need of AI literacy, because they see that AI is incoming in our lives, so they express the need to be educated. We have to learn, they told us, what does a robot do and how will a child use it? Education and parents need to learn this. Educators themselves can also be misled and go astray. They told us that maybe kindergarten teachers, if they see that children get quiet by interacting with virtual agent, as with computers and other information creation, maybe the teacher will tend to use this technology in order to keep quiet the teachers. So they have to learn the eliminations and the potential dangers from this technology. But after they meet Frou-Frou, they came to get familiarized with him. They were testing him. They were testing to see the elimination, if he can respond in a way that is like a human. And as we can see, at first, a kindergarten teacher told a robot cannot enter a kindergarten in any way. I don't like robotics. I consider it something cold. But after meeting Frou and interacting with him and asking him questions about her lessons, she told me if I could, I will invite him to kindergarten and introduce him to children and make questions with him. They express the need to foster, to teach more Frou in order to foster his curiosity and critical thinking. A teacher told me that Frou tends to narrate most of the story, leaving little room from the children to continue their sense. They are right, they have a so we trained Frou to not to say a small part of the story. So the conclusions, we need further customization and training in order to introduce a technology like this in the kindergarten. We need improvements and the collaboration of artists, writers, and psychologists. This must be interdisciplinary projects in order to build something safe and that can foster children's imagination. This project, creating such an assistant, is a long-term project that requires continuous training and field testing. This field testing is very crucial. This is the bibliography we use, and this is Frou before I told him to use Dali and Picasso visions in order to draw his, and he imagined himself like that. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. He's imagining himself as a wise person. I see it.
Wise.
Rena, you did your first research with only kindergarten teachers, yes, not children?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Nice. Is there any question in the audience? Yes.
Congratulations for the interesting talk. And it's important that we have some insight about how teachers see technology. There's an ongoing research to that field. But I would like to focus on the training process. Even though this simulation of empathy sounds terrifying, if you decontextualize it. But anyway, you mentioned that you repeated the process. There were iterative trainings after you got feedback. It was not clear to me what that feedback was.
From educators.
I think you showed in the card that, in the training card, that you trained this entity, and yes, then when you received feedback, you trained it again and again. There was an iterative process, or yes, not? Okay, what was this feedback? From who from, and what kind of feedback did you get?
At first, the feedback was from me, and then the feedback was from kindergarten teachers.
Those interviews that you showed, you mean?
Yes, the interviews with kindergarten teachers.
Okay, and what conclusions did you use from that feedback to retrain the entity? That's what I'm interested in.
Some conclusion is that we have to train him to be to use not to tell all the story, the whole story, but to say small parts of the story in order to activate children's imagination. Secondly, children have to learn about his ontological status. What is AI entity? Teacher said children, parents, and education have to learn what is a robot and then his elimination. So we trained through to tell the children what he is and what he can do.
Did you introduce him as he?
Yes, it can be whatever it is, but I call him Frou and I call him he.
Okay.
But because you said it's terrifying, the simulation.
Not in general.
Yes. Frou tells to the children that I'm not a person, I'm an entity, and I cannot feel like a person. But we train him to be kind, funny, and curious. Because that's the way we want to interact with children. Yes.
Yeah. Is there any other question for Rena? You know, it's very interesting to ask questions to children also, because I recall once I was in a transatlantic trip by plane, and I had near me a little boy playing in Super Mario, you know, with Game Boy platforms, etc. And I said, "Oh, this is a lost child. We can not have any conversation with him." And when I asked him once at lunch, "What are you doing all the time during this trip?" You know, it's a long transatlantic trip. He was enthusiastic about the game. He told me what kind of colors they are here, what kind of sounds they are here. So this is for them also a kind of item for conversation with other persons, mostly their past, but also with someone like me who was older, and he could speak about the item of his preference. So it's interesting to have, I think, some research with children too.
Yes, we are planning to incorporate it to the children, but we have to train him more before that.
Thank you, Rena. It was very courageous word in the dedication. So we will continue online this time with Roxy Zia and Hu Xiao Liu. I hope I pronounce well the names, with a title called Pangu, Exploring the Design Space of Interactive Media in Theater Storytelling. And I'm very intrigued by the title, so dear fellows, the floor is yours. So thank you for being with us.
Okay, thank you for having me. Can I share my screen?
Yes, yes, of course. We can see.
All right. Good afternoon.
Maybe you have to put it full screen, because you know, in the presentation mode, because we see everything that you have in the presentation.
Okay.
In the other screen, maybe? No?
I only have one screen.
This screen is better, I think, for us to see. If you have there the full screen button, you can maybe push the full screen button down there on the right. There is a full screen button there, but it's okay. We can hear you for now. It's okay. You can proceed.
All right. For this presentation, I would like to share with you a practice-based research exploring the design space of interactive media in theater storytelling. The presentation includes 5 sections: the research goal, the story background of our theater production, and a brief introduction of the production, the technical specifications, and our research findings. For this research, I'm specifically interested in the integration of interactive sound into the dramaturgical process of theater storytelling, instead of focusing on innovative control mechanisms within the interactive system. The study investigates why technical approaches should be integrated and their role in enhancing theatrical narratives, focusing on sound and music. The research gap is identified as follows. As observed by Guardian critic Gardner in contemporary British theatre, when artists prioritize technological experimentations over how technology serves the storytelling content of a performance, spectators may perceive the technology as overshadowing the substance of theater art. Many researchers and practitioners in digital performance delve deeply into the content within the interactive system, exploring movement, expression, and/or embodied sound within performance forms such as live music performance and dance. In this case, I consider interaction as an internal design tool within the system. However, with dramatic consideration, a higher level element, namely the narrative sequence, is involved to shape the design objective. Academics and practitioners who acknowledge the state of technology versus content in theater face challenges in addressing it. Martin, a creator of Asadora software and an experienced practitioner of interactive media, admits in his PhD thesis in 2022 that despite years of working with motion tracking technology, he continues to struggle to develop a satisfyingly deep dramaturgical working process. Similarly, during the production of the telematic performance Phone Home, back in 2018, was aware of the risk of prioritizing technology, but found the dramaturgical discussions post-performances still revealed a tendency to fall into the criticism of emphasizing technology over artistic intent. The ongoing tension underscores the need for deeper inquiry into the role and purpose of interaction within theatrical contexts. In response to these needs, I conducted a practice-led research aimed at exploring interactive storytelling through creative implementation of interactive media technology into the dramaturgical process of theater making. So informed by the literature review, I proposed 3 research questions. First, what are the effective design methods for integrating interactive sound approaches into live storytelling in theater performance? Second, how can an optimal design framework be established to properly incorporate interactive media into the workflow of making theater productions? Third, what are the essential design principles for effectively integrating interactive sound into theater storytelling? So in the next section, I'll brief our production story background. So our theater production is built upon an ancient Chinese story named Pangu. The mythology of Pangu explores origin of the universe. The universe was an unformed mass like an egg at the beginning. Pangu, a humanoid god, was asleep in the egg. for 18,000 years. Then he woke up and started to separate this chaotic mass with an axe in his hand. The light lipid substance slowly rose to form the heaven, while the heavy turbid materials descended to form the earth. This process continued for another 18,000 years. As the heaven went higher, the earth grounded lower, and Pangu standing in between grew taller. At last, Pangu was exhausted and collapsed. Different parts of his body turned into things in the world. Left and right eyes to sun and moon, breath to wind and cloud, voice to thunder, blood to river, hair to vegetation, hand to bird, the four limbs to mountains, etc. So here's my thoughts based on the story. The description rich in imagination and mystery in this story can be effectively and artistically realized by the combination of virtual media and reality, performer's body. As an ancient myth, Pangu is a cornerstone of 1,000 years of Chinese traditional culture and the Chinese nation spirit. The universe was originally an unformed mass instead of one created from nothing. All things on earth were transformed from Pangu's body. This tendency towards materialism has resigned in Chinese culture and philosophy. Pangu not only paid tough labor to create the heaven and the earth, but even after his death, he continued devoting his body to creating the world. This selfless dedication has motivated generations after generations. So Pangu is a 45-minute immersive dance drama. The production involves an iterative process spanning 2 years. The initial production debuted at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival in August 2022 in a 100-seat theater, garnering a sell-out laurel from the festival. Building upon the insights gained from this experience, a second performance was staged in London in February 2024, comprising 5 performances to further refine and showcase the integration of interactive media in theatrical storytelling. This slide shows our design ideas for different disciplines. Specifically, I classified the interactive media approaches into sound visualization and movement sonification based on whether sound is involved in the system as input or output. Okay, next. So the production team for Pangu was recruited through a Goldsmith student union group called Chinese Traditional Theater Arts and partially via my wider networks. So here are some photos from the rehearsal stage and the performance stage of 2 performances, 2 productions. So from a technology perspective, we consider interactive media as a design principle in parallel with other design principles, such as set design, sound design, lighting design. The content of interactive media, along with other design principles, builds up the performance collectively. There are 3 components of the interactive system: output, input, and their mapping. Designing interactive media can be regarded as designing an instruction sequence of input to output mapping strategies. I identified the entire play as a structured list of acts, a cluster of events. Following this, I consider interactive storytelling in theater as a constant layer that represents its own narrative sequence of the play. So here is the design of our stage set. The interior layer is a fabric covered on the performer's body from the beginning of the performance. The hexagonal layer set the boundary of the stage and the auditorium. The exterior wall layer is the boundary of the space. So 3 layers all work as projection surface. We integrated several different approaches of interactions in different scenes. For movement sonification, we used HTC Web tracker and controller as sensor to capture the performer's movements. For sound visualization, we use wireless audio transmitter to pick up the sound of a Chinese traditional instrument on stage that is called ran. It sounds like a guitar, and it has an electric jack, so we can just plug in the TRS plugin. So informed by the design and production stages of Pangu, this research articulates 5 key design principles for the integration of interactive media in theatrical storytelling. Because of the time limitation, I won't go into detailed explanation of these principles in this presentation, but I can briefly explain it. The mutual dependency describes the relationship between the input and output of the interactive system. The integrated design process is the guideline for the entire design of the related disciplines, such as the set design and lighting design. They are all influenced by the interactive media design. And multimodal storytelling is a principle that we concluded from our experience of using different interactive design approaches to create the interactive narrative. And the interrelated expression and independent aesthetic is the design principle for the input and output of the interactive system. So their expression is interrelated because of the mapping, but you need to see the input and output as independent aesthetic design in the performance. So here is a trailer of our Edinburgh performance. My apology that the performance documentation for this year has not been edited yet, but you can get a sense of what the production is like with this video. I think it's better to share the website directly. So
we don't see your video anymore, but we understood a little bit what's happening. Do you hear us? We lost maybe. Yes? Do you hear?
Yes.
Okay, because we lost the video for a while, but we understood what the content was, so it's okay if you want to proceed with your presentation.
Okay. Sorry, because I'm currently in China and there's a farewell of YouTube videos, so the network is not so good. After this video, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention and for watching.
Thank you very much. I have two questions of technical matter. If you can you can answer. The one is when you integrate interactive media into a theatrical stage, theatrical projection, if you want, there is a question of resolution. How do you resolve this problem?
So the resolution. What's your question about the resolution? Because
it's a 4K projection. What do you do in? Yes, okay. And
so in the I'm sorry, I'm sorry. So in the second performance, we use 4K projection from the campus. It was very lucky that we had that kind of equipment. But for the first one, it was not very clear on the. Especially we used the gauze curtain for the projection surface, so it was not very clear. But because our media texture was not very like specific, so it didn't very matter.
Okay, and do you have any live coding techniques that you use during your works or not? Do you code during the performance or not?
So for the Edinburgh performance, because we had a very short time for loading and loadout, so we didn't have time to set up the tracking system in the space. In that case, we recorded all the interaction in advance, and we rehearsed in a campus space before going to Edinburgh, so that we were all ready for everything, and so that we could get in an hour and get out in an hour. That's what we did for the Edinburgh performance. But for the second one, because we had the space for a very long time, we were able to set up the as much interactive equipment as we can. But because of the limitation of the laptop, we didn't manage to have the motion tracking in real time.
Okay.
It was very pity, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for these technical answers. I will give the floor to the audience if you have any questions on the presentation. No, there is nothing. So how did you feel about the award you had for your performance?
Both me and my collaborators are all, we are all very happy to have this chance to collaborate on new approaches to storytelling. But we all know that there are a lot of space to improve. Yeah, so we are very looking forward to develop it further.
we've lost connection for some time also. But thank you very much for your presentation. It was very clarifying. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
And so we proceed now with the next speaker from the Ionian University, Alkistis Georgiou, who will be with us on stage, Alkistis. And the title is Transcending Boundaries, Collective Storytelling in Experimental Art. And she's with Konstantinos Tiligadis in the project, but Alkistis will be our presenter for this panel. So I will let the technical things to be done because we had previously an online presentation. Now we go on with on-site presentations. And we are very soon going to the end of our session, and we have just one other presentation after Alkistis. I have to say that my colleague Konstantinos Tiligadis is right now very occupied with AudioVisual Arts Festival, and he's doing a lot of technical supervision there, so he's needed on the art part of our festival. And Alkistis, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Clear? Perfect. So, this presentation, first of all, it's Alkistis, welcome and goodbye as well. It's almost the end of our conference in Corfu. Yes. So this presentation outlines the theoretical approach to a creative writing exercise, wherein individuals from various age groups are invited to describe their ideal day of death. These narratives now serve as foundational elements in creating a collective screenplay. This is what I would like to do. Interweaving these varied perceptions to construct a composite narrative exploring themes of death, transcendence, and the human experience of departing life, if that exists. May I? Okay, hello. This work is part of my art-based research, which is called The Receptions of Death in the Art of the Digital Age, an interactive screenplay and the creation of digital stories. Just a second. And the theoretical framework for this exercise includes autoethnography, the hero's journey, and creative writing. I'm not going to spend so much time by explaining everything of this. Probably you know them. If not, you will ask me by the end of my presentation. So I will try to be a little bit shorter. So my main goal was actually to connect those concepts. So the complexity of human perceptions regarding the ideal, we're right now over here, the ideal day of death is incredibly intriguing for me personally. So participants represent a spectrum of demographic, cultural, and personal experiences. Through interviews and narrative suspensions and games, this project captures individual aspirations, emotions, and references to the concept of the ideal day, as we already said. So we have narration and we have the development of plots. It's a multi-plot, multi-character film. This is what it wants to be, at least. The autoethnographic approach allows the author, me in this case, to integrate personal experiences with collected stories, creating a collective form of storytelling that provokes internal reflection, empathy, and a deeper, finally, understanding of the human condition facing the inevitable. Now, we'll say my research questions, which are, how do individuals from different age groups, first of all, perceive and describe their ideal day of death? That was the first thing. Secondly, I will come back to that. Okay. Just a second, excuse me. Yes. Secondly, what cultural and personal factors influence this perception? So why they are answering as they are answering? How can autoethnographic methods enhance the understanding of individual and collective experiences of death? In what ways does the hero's journey framework apply to narratives about the ideal day of death? And how does creative writing facilitate the expression and exploration of complex themes like mortality and transcendence? That was the main idea. Now I have a few words about my methodology. Excuse me. So, of course, as I already said, I mentioned, I used autoethnography, which is actually a form of research in which the researcher uses a personal experience as a point of reference, so the starting point, to describe and analyze cultural, social, and psychological aspects of life. Through this approach, the researcher examines and interprets their own experiences as a member of a cultural or social group, aiming to highlight and understand the dynamics, values, and structures that influence an individual's life and identity. Autoethnography combines autobiographical elements with ethnographic research, offering an interdisciplinary approach that bridges the personal with the collective, that was what we wanted to do, and the individual with the cultural. Now we have a few things about ethnography and all this, and I'm going to leave those. And now we'll go to validity, which is actually quite important. So this is what we search, and this is what is finally judged by the authenticity and impact of the work on readers, participants, and researchers. Valid research should evoke vivid, believable experience and facilitate communication and understanding among diverse audiences. It should also improve the lives of participants and readers, or even the researchers themselves. Now, through this exercise, narratives from participants will be collected, categorized by target groups. So I have from 1 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, etc., etc. And they will be like that to have the different sequences. You will see one of the sequences just in a second. These narratives will provide a diverse range of perspectives on the ideal day of death, allowing for a rich, multifaceted exploration of mortality. The screenplay will incorporate sequences that highlight individual and cultural differences in perceiving and accepting death. By connecting these personal stories, the project aims to provoke empathy and internal reflection among viewers, fostering a deeper understanding of the human condition when confronted with death, of course, the key word. So now, Mr. Moustakas will come back to me. And now I will show you the first sequence that was actually filmed this year, so I'm really proud and really happy about it. I hope you will like it as well. It's a bit strange, our screen. It's like we have a veil, but let's face that as a part of the film.
Αν ήταν αίσθηση, αν ήταν γεύση, αν ήταν έντομο, αν ήταν ζώο.
Νομίζω ότι φοβάμαι. Νομίζω ότι η λέξη φόβος είναι πιο κοντά από ό,τι νομίζουμε στη λέξη ευτυχία.
Γιατί μου αρέσουν πιο πολύ τα φιλιά στα μάτια.
Ίσως επειδή το δέρμα είναι πιο λεπτό.
So I will just continue with my results, now that you saw what it was about. Just a second. We did say it about the data collection, so these are the phases of the project. Right now we have approximately 70 answers. It's really interesting because I thought that I will have a big variety so that I will be, really creative and I will create magical scenes. And it's really interesting that actually, 40, 45 of the guests that they are participating, they're almost wishing the same thing. So it's always springtime, it's going to be after a beautiful dinner or meal, lunch meal, with wine or ouzo, the Greek ones, and after they will have a beautiful siesta and they will just leave. So the big sleep will be the title. I dreamed another one, but we have to change it. And my results. So the project When Sorach Came provides a unique opportunity to delve into human perceptions of death through a creative and autoethnographic approach. By collecting and interweaving personal narratives, the project constructs a collective screenplay that explores themes of death, acceptance, and the human condition. This process not only aids in understanding diverse perspectives of mortality, but also fosters empathy and introspection among participants and viewers. The resulting screenplay serves as a powerful tool for engaging with the universal yet deeply personal experience of facing death, contributing to the broader discourse on mortality in the digital age, of course. So thank you very much. I will show you just
Thank you.
my bibliography.
So I call the audience for questions to Alkistis. Yes, just the micro a little bit, wait.
I want to ask, what motivates you to explore this field? Because my experience of the death of my loved ones caused me fear.
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's just that I consider a little bit like that it's a bit dark, let's say, as a field, but at the same time it's full of light. If you think a little bit about Mexico, and the Días de los Muertos that they're doing, they're cooking what the dead used to love, and they're celebrating the fact that he or she passed from this life. So, of course, I do know, and for me as well, it's really hard when it comes to children. But apart from that, if you ask me if I had to live tomorrow, I would be definitely okay with that. I do think that I had a really good life, and it's been already 35 amazing years. I wish to have more, but it's just the fact that death is not that scary as he seems, and it could be considered a little bit as a celebration as well, because finally we did have those years here. We did left our mark somehow in people, in things, in science, some of you. So it's really, really nice. This is why, actually, and I do feel that he's really close to me. You see, I do see him all around almost my whole life, but not in a bad way, and I don't present that as something melodramatic, you see, or like, it's just that it's really present. So this is why I chose this big trip of the PhD research to be connected with him.
This is interesting because in Greece, I think we tend to forget to avoid death, and we try not to talk about our loved ones who have passed away.
100%, but I mean, in the old times, they used to discuss a little bit more about it, even the ancient Greek philosophers. And now, then more and more, I mean, we're always a little bit backwards, but in the States, many universities, they do research now how applications will be able to answer in the same way that you are answering your chats. So like that, your close ones, they will feel that you are not really gone, and they will have messages like Rena would answer, or they keep researching. They do have actually already many applications after Note and some more, I don't remember the rest of the names, that actually you write messages for your beloved ones, and after if you don't refresh them once every year. They will send them to those people because they will believe that you are dead. So all those things, it's like preparation exercises in different ways, and probably we will have them in Greece as well. It's just a matter of time.
And Alkis, do you have in your committee someone from psychology or?
Yes, thank you for asking. Yes, of course, we'll have psychology, we'll have a little bit of philosophy, and after we'll see what it will show up as well. Because I told you, I mean, I didn't think to put the subject of sleep into my thesis, but now it's like I don't have really the option. So people, they do wish to live when they sleep. So from novels to psychology, it will go to that field as well, to the dreams probably.
And you are aware of the way that creative people like Dali and Buñuel did the Chien Andalou, their film, by dreaming and just rejecting everything that could justify?
Yes, I do know. Thank you.
Another question to Alkis? Yes, there is one there by Katerina.
Thank you for sharing this work. I'm curious to ask how easy it was to apply an autobiographical ethnography approach to this sensitive matter, and were there any moments when you needed to filter a little bit or stay more distant in this field?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your question. Actually, it's more like, I think it's facing death in different ages. So my first important, the first meeting with him was when I was about 7. The second meeting was when I was about 24, today 36. So I just researched about him. I do learn many things about, you see, death, and I do lose people in my environment, let's say, because I'm getting older. But at the same time, I think it's more my fear about the others, how they will react with my projects. I do have some guests that they don't want to answer. They feel like uncomfortable. Some they are excited. The most important is that the people that they do answer, when they write, they cry. And when I read, they do cry. So you see there is something there that nobody will take it from us because they write something that it's really deep from their soul, and I take something that is really deep from the soul and I do it a story, a screenplay, let's say, something that, you see, they will know and we will know. I mean, I will have their stories once the screenplay is ready. After my installation art projects, yes, over there we will see. Probably it's going to be hard with one of them at least, that it's going to be a little bit more. You see, the experience of death is going to be more there. So I will have a coffin, I will have a soundscape. It will be a bit tricky, but Dora will participate, so I'm calm. And Mr. Panagopoulos as well, they did promise. So let's see. If you are in Corfu, I will be really happy to see you there, to meet you there.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Alkis. But tell me something. Do you plan to attend ethnographic symposia, to present there your research, to publish to ethnographic journals as well? Because
Thank you for all that, because I'm not really good in that. But yes, the goals for this year is actually that I do have to do a publication, and I do have to be a little bit more, you see, like less lazy or creative and a little bit more academic. So it's going to be one of the goals for this next year of my research.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Thanks to you.
Let's go to our general chair, now Michalis. I don't know if we have Ellen with us. She's here. Yes? No? Ellen? Ellen Rio? Ellen Riot? No? I don't see her in the room. Maybe she would expect it to be late there because we're very early in the program, I think. And congratulations to... No? Yes, we are. Okay, nice. So she's not here, yes. I don't see her. we can say that we'll catch up tomorrow. I don't know, because in another symposium, the joint one with. She's a chair tomorrow. Okay. Yes, maybe we had a strike in Paris. Okay, and maybe they are coming today. So we will catch up tomorrow in another symposium with Ellen. So thank you very much for being here with us. If you are here. If you are here also tomorrow and after tomorrow, we will have a symposium called Art in the Age of Artificial Intelligence that is co-organized with Ionian University, the University of the Aegean, Paris I University, and Paris VIII University. And we will be upstairs, huh? It's, the floor to you, Michalis.
So, thank you, Takis. So this is the end of the 6th DCAC with this final session. I want to thank everybody that worked for this conference. First of all, the members of the organizing committee, as Vasilis Komnianos and Manos Rovithis. And secondly, I want to give special thanks to Nikos Moustakas, the technical staff here in the Ionian Academy, that is dealing with all the problems and everything. Yes, special thanks to Nikos. And of course, the Audiovisual Arts Department web team, with the head of this team is Andreas Giannakoulopoulos, which is also the president of the department. And this team is working all the time perfectly. It's unbelievable. And special thanks from this team to Minas Pregandis, which also helped Nikos and everybody with the technical stuff and all the communication. So let's... And as always, I needed to give a final thank, maybe I should start with this thank, to the volunteers, to our students that always help this conference. It would be impossible to do it without them. So thank you very much. Hope to see you the next one, and hope to enjoy the rest of your stay in Corfu. And as Taiki said, we continue with the 3AI, a very interesting conference with very interesting talks. It will be held in the second floor in the smaller room from tomorrow. Okay? Thank you very much.